Good morning, good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you're watching in the world, and welcome to round 8 of the HKRC Club Championship. I hope you all are doing well, and we're just finishing up the last practice, top qualifying session, shall we say. All these drivers getting a qualifying session this morning before we head into our first heats of the day. It's a lovely day out, to be fair. It's, well, I say lovely. It's pretty cloudy at the moment, and I think there might be some rain coming in about 3 o'clock later today. So that is obviously going to spice everything up. So stick around. Grab a coffee, get some lunch ready for later today, and stick around and watch some amazing racing. Over 250 drivers here this weekend across over 10 categories. What is there not to miss? It's going to be an amazing day. Obviously, the Orange Army out here doing us proud, making sure that everyone is safe from out on circuit. And we're going to go into our first race shortly. It's the Honda Cadets, the overall cadet group, and it was a strong qualifying from Deno Rowlands, who starts from pole position. Sawyer Henderson will be starting alongside him. Green flags are out. That means the circuit is all clear, and that can only mean one thing. We're going to get racing shortly. Mason Becker starts on third. There is the Honda drivers on your grid. You'll see Sawyer Henderson here running that distinguished K-plate. And if you look a bit closer, you'll see the K-plate actually engraved in all of his sticker kit. So brilliant to see some drivers running the K-plates, and you'll see them throughout the day. Obviously, they're the drivers who won the Kimbolton plate and the Kimbolton Festival a bit earlier this year. It was about 2 or 3 months ago, which, if you want to watch back any of them races, you can watch on the TNL Sports YouTube channel. Obviously, all the races and all the live streams are all on there. So if you missed any of the races, you want to go back and watch a race, go on there and have a little look. The cadet group has really grown throughout the year. This is probably one of their biggest race weekends. Loads of drivers, I think over 23, 24 drivers, and a whole load of experience, which is always great to see. We've got novices all the way up to our experienced drivers, all looking forward to getting going. Now the drivers have headed out on circuit. We'll keep running through the grid then. In fourth is James Murphy, who's having a brilliant weekend so far. From Alistair Saunders, Keane Delaney, and Ben Bowers. From Theo Hamilton, which, if you don't know, Theo Hamilton was the champion from last year. This is his final race in Honda Cadets, so hopefully he can go out with a strong one before he moves on. Arthur Murphy and Keane Doherty from Harry Search, Harry Parker Ray, Nicholas York, Bradley Sutton, Archie Edgar, Zach Squire, Mason O'Connor, George Tees, Preston Howard, and Harrison Maxwell, James Windsor, Reggie Morley, George Pickett. There's so many drivers here in the Cadets. There's also the micro matches going on as well. Let's get racing then. Will we get racing the first time? Asking, no we don't. You'll see these lovely white tram lines, and the drivers have to stick in them tram lines when they're going down the start-finish straight to try and keep them from hitting each other as they go down straight. And unfortunately, not all the drivers were in them tram lines. That means they go around again. Big shout out to the circuit and everything they've done over the course of the last couple of months. You can see them bright white lines that all over the circuit. That's obviously your track limit line. If you go over them lines, you will receive a warning or even a penalty for them track limits. You can see them nice and clearly. Well, there's some new painted curves, which is always quite nice, so the drivers can see where they are. I mean, they should be able to see it pretty easily. We're going to try and go for the second time of asking. Of course, Sawyer Henderson, Deno Rowlands. So D2 in the last club round, which was 2 months ago. These two were the ones to watch. These guys went down to the wire in that final. Really came down to that last lap. Let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. Sawyer Henderson trying to live on the legacy he started 2 months ago, and they're off and away down into turn one. Let's see how they get on. I think Sawyer Henderson still leads the way. As they come through the Willow section, we've got a new leader. That was someone getting really close to the wall. Oh, the 17 there having some issue. He was a bit further down the field. That was Reggie Morley. But look at this for the lead. Is that Keane Delaney who's taken the lead? Brilliant start by Delaney as they come down into the Dan Weldon complex for the first time. He runs wide. So Henderson's going to have a look on the inside. It could be side by side. Over the curb goes Henderson. That lets through Rowlands on the inside. And I think that might be one of the Murphy brothers in there in fourth as well. They're going to be in these cold conditions. Carts sliding everywhere. And they're still going for second place. That's all going to help Keaton Delaney as they head down to finish the first lap of the race. Keaton Delaney still leads the way. Rowland's in second place, and look at the field as they all head down into turn 1. No one has pulled away from anyone. It's still neck and tail. This is amazing stuff in on the 200s. Of course, the Micromax is out there as well, and Isaac Garth leads the way. Look at the lead change. Dana Rowland's on the inside. Delaney trying to fight back. Sawyer Henderson, did he go for the grass there? What happened there to Sawyer Henderson? I think he went over the grass. Interesting stuff here. Hopefully he can keep it going. Now you'll see he'll start sliding a bit more. Obviously the grass, it's in the most grippiest part of the circuit. I mean, the drivers tend to stay on the tarmac as much as possible. But look at these two at the front in here. That's Delaney and Rowlands. Both had a brilliant tussle for second place. Henderson's there in third. And as we said, fourth place, Theo Hamilton, champion from last year. Lead change once again. Delaney down the inside. That was a brilliant move. Now the 18 is under investigation. That is James Murphy. Now he's got to watch out what he's doing. Obviously the stewards I've seen something. They're not a big fan of what he's doing. Trying to tell him to, you know, bring it back a bit. Obviously, as we said, the Micromax lead still going strong for Isaac Garth. He's got Noah Wilco in second place. Mason Munzer sound brilliant weekend. Oh, what happened there between the two at the front? Side-by-side action as they came through the Dan Weldon complex into the final couple of corners. Look at Rowlands on the inside again. This is a brilliant battle from, can we just say, these drivers are only 8 to 12 years old. Some of the youngest drivers you'll see here this weekend and putting on a brilliant show. Rowlands now stipulating to Delaney, saying, come on, what are we doing? Sawyer's going to catch up now if we keep battling. They'll come around that Willow section once again. 4 minutes still left on the clock. Anything can happen. As we love to say in motorsport, that's probably the biggest and the main phrase everyone says. So all come through, that's it. Lovely stuff from Rowlands, who manages to pull a bit of a gap. Really putting everything on the line here. Only for the first heat of the day. We've still got plenty of action later. Their second heat and of course the main finals. These drivers also looking at grabbing as many championship points as possible. They will be used later in the later stages of the season. Into third place then, that was Arthur Murphy. So that's obviously James' brother. Great to see a bit of brotherhood going on in the Honda Cadets. Great to see both of the drivers out there. And they're really close with each other, so that must be alright having a nice battle with your brother. But Arthur Murphy, we have to say, he struggled a bit a couple months ago. We have to say that. No offence to Arthur Murphy. He's a brilliant driver, but obviously something going on. Was struggling a bit, but now it's really good to see he's brought that tension back. He's found his pace once again. Obviously, whatever issues there was have been resolved, and he's back at it again. So yeah, as we said, dry racing for the time being. But obviously when it comes to them later finals, that's when the rain might start to come down. Now the percentage chance of that happening was actually quite high, so that will be something for the drivers to take into consideration later today, trying to hold on to them wet tyres and you know, make sure they can adapt their driving style very quickly. It's really fascinating to see. Whoa, what happened? Oh my god, was that Harry Parker Ray who had a big off-track excursion, doing the old Dukes of Hazzard style over the grass at the chicane. Well, we don't need to hire lawnmowers anymore. We've got Harry Parker Ray here to help us out. This battle for second still going on, and I don't think it ever stopped because Sawyer Henderson, Arthur Murphy, Keaton Delaney are having a brilliant battle. Amazing to see how Delaney's come on the past couple of months as well. Only a newcomer really to the championship, and obviously 2 Honda 200s. He only started at the start of the year, moved into the Kimbolton Championship and really showed what he could do early on in the early stages. He was obviously that novice driver, but the fun thing with the qualifying is even if you're a novice, you can qualify up at the front end of the field and save yourself. Because obviously when you're in them random grids, you know, you get put at the back all the time. It's not always the funnest thing, and if you've got pace, it's hard to show it when you have to fight through the field. But Delaney's really showed himself up here the last few months, and it's great to see that progression as they head down into turn 1 once again. Rowlands He's got a bit of a gap, but I think Murphy's still in that slipstream train. And obviously he's got the help of Henderson and Delaney behind, so they might be able to close him back in. You can see drivers 2nd, 3rd and 4th all working together now to close in. That's definitely not what Rowlands wants, but it'll be exciting to see. Obviously now less than a minute on the clock, so they've got just a couple of laps left before the first race of the weekend is complete. And the first heat for the Honda Cadets is done. Have a little talk back to the Micromaxes. Isaac Garth still doing a perfect job. Half a second in front of Noah Wicklow. Mason Munster still there in 3rd. Reggie Morley, he's one of our final cadet drivers. And Ollie Brunn, he's in 4th place. He's had a brilliant time out the last couple of months. He's still got a bit of work to do, but he's doing all right so far. Isaac Garth also holding the fastest lap of the race. Of course, the Micromax is just a bit faster than the two Honda 200s. But look at this up at the front end. Rowlands has really been closed in now. From Arthur Murphy, Sawyer Henderson there as well. This could be a real tale for the racers later on. Obviously, these drivers using qualifying and this first race to see what each other's quali pace is like, what their race pace is like, as they could really be two different things. Look at Murphy for the inside. That was a late one, but he's got it done. Henderson's going to try and look for 2nd place as well. Won't be able to get it done. Delaney's on his inside now. This is a real tussle now for the final lap of the race. This is going down to the wire already in the first heat. Rowland, he's got the cutback. Will he go to the lead? Yes, he does. He gets it done. What a move. As, James Murphy goes for a little spin down at turn 1 as well, just off the camera and off the commentary box. Into Derek's corner once again. Rowlands now with that cutback move leads the way, but Murphy is definitely not done yet, and he will be looking for a last minute opportunity. It won't be last minute now, he'll come to the last second. Sawyer Henderson there in 4th. He'll be happy with that one. It's a good starting ground for the rest of today. Oh, that got very close there. Murphy finding a way through and into the lead in the 2nd to last corner. Delaney round the outside for 2nd place. That was superb. And as they head through to the checker flag, Murphy very happy with that result. Rowlands absolutely fuming with that move from Murphy on the 2nd to last corner. They'll let the stewards definitely have a look at that one. Henderson finished up in a solid 4th. That was great to see. Kept it nice and consistent. He saw the battling going on, decided it was better just to sit back, let them all have their own tussle, and a strong result to hopefully take a bit further on into the rest of the day. Mason Becker rounds out your top 5. Harry Search, who over the course of the last few months has really excelled, really showing what he can do. Obviously, our reigning champion, Fia Hamilton, there in 7th place. Nicholas York with a superb drive, up 6 places. 5th place, my apologies, to 8th. George Pickett from last on the grid, up 14 places to 9th. Harry Parker Ray rounding out your top 10. In the Micromaxes, it was Isaac Garth who took a brilliant victory, and up 5 places from Harrison Maxwell. He was one of further down Honda 200 drivers. Noah Wilklow, he finished up in 2nd place in the micros with Mason Munster, rounding out your top 3. Now we're going from probably the slowest karts here this weekend to definitely the fastest karts. These are the KZs, gearbox karts. You don't think there would be a gearbox in a kart, but you're seeing it right now. 6-speed gearboxes for these karts. These karts heading down the back straight will do over 100 miles an hour. And of course, it's reigning champion Josh Price who heads back to the Mole Circuit. He obviously won last time out, and he's looking to do the same again. Lucas Anningham with a strong qualifying. He will start alongside Isaac Smith. Starts from 3rd. Hannah Lang from James Beecroft. Dale Henderson from Ryan Green. Lucas Blanford in his debut in the KZ kart will be starting alongside Ryan from Bradley Calder. Kai Springfield. George Barker is back again once for another go around the circuit and another weekend. Nina Picilio from Rich Smith. Sylvius Kilmath, Nick Aitken, and Leo Robinson, who had troubles in qualifying. He will start from the back of the grid, and it will be a redemption day really for Leo Robinson, who is actually quite high up in the point standings so far this year. So every point will count, and he was going to do a lot of work to regain some points saw on your screens is Josh Price winning the 27. He was running the number 1 a couple months ago, but obviously new champion in the KZs, new British champion. Obviously he was champion from last year, so could only run it until the end of the Motorsport UK British Karting Championships season had finished. So all drivers filing up on the start-finish line. Of course, these drivers using and doing the standing starts. So you'll see the karts in just a moment all line up on the grid. They've got grid positions that they'll line up into. The start procedures on these karts are very hard to get right. Of course, you have a clutch that is on the steering wheel that you pull down. You will then use a stick, which is the gear stick. You push it forward to put it into first gear, and then whenever them lights go out, you gently lift off that clutch. You also work out these cases are very, very noisy, so if you can try your hardest to try and hear above me. Now the lights are coming on. 1, 2, 3, 4 lights are up on us, and it's lights out, and away we go. Who will get the best start? Josh Price is getting a decent start. He'll lead the way. One driver stalling. That was Lucas Blanford, who couldn't get away as he all head through into turn 1. Oh, big issues there for the 265, who struggled to get going, and I think he might have seized his engine maybe in turn 1. That was not the best start. The 265, that being Richie Smith, not the best start for him, not the best start to his weekend. Look at the lead from Joshua Price. Already gone. A straight from everyone else. Second place. That looks like Hannah Lang. Is that Hannah Lang in second place? Yes, it is. What a start from Hannah Lang into second place as they head down. And Darrell Henderson into third as well. What a start from Henderson, who we haven't seen here at the Kim Bolton circuit this year. So great to see some new faces back. Oh no, is that an engine seize? That was an engine seize for Joshua Price. Oh, dearie me. You saw there the rear axle locking up. That was the engine seizing, and that's him out of the race. The driver who took victory last time here this weekend, now in the first heat, has got big issues. That's going to be a new engine on that go-kart, and that is not the way to start your weekend. Hannah Lang still leading the way. It's the first time Hannah Lang has led all year long, so this is probably one of her best races so far. Second place still being Darrell Henderson, who is still closing in, but that is not ideal for Joshua Price. Catastrophe there for Price, who's got a lot of work to do now. And it looks like Lucas Blanford also retired from the race after that issue when starting the race. James Beecroft up to third place. He's on that red and white kart just there in third, the Viral Art kart. He's got his teammates on the same chassis as well, closing in behind as well. He's in fourth place. That's the driver Charlie Cole, who's having a good weekend. You won't see Charlie Cole on your screens. Let's head through the final corner. Actually, my apology, that is Isaac Smith. He's just on a different chassis. Obviously, Isaac trying different chassis out. He's in the gold kart a couple months ago. Obviously, I've seen some positive notes on the Viral Art. Thought he'd give it a go. And looks to be alright for the time being. Darrell Henderson really closing in now on Hannah Lang. This could be a lead change coming up. So, as I said, these karts are really complex to drive. You'll see them as they reach on and off the steering wheel using them gears. It's a lever, so you push it forward to go down a gear, push it backwards to go up a gear. Really hard to get right, and also very hard to drive a go-kart with one hand. Henderson to the inside for lead. Hannah Lang did very good to see him on the inside. She drops back to second place. Now, will she follow the line or go for a move again? We'll have to wait and see in the next couple of laps. Look at Hannah Lang right on the tail, using all that slipstream, but I don't think she's going to go for a move just yet. The top three sticking together quite nicely with Isaac Smith there in fourth place. You can see Josh Price there standing in the background in a bit of annoyance, as he's got a lot more work to do now Obviously, he'll be starting from the back of the grid in the next race if they can get out for the next race. That's not always an easy thing to do, to change engines on a KZ kart. These karts are a lot mechanically minded than your usual X30 Rotax kart, need a lot more work. Leo Robertson is pulling into the pit, so whatever issues there was in qualifying have come back to him to bite him once again, and that is not ideal for his championship either. Hannah Lang sitting there in second place, a consistent drive. I think now as another driver pulled off to the side, and I think that might be the 265 again, having more issues. Yes, it is. So that's Richie Smith, who is not having the best of the first heats, as Leo Robertson, you can see on the side of the screen in the pit lane. 2.5 minutes left on the clock then. These drivers still holding on quite nicely in these cold conditions, so these tyres will be struggling to switch on. Of course, a lot of stuff you can do with the tyres. You can change the tyre pressures to obviously to change when the tyre comes into full use, whether you want it at the start of the race, the end of the race. Some drivers like to have it at the start of the race and then defend at the end. Some drivers like to work a bit more at the start of the race and have the tyres at the end of the race. It really all comes down to preference and the track conditions, weather conditions. So really temperature and everything matters a lot in karting and all motorsport. You've got to really be on the edge of these karts to really get the most out of them. And these drivers are doing exactly that. Jinx Beecroft, who's a pretty experienced driver, let's say. Spent his time doing Rotax racing over the years. In KZ now, he's been in a KZ kart for a fair few years, so has got the gist of it, but they're obviously not the easiest karts to drive. There's so many experienced drivers in this field. You have to really know how to drive a kart to drive on these things, because it's not like your usual Rotax X30 or your rental car. If you have been to rental karting, it's a big difference. It's never like you've ever driven before, and the forces you feel, you really have to train for these karts. And it's a big thing why most Formula drivers use KZ karting as a way to practice during the winter. You'll see mostly Formula 1 drivers on their days off using a bit of the KZ kart to test, keep their abilities alive. You can feel the neck forces. That's a good move there by Lucas Yellingham. Look at this side by side, rubbing wheels with Isaac Smith, and manages to nip by into fourth place. Yellingham has found a bit of pace recently, slowly closing in on these top three. Now he's got past Isaac Smith. Could be something to watch out for. 30 seconds left on the clock as they head through the final corner, Kimbolton corner. And you'll see these drivers doing corners a bit differently to how you were a normal kart. Obviously with the front brake systems on these karts as well, very easy to lock up, so you have to sort of drive into the corner, stop at the apex, turn the kart and then power off in a straight line. So obviously stop, wheel spin. A bit different if you're in a normal car. You'd obviously brake in a straight line and carry that momentum through. So that's the fascinating things with driving these KZ karts. These top three, as you head on to your final lap, have driven perfectly. Look, getting them there in fourth. Lucas has really been on and off this year. Has showed a lot of pace, a lot of opportunities to take podiums, but for other issues has meant that he hasn't been able to score many this year. He has got one or two podiums, so obviously knows that pace is there, but would like many more, I am sure, and he'll be obviously trying to do that as he head into the latter stages of this championship. As he head round the final corner, it's Darrell Henderson on his first time here this year, taking victory with an amazing Hannah Lang in second place. Beecroft there in third from Ellingham, in fourth place. Isaac Smith rounds out your top five, from Ryan Green with a solid P6, as the rest of your drivers file through. Bradley Calder finished up in sixth from George Barker in seventh. Kai Springfield from Zilvis Kulmas, Nick Aiken and Nino Picolio rounds out your 11 drivers, your 12 drivers, my apologies. And on the way to the end, we lost Leo Robertson, Richie Smith, Josh Price and Lucas Blanford. So, what a race that was in your senior X30s, not senior X30s, your KZs. We're going on to our next gearbox category, so there's two categories here this weekend, and we're absolutely delighted to join the 250s who are back once again. This is a 250 mono. So you'll see here a real difference in karts, and you'll see different bodywork on these karts, different engines and stuff like that. So we're going to see a lot of pace differences, but that always is a bit interesting. I mean, if you see a bit of endurance racing, multi-class racing, you'll see that sometimes that can be quite interesting. As you know, some drivers probably quicker in the corners, sometimes drivers probably quicker on the straights. So there's the number 14 on your screens. He's starting on the second row. That is Russ Cornick, who starts from third. Matthew Duncan right behind him, the number 73. Loads of drivers to watch out for. Lee Stamp, who was very quick earlier this year when we had the 250s racing with us. He starts from last on the grid. So he's going to have a lot of work to do. He's actually the reigning champion in the 250. So see how showing he can do it. So we'll have to wait and see how they get on. 7 minutes plus a lap for these heat races. Of course, we've got 2 heats today, and then the finals a bit later on. So you'll see these cars as well aging from all sorts. We've got, you know, some old KZs to supercarts, which are some of the fastest karts in the world. You'll see that first car. The supercarts are usually the bigger karts. You'll see, obviously, this is one of your KZ drivers. There's a couple of karts here who are probably a bit wider, a bit heavier. And there's Gridman Sam on your screens. The only marshal in the world with Down syndrome. Sam doing an excellent job of holding the gate. He obviously waves a green flag. Sam, who has been noticed around the country for his excellent work, was noticed by the Motorsport UK and was recently invited down to the F1 75 event, which was hosted at the 10 Downing Street. So brilliant to see that motorsport is becoming more inclusive, and especially with these marshalling and scrutineering and stuff like that, more ways to get involved with motorsport. You don't have to be a racing driver. You can be a mechanic, you can be a marshal, you can be anything. There's always something. Even a photographer, even a videographer. Shout out to all of them out there who do a brilliant job to provide us more content for social media. Social media getting so big recently. As all these drivers head out on circuit, as I said, you'll see there, big difference in the way that these karts look to obviously your normal KZ. Some of these being supercarts can do over 140 mile an hour, which, I mean, when you look at the stats, you know, these karts probably got about 40, 50 brake horsepower, but when you realise they weigh about, you know, the size of your pinky thumb, the power to weight ratios really show up big time around, not just this circuit, but obviously these karts race on big circuits, you know, Silverstone, Snetton, Alton Park, Cadwell, stuff like that. So that's also a brilliant thing about these karts as well. Really easy to get involved with, and you have that option. You can go and race on kart circuits. You can race on a kart circuit at the same time. There's always some way to get involved. So let's run through your grid then. We'll try and get through as many as we can. Your leader and your pole man is Martin Smith from Aaron Powell, Russ Cornick from Tim Woods, my apologies, Matthew Duncan, Reese Woods, Jack Rolfe, Chris Lawson, Callum Smith, Harry Morris, Kieran Metzen, Marcus Hudson, Dom Brown, Dan Brown, so 2 Brown brothers out together, Ryan Lawson, from Jack Bluss, Matt Allner, Dan Rowden, Sam Harrison, Max Smell and Lee Stamp, who round out your field of drivers. So they'll head round to yet again another standing start, so these drivers will line up on the grid, and of course they all have their own sort of start procedure. And oh, we just saw there slippery surface flags going out at turn 1, so there must have been an issue in that last race. Obviously we saw a couple of drivers going off there. That might have been for maybe an oil or something like that. So these drivers will have to be a bit careful when they head down into turn 1. Obviously, if they get that oil patch, that could be really dangerous. And the second you hit that oil patch, you have zero grip, you head straight off. But all the karts are now in position, and it only means one thing: we can get racing. 1, 2, 3 and 4 lights upon us. Those lights out, and away we go. And let's see who gets away first. It's the 56 who gets to make a start. Oh, spinner near the back of your field. And I wonder who that may have been. That looks like maybe the 52 who didn't get away. Maybe the 53 actually. Ryan Lawson who didn't have the best of starts. He managed to get his car out of the way. He is fine. It's just about whether he can get that kart started again. Your leader though, up at the front, the 85, Aaron Powell, who's had an amazing start, leads the way from the rest of the field. Another driver off at the start. Can't see what number that is, but we'll find out as they head through the first lap. This driver, number 3, really needs to get out of the way. He's in a real dangerous spot, but the marshals are over there getting him out of the way. So brilliant job by the marshalling crew. That was a late move there. Who was that? That was on the Buell Art carts. That was the driver who's now in 5th place, Matthew Duncan. We spoke about it earlier when they were on the grid. Number 53's got himself going, but obviously will be a lap down, so a bit of work to do now. But here is a battle up at the front of your screens. That's the number 24. Who's had a battle with the number 12. That's Jack Rolfe and Kieran Weston. So this is for the final spot on the podium. Look at the battle for second place. Not second place, the lead raging on. Powell getting closed in by Tim Woods, who's had an amazing start, up 2 places. So they head down. Of course, as we said, missing out that final chicane. Oh, look at driver in second there on the brakes. Tim really using them brakes to get that kart slowed down. Hopefully doesn't hit the back of the driver in front. I think he missed the gear change there, struggled to get going. And that's what I mean. You can see with the multi-class racing here, different components, meaning that these drivers have different pros and cons with their karts. You'll see obviously the driver in second, number 3, really good at using them brakes, maybe a different brake system on his car, but obviously he loses that bit of time on the straight. And a big spin coming out of turn 3. There are a couple of drivers off the circuit, and I'm really wondering what happened there, because it looked like a couple of drivers are getting onto the grass, going round for a spin. You can't see it yet, it's just off your commentary box and off the screens. But we've lost about 3 drivers in that one, so not the most ideal situation. But, oh, that's interesting, on a yellow flag. Number 3 makes the overtake, but it's through a yellow flag sector. That will definitely be looked at by the stewards. Now I'm hoping if Tim has realised that, he might give that position back. But that was definitely not on as they head round turn 1. You saw the stationary yellow flag out. That obviously means no overtaking in the sector, because obviously there's some danger going on, and that was the fact that the 2 drivers were off. But now, as I said, the number 3 under investigation, as well as the O plate, Jack Biss, who's made up 12 places to 4th place, and there are the 2 drivers off on the screen. So that's the number 31, Don Brown, who's had some issues, and it looks like as well Jack Rolfe, who was up at the front end of the field. But yeah, as I said, number 3 under investigation, and that will definitely be for that yellow flag infringement. So he may win it on the road, but that may change later after the race. Of course, we're only looking at the provisional results. You can head over to motorsportthailand.uk. They will give you the full results. But still at the front, Tim Woods leads the way. A brilliant drive so far. In second place is Aaron Powell. And closing in on these 2, driver in third, Kieran Metzen, who's still putting in the laps. And so far at the moment, we've lost obviously Jack Rolfe, Ryan Lawson, Maron Smith, Dan Brown, Dan Rawdon. Really cool loss. So far in this race, and I think we might be losing another driver. There's another driver going slow, just coming through the Willow section. We'll try and work out who that is. They seem to be carrying on going. There's a battle a bit further back on your screens, number 72 and the O-plate. That was a big send to the inside, and he gets that one done. That's the O-player Jack Bliss, who now pushes himself up into third. So from 16th on the grid up to third place. A brilliant drive so far from Jack Bliss, who of course won that O-plate earlier this year, and I was able to run that for the rest of the year until the next annual O-plate. So these drivers head through. As we said, loads of characteristics about this circuit. For a pretty flat track, it's got a lot of different changes, and the circuit, you've got to be really smooth and controlled to get a good lapping around here. It's not always the easiest track to do, but a lot of drivers tend to like it. There is the 53 on the screen. He gets the blue flag to let the number 3 through. So that was brilliant driving by the 53. We'll head through the final corner once again. You can see how hard Tim was trying to fight that car to get it around the circuit. So much goes on to these engines and gearboxes, you really have to take a moment. Every time you walk past one of these cars, you just have to take a moment just to have a look. Because these drivers, have to constantly be working the car and obviously changing bits and bobs as they head round. Of course, they're probably changing the fuel supply. They're changing from a lean to a rich mix. So look after the tyres as well. Look after the car. Definitely not an easy thing for your average person to do without a lot of experience. On the inside for second place, that's the O-plate. Jack Bliss is on an absolute charge at the moment. Goes past Aaron Powell like he was standing still. Amazing stuff for second place. But the question is, will he be able to close down the leader of Tim Woods? It would be a big question to ask. It's a 2-second gap. I don't think it'll be enough. As they have one more lap left to go. As there's another driver off just after turn 3 as they head down the back straight. That doesn't look like an issue for Ross Koenig, maybe. We'll work it out a bit later. Oh, the 85 goes for a spin. That was Aaron Powell, and he's lost the tyre. That is not ideal. And he's lost it on the very, very last lap of the race. Oh, what a shame for Aaron Powell. He's out the car, he's dragging his car back, but the Battenberg flags are out. It's the last lap now, so they'll come round to finish. Tim Woods takes the checkered flag in fine fashion with a brilliant Jack Bliss in second place from 16th on the grid to second. As the rest of the drivers file through. It was going to be Aaron Powell for third, but definitely not now. He is running wheelless as they head to the checkered flag. Kieran Metzen jumps up to third, and Lee Stam up 17 places from last on the grid to fourth. An amazing drive. Matt Allnut, obviously, if you might remember the name from doing some TKM Extreme Racing, he's into 250s. He made 12 places up to fifth. Reese Woods from Harry Morris. Sam Harrison with a brilliant drive. Up 10 places to 9th. Chris Lawson from Matthew Duncan, Jack Rolfe and Don Brown are your finishers. And in that we lost, of course, Aaron Powell, Russ Cornick, Matt Snell from Ryan Lawson, Marion Smith, Dan Brown and Dan Rawdon rounds out the rest of the drivers, and of course a lot of retirees, so not always the best thing. And as they head through, that's the mechanic and the driver of that 85, thinking, well, what on earth happened there? Drove the absolute wheels off that car just a bit too much. Now, from one side of the spectrum, those gearbox carts, back to our single gearbox, single clutch, and it's Junior Rotax time. of course, Junior Rotax. The big talking points this year. Obviously, we've had drivers Callum Sims on an absolute charge this year, trying to take that championship. Of course, didn't have the best final last time out. Got into contact with Teddy Cooper, the driver who, of course, took that K-plate with a brilliant send on the last corner to take victory. Callum Sims there on your screens. He'll be starting from 4th on the grid. It was a brilliant drive from Ryan Rapini, who took pole position for the first time this year. Ryan, who ended up a couple temps in front of the field. So, of course, showing a lot of pace. But he's got a bit of work to do because he's got a strong driver in second place of Stanley Williams, who has really been on and off throughout this season so far. Has shown a lot of pace early on. Has come back to him. He's lost a bit of luck. It's been there and thereabouts, but he's been up at the front end. Eli Baden, he's there on your 3rd row. He'll be starting from 6th. Eli Baden having a really good drive this year. You know, he's had a bit of he's been quite unlucky at points this year as well. That's the funny thing with karting. It's always a big talking, a big luck game, really. But it'd be interesting how Ryan Rapini gets on from obviously his first time from the pole spot. Of course, Teddy Cooper, his teammate, just behind. It's going to be quite interesting here. We've got 2 teams going at it, you know, between the 2 drivers of Evolution on your right-hand side and the 2 drivers from Cadets on your left-hand side. Cadets, who are a new team to the paddock from last year. Of course, comparing it to Evolution. Evolution been around for years. Big time games. So they'll head out onto the circuit. Ryan Rapini then starts from pole position. Stanley Williams second place from Teddy Cooper. Obviously running that K plate. He'll be starting from 3rd. It's Callum Sims from Logan Hartshaw, from Eli Baden and John Richardson. From Blake Southern, Nathan Edwards, Jacob Aston, Connor Large. From George Cole, Miles Burton, Dan Butcher, Alex Shepherd, Laurie McVie, Maximilian Prescoff. From Lucy Wilden, Zach Sidney, Eske Hewitt, Benjamin Lawn, Izzy White, Hayden Adams, Joseph Walton, Ollie Hutchins, Fletcher Groans, Jackson Heath, Luca Nibbs, Josh Phillips, Jack Exton, Jack Causer, George Phillips, Humphrey Hill and Buell Winslade rounds out your field of drivers. Obviously, new and upcoming stars is where we'll find these Junior Rotax drivers. These are some of the next generation. The next ones to take it to, hopefully, you know, Formula 1, British touring cars, are big names, and this is where they start. They start in Junior Rotax. They start here at Kimbolton. They head off and want to go racing for the first time asking. Yes, they do. Down into turn 1. Let's see how they all get on. It's going to be nose to tail. Look at Ryan Rapini, really hard on them brakes. Gets the car stopped. Teddy Cooper trying to look for second place at this carnage, bit further behind. That was a big issue there for one of the novice drivers here this weekend. That was the 24. That was Humphrey Hall, who didn't have the best start. Look at Ryan Rapini, though. What a brilliant start as they go side by side. That was Eli Baden and Teddy Cooper going side by side as they head through into the Dan Weldon section. But look at that lead so far from Ryan Rapini. He has absolutely drove off at the start of this race. Eli Baden trying to find a way through. I think that was Callum Sims, who was right on his tail as he all head through. Look at the Coles driver there. That's Logan Hartshaw, absolutely flying as they head down into turn 1. You'll see these drivers really struggling in these first couple of laps. Cold tyres means that there's less grip and a bit of carnage going on a bit further behind. Drivers go nearly 4 wide but managed to keep it on the road. That was some superb racing in the Junior Rotax field as they all come through. And down into Dan Weldon, Eli Baden still there in 3rd place. Sims there in 4th. 2 of the Jack Dex drivers closing in a bit further behind. Blake Southern there in 7th place. Blake, who's been on top form this year, has taken 3 final wins this year. Looking for more, that's for sure. Teddy Cooper now decides to go defensive, but Eli Baden thinks none of it. On the inside, Callum Sims trying to find a way through as well. That got very close. Issues there for the Coles driver. That's number 49. That is Nathan Edwards, who's off and is out of the race. That was really, really unfortunate. And he's gone off in fine fashion. He's really looking for a strong result. That would have been one of his best results so far this year. Unfortunately, all gone off in despair. Eli Bowden there in second place then. Of course, what a move from Teddy Cooper. He's trying what he did in that final a couple months ago. Doesn't get that move done. Now it's yellow flags into turn 1. Of course, that's for Nathan Edwards. Moves off the circuit, so you're not allowed to overtake. As well, we're seeing a couple of drivers maybe doing that. So no overtaking through turns 1 and 2. And they'll head down into down 1 and once again. Look at the gap still from Ryan Rapini. We would have thought that maybe it might have started closing in a bit, obviously with the tow and the slipstream coming into effect after the first couple of laps, but it looks like Rapini is still going. And Eli Bowden is definitely trying all he can to close in, but it's going to be a teamwork game here between Cooper and Callum Sims. And Callum Sims decides to go on the inside. That was a strong move from Callum Sims. Of course, Callum, he has been one of the fastest drivers here this year. Really high up in the point standing as well, and is battling with some of his rivals at the moment, because Teddy Cooper is obviously up there quite high in the championship. Only investigation, the 69 and 77. We saw the 69 making that overtake under the yellow flag at turn 1, so that could be the reason why. Another driver off the circuit at turn 1, maybe with another mechanical issue. That did look like it may have been Esky Hewitt, may have been Humphrey Hall. Well, we'll wait and see as to come round to finish this lap. Of course, a brilliant thing with the timing system, so it does tell us a bit more of the story of who's out. So 77 also under investigation. That is Daniel Butcher. I wonder what that might have been for. Maybe for the same reason of Callum Sims. But they all head through. Finish yet again another lap. 3 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time. And Teddy Cooper, he looks set to be making a move quite shortly. Teddy has found some pace and he's going for the move into the final corner. Gets that one done nice and smooth. Now the two teammates now working together. Will they squeeze and make Teddy Cooper into a sandwich? We'll wait and see. Look at the battling going on. Look at that Ben Maxton car. That's Logan Hartshaw. The 1-2-1 makes a double. What a move from the 1-2-1. Superb stuff from Logan Hartshaw. Used every bit of that defensive and absolutely sent it on the inside. Let's have a look for Teddy Cooper as well. This is going to be exciting. Of course, this is for the final spot on the podium. And it's all kicking off. There are your two retirees. That is Nathan Edwards, along with Josh Phillips, who was the other driver off. Number 26 there. So they've got a lot of work now to do. Because, of course, where you finish in this first heat is where you'll start for your second heat. So it's all about really conserving this result. Put yourself in a good position for the next race. Battles all throughout the field. And look at Teddy Cooper on the inside of Logan Hartshaw. He gets that one done, but Logan Hartshaw, will he try and find a way back? Eli Bowden's driven off. He's all set for second place. But the battle for the podium still raging on. The two Evolution drivers, Callum Sims, Stanley Williams, still working together. Blake Southern there in 7th as well. He's trying to close in. But Ryan Rapini still driving off. Has not looked back once this race. And look at the defensive from Teddy Cooper. He's having a proper hack with the rest of these drivers as he head through the first couple of corners. Teddy Cooper sitting on that white line, and I think that was a really good idea because it meant that he bunched everyone into each other. Now he's going to try and drive off as the rest of these three drivers battle it out. That's the Blake Southern there. Connor Large having a good race. He's up 3 places. He's up into 8th. But look at Blake Southern closing in. Of course, we said about Blake Southern, he's won races here before. Callum Sims running wide. That could be an opportunity for his teammate to go on the inside. No, Callum Sims covers off. They're going to still work together. But Blake Southern, he's found an opportunity. Will he go down the inside of turn 1? Williams knows he's there. Blake Southern round the outside. He gets that one done. No way! What a move from Blake Southern. Up to 6th place in fine fashion. That was superb. Round the outside of turn 1. You will never see a move like that before. What a move from Blake Southern. That may have been the best overtake of the day so far. Amazing. as they head into the final quarter. Logan Archer still there, 1-2-1. Still there in 4th place, driving really good so far. Stanley Williams running very wide. He's got Connor Large battling, as well as John Richardson. He goes into turn 1 as well. He makes a move on Stanley Williams. Stanley Williams having a really bad couple of laps, and that has really not helped him in, obviously, the race as well, maybe championship as well, trying to battle it out. Of course, these drivers, they will be looking at the championship, picking out who they need to beat in what races. Obviously, we're really counting down, only 2 or 3 rounds left to go in the championship, so really going to come down to the last stages of the year. Ryan Rapini, though, however, as he heads on to the final lap, has had an absolutely whale of a time as they all head into turn 1. The rest of the field does. He's about to head into the Derek's corner. He's absolutely drove off. The gap is 3 seconds from Eli Fadden, who's there in 2nd place. Eli's got about a 1 or 2 second gap to the rest of the pack. Logan Arshaw's not done yet, though. He's trying to still go for that 3rd place spot. Will he be able to do it as he head through down Warren's complex, down into the final couple of corners? For this man right here, Ryan Rapini, though, it's looking good for him so far. So yes, over start-finish line to take victory in the first tee. Eli Ballon there in 2nd place from Teddy Cooper and Logan Harshaw. They were side by side at the end. It was 900 between the two, and look at the rest of the field as they come flying in. It was Logan Harshaw from Callum Sims, Blake Southern, Stanley Williams from Connor Large, John Richardson, Miles Burton from Lucy Wilden, Alex Shepherd, George Cole, Benjamin Lawn from Maximilian Baskoff, Dan Butcher, Logan McVie, Joseph Wharton, Hayden Adams, Zach Sidney, Izzy White, Fletcher Groans, Jake Enton, Lucas Nubbs, Jackson Heath, Eskied Hewitt from George Phillips, Hugh Winslade, Jack Corser, Oliver Hutchins, Humphrey Hall, and it was Jake Baston, Josh Phillips, and Nathan Edwards. We lost in the race. There is Josh Phillips on your screens. So obviously you'll see on this kart there, black and white numbers. He is one of the novice drivers, so in his first 5 races of Motorsport UK Racing. So always great to see new and upcoming drivers in the championship. Obviously not the way he wanted to head out. He'll have a lot of work to do from the back of the grid in the 2nd heat. Nathan Edwards as well, who was one of our strong drivers here throughout the year. He's going to have some work to do as well. So, senior Rotax, all done. Junior Rotax, my apologies. All done and completed. A brilliant race. And we are looking set to go for our next race, which is, of course, the TKM Extremes. It was a brilliant qualifying from Spencer Lane, who once again starts from pole position. Spencer Lane has been on an absolute mission this year. Is absolutely sailing the field here in TKM Extreme. Alongside him, Luke Jarman. Both drivers, good mates, and they will be looking forward to having a nice battle for this weekend. In 3rd, a brilliant drive by Matthew Cornell. Michael Cornell, my apologies, who's back with us once again. Al Patterson, who joins us again as well. He'll be starting from 5th on the grid. Adam Sparrow is back once again. Now, obviously, if you've known about Adam Sparrow, he's been away racing Mazdas and has decided to scrap a weekend and come back to Kim Bolton back in his TKM Extreme. Adam, who was a very strong driver here at Kim Bolton circuit, has won championships here. He won British championships as well, so he is really one of the upcoming stars of motorsport, and it'll be exciting to see how he gets on. William Bloom and Thomas Shaw from Gareth Haynes and Sean Abbott from Ashley Ruggles. Johan Callie Churn from Harvey Jones, Jake Cox, Charlie Whitehouse and Jay Douglas rounds out the rest of your field. Now, it's probably not the biggest grid we're going to see today, but it'll definitely be one of the most exciting ones. There's going to be plenty of action with the TKM Extremes because they're so tight. There's not much you can really do to these karts. So it will really be all guns out, all guns blazing until the very end. So Spencer Lane, he leads once again as they head down into turn 1. Lights are out, we're off and racing. And what will Luke Jarman do on the outside? He's going to try and slot in. All drivers trying to slot in. And we're going nearly 4 wide as we head into turn 2. Turn 3 and down, straight down into Derek's corner. Looks like a good start by Matthew Cornell. He gets into 2nd place. Michael Cornell, my apologies. With Al Patterson there in 3rd. But Spencer Lane at the front still leads the way. He's got a decent margin so far. For a TKM Extreme race, a nice margin to be said. Al Patterson, of course, there in 3rd place. 4th place, Luke Jarman. Al Patterson goes for 2nd place. Can he get that move done? Yes. Michael Cornell, will he get to slot back into 3rd? Yes, he does. As they head down the start-finish straight to finish the first lap of the race. Turn 1, the 29, Al Patterson. We've seen him on and off here at Kimbolton over the year. A really good driver, of course. Struggling a bit financially to carry on going, but when he is out there, he has an absolute whale of a time. He's always on the pace, always a driver to watch out for, because he really has nothing to lose in these races. He can just go out there, have a bit of a laugh, and head home at the end of the day. Like he's got that freedom to not have to worry about a championship or anything like that. Can just go out there and have a good time. Luke Jarman on the inside of Michael Cornell. Alan Sparrow trying to do the double, and he gets both of them. That was superb. They're going to still head side by side down into turn 1, and I think Sparrow has got that move done. That was into 3rd place. Of course, a bit different for Alan Sparrow to what he's usually driving. He's racing in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. So a lot of different tracks, a lot of different ways you have to drive the car. But a driver like Adam Sparrow, he can jump in anything and be on the pace straight away. He knows exactly what he's doing. A real veteran to kart in. I suppose most of these drivers, you get a really good experience difference between some of the young ones who are still coming through, as well as some of the older ones who know their stuff. You've got Alan Sparrow, who's probably raced TKM racing for about over 10 years. He's been there. He's done it all through the junior ranks, through the senior ranks. As they head through down into Dan Weldon. Spencer Lane still increasing this gap. Driving superbly at the moment. Of course, running that O plate, because we won the O plate here not long ago. Obviously the TKM having that festival, which saw Spencer Lane have an absolute domination, took all heat wins and the final. And we're seeing it quite often from him now. A lot of race wins from Spencer Lane. Oh, that's got to be a late move there from Ashley Ruggles. We had a little look at William Bloom, but couldn't get that move done. We'll have a try a bit later on in the race. Of course, still 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to go, so still plenty of time to make a move. See, head into down low the corner. That's it. Lovely stuff from Alan Sparrow, who had a brilliant line through there. Kept that speed up. And now right on the tail of Al Patterson. That's going to be a late one to the inside. There he goes. He gets that move done into 2nd place. Alan Sparrow has not lost any of his stride in karting. He is still fully at it as he head down into Stowe Corner through the Willow section. Spencer Lane, who, as I said, has really improved over the year. He's been taking heat wins, final wins by storm as they head on to the TKM straight. Of course, TKM have been racing it for years, past most generations. These TKM classes really starting from near on the 80s, the 90s, where they got introduced. And held the grids ever since, and it was always a welcome way to get involved in karting. A lot more cost effective, and more brilliant, a better institution to your sort of Rotax and X30s, where there are people spending big bucks. But with the TKM Extremes, you don't have to spend much, and you can be up at the front end and you'll see most of these drivers here also running as a privateer, which is always amazing to see. We always prefer the privateers instead of those big teams. So head down the start finish straight once again. Lane leading the way, but look at Adam Sparrow here, slowly closing in. But the driver is actually fastest out on circuits, Michael Cornell, who's sitting at the back of this pack. Obviously, he's got the best slipstream. He's got slipstream from all of these cars in front of him. But he's doing a good job at the moment to hold on to that fastest lap of the race. Still plenty more time to go in this race. A minute and 20 left on the clock. Adam Sparrow has a little look behind, just to see the gap difference between him and Al Patson. Al, you can see him really working the car to get around the corners and get him down the straight. But you can see here, it's humanly able to see now. You can see the difference from that last lap to this lap of how much Sparrow is closing in. Sparrow, one of the fastest TKM racing drivers out there in the country. And he's got Spencer Lane in front of him, who of course has been a veteran, been in TKM for many years. He's one of the front runners in the top end championships, of course the British championships. It'll be exciting to see how it gets on in the last couple of laps. 20 seconds left on the clock then. And Alan Sparrow right on his tail now as he head through the first couple of corners. Now, it's a question of, did Spencer Lane back off for the last few laps just to save his tyres, or was Adam Sparrow really putting the laps in? Looking at the time difference, Adam Sparrow was 3/10 faster than Spencer Lane, so Spencer Lane really doesn't have the pace at the end of the race. So it's going to come down to the final lap once again. Adam Sparrow, what will he decide to do? Will he go for the move? Will he stick behind? Well, we've got one lap to find out. So head down the start-finish straight into Stowe Corner. Spencer Lane knows he's there. Starts to defend. Sparrow thinking, what will be the best situation to do here? Will I want to stick behind? Will I want to go for the move? We'll head down into Stowe. I got very close to Derek's corner. Adam Sparrow tried to have a look round the outside. Couldn't get it done. Has lost a bit of momentum now, but he'll close it up through the Down Weldon complex. He's got 2 more corners to go. Look at the speed difference. Adam Sparrow really closing in. It's going to come down to the final lap. Will he go for the move? No. Adam Sparrow decides better off it. He's going to go for the cutback. Who will take it across the line? It's going to be side by side. Oh, it was Spencer Lane who took victory at the end there. 500ths in front of Adam Sparrow from Al Patson, who rounds out your top 3. Luke Jarman finishes up in 4th. And Michael Corner, who rounds out your top 5. Now, I am a very happy boy, as I've been delivered some lunch, which, if you are here at the Kimbolton circuit, feel free to head down to the canteen area and get yourself some delicious hot food. I've decided to go for a chicken and chips today, just to treat myself. But there's all sorts of goodies down there, so feel free to head on down, get yourself a nice bit of lunch. And of course, if you are not here today, feel free to pop along. The track is completely open for you to enter. And if you are interested in getting more involved with karting, come around and come talk to the people. This is a brilliant community and environment to get involved with. So head on down and you know, have a little chat to someone. You never know what opportunities there are for you. There's always some way to get involved with karting, as we said. There's obviously being a marshal, being a mechanic, being a scrutineer. Now, we'll go a little bit of food. We're going to wait for the next race to go out, which is obviously the 177s. We'll be back in just a minute.
I actually don't know if I like the sense. All I want to know is, can you let us know when we're 69% through? That's all I care about, obviously. And then again at 6.9%.
And then 0.6.
Stop it! Wow, that's an order.
0.7. Someone sitting in the coach chair.
It's a really in the cuck chair. And we're off.
So it's time to get going then in 177, and it was an interesting qualifying to be said. There was 3 drivers who all qualified at the exact same time, and that was Scott Smith, Liam Ferguson and Ben Hitch. But up at the front end, your pole spot is Ollie Goodyear, who will start from pole. From Scott Clee, Josh Bass, Nathan Chafer. From Scott Smith, Liam Ferguson, Ben Hitch. Jonathan Rowton from Will Milner, Adrian Guart, who had issues in qualifying and hit the wall, and that lost him from doing another quick time. Something actually from Elliot Kennedy, Alex Jones from Dan Walker, Mark Taylor from Dave German, Bill Bower, Stavros, Dan Wright, Colin Walker, Jake Biggerstaff, Chris Everson, and plenty more drivers. A full grid of 34. And will we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Let's see how they get on. Looks like Scott Clee got an amazing start. He's into the lead of the race as they head through the first couple of corners. And into Derek's corner. There was a big hit to the wall at the exit of turn 3. I think that might have been one of the Hiltons as they head down into the final couple of corners. Ollie Goodyear still there in second place. And my apologies, that's Nathan Chafer who actually leads the way. So they'll head down in turn 1, obviously yellow flag sector, so no overtaking into this sector. So it's a strong start from Chafer and Goodyear, who are both teammates this weekend, obviously both running under the Nathan Chafer Racing awning. They also have a driver in senior Rotax off Brownless who will be out later today. Ollie Goodyear, who will spend his time in the junior Rotax, senior Rotax field, doing all sorts within the British Kart Championships. So it's done his time. Now into the 177s. A real good stepping stone for guys who maybe a bit too heavy for senior Rotax. A way to carry on racing and be under that weight limit. And the racing is probably more tougher in this than it is in senior Rotax. These guys really put effort down to the wire. Adrian Guart, who's had a good start. He's up into 4th place now, with Josh Bass there in 5th. And Scott Clee there in 6th place. Now I wonder what happened to Scott Clee at the start there, because it looked like Nathan Chafer was starting from 2nd place. Nathan Chafer guns wide, and Goodyear on the inside. That was a good move by Goodyear, and Liam Ferguson trying to find a way through. Ferguson doesn't have to run, he's going to have to sit behind. Okay, down into turn 1. Chafer back on the inside, but can't overtake him. The yellow flag sector, so he's going to have to hold back, wait for another opportunity. And of course that driver off at turn 3 is out of the car and into a safe spot. So Ollie Goodyear, who we've seen of course throughout this year in the 177 category, has put in a lot of time. And a lot of time he's been on the pace, as being shown here. He's at the front of the field, but just sometimes, with most drivers, haven't had the best of luck. Has pushed him down the field quite a bit, but he's managed to fight and get back up to where he should be. 4 minutes left on the clock. Then the racing still heading off, and Goodyear's starting to pull a bit of a gap now. He's already got about a second gap to Liam Ferguson, but Ferguson, a veteran around the circuit, he'll be trying to close back in. With Chafer there in third. Chafer, who of course finished third in the British Championships for 177s. With Adrian Ungwar there in fourth. Now Ungwar trying to find a move for third place. Ungwar recently testing out in one of the Civic Cup cars, so could be a next stepping stone for Ungwar in his racing career. Obviously, that's what the Precision Racing team do really good at, building a stepping stone from car into cars. Precision Racing working really closely with the TCR UK and the Civic Cup Championship to provide more exciting talent into their series. And of course, Precision Racing have seen brilliant talent into there. Of course, they've got Aidan Mitchell, who went into the Civic Cup Championship, and as well as Harry Blore, who went into TCR UK. On the inside goes Josh Bass. Adrian Ungwar dropped down a place. Number 99 is under investigation, and that is driver who's in 17th. That's Jack Taylor. So whatever he's doing has been notified by the stewards. But these heat races, Ungwar back on the inside of Josh Bass. You saw that back in the back of the shot. He manages to get back into fourth place. Ungwar up 6 places so far. Liam Ferguson up 4. So a few drives through the field. A bit further down, Jack Taylor, who started from the back of the grid in 33rd place, up 17 places to 17th. But Ollie Goodyear, you saw him there being quite sensible with that driving line. I think he's now thinking about looking after these tyres, especially with the 177s. They do tend to use the tyre a bit more because of that extra weight. So trying to look after these tyres is ever so important in these races. And a little talk about the track. Look at this first sector, really smooth, really hard to get right. You've got to be really sensible with the steering position. And then into Derek's corner, hit the first curve, get close to that second curve. Use momentum to drive you around into Danwood and Complex. You've got to get close to the second curve, run out wide, come back to the third curve, pick up the power, use that exit curve as you head down TKM straight into Kestrel corner, using a bit of curve to rotate that car, and on the brakes hard now for the Kim Bolton corner. Use the momentum, use the power as you exit the corner and down this straight, one of the longest straights in British karting. As you head back down into turn 1, and Josh Bass has got a big queue of drivers behind him. Like queuing up at a McDonald's. He's got all drivers trying to find their cheeseburger and chips, and look at the move from Ben Hitch, who gets on the inside of Adrian Ungwar. Adrian really been stuck in the sandwich there between all these drivers, losing out a bit of time, but that's gave the opportunity for Josh Bass to slowly pull away. That will secure him in 4th place unless Ben Hitch has any other ideas. But as they come through to finish another lap, it's super unfortunate for Ollie Goodyear. Crossed the line with 2 seconds to go, so he's going to have to do this lap plus another lap. Scott Clee now on the defensive from Adrian Ungwar, trying to defend that line. He made the move. Scott Smith on the inside. That was very, very late, but manages to get it back to get through. And now Scott Smith defends. You'll see some of these drivers, if they make a move for a long straight, they'll obviously go on the inside, make that move, and then defend the next corner just to secure that move. But around the final corner comes Ollie Goodyear, and he's going to start the last lap of the race. He's got a bit of lap traffic, and he's actually helped himself out because Liam Ferguson has got a bit of time to Goodyear through them blue flags. Look at Chafer as well, getting really held up. That is not the best place to catch one of these drivers. Definitely not the best area to overtake a back marker, but that's unfortunately how it goes sometimes. That only Goodyear, he's going to try and get past his one more kart. That's it, perfect, done. So he's got no more karts in front of him. It's going to be a nice drive. And the final couple of laps to the end of this race. Final corner goes Ollie Goodyear, and in fine fashion takes the win in the first heat for 177s. Ferguson there in second place from Chafer and Bass. Ben Hitch from Scott Clee. Scott Smith from Adriel Ungwa. Will Milner from Sam Yaxley, Elliot Kennedy. And David German from Daniel Walker. Jack Taylor, Mark Taylor from Stavros. Dan Wright, who up 2 places. Jack Taylor finished up 14th and he went up 19 places from the back of the grid. Jake Bickerstaff from Colin Walker. Jake Bradfield from Bill Bower, Chris Anderson, Richard Bull. Gary Bunford, John Davis, Mark Cushley, Jordan Tolley, Johnny Kent, Rob Church, Tim Mizzen, who was number 11 there. Tim's daughter actually racing in Junior Rotax, Molly Mizzen, with Lyndon Newitt and Jonathan Roughton, 2 drivers who didn't make it to the end. Of course, Lyndon Newitt is there on your screens. He had to DNF, and Jonathan Roughton didn't start the race. So as one race comes to an end, we're going back to our cadet racing now. It's time for Mini Inter, and we will get going in just a minute. Well, that minute came around very quickly, didn't it? We're back racing then. Mini Inter time now. And it's Rian Townsend who will start from pole position. Lewis Herberson beside him from George Quinlan, Jensen Sale. Toby Wortley, Jackson Hilton from Alex Deniskis. Will Eden, Seki Komatsu, Finley Beals, Odyssey Hole, Evan Miller, Wortley, senior 4th, Jensen Sale rounding out your top 5, Lewis Herberson. And in 7th, Alex Deniskis. Jensen Sale on the inside. Wortley losing nearly another place to Lewis Herberson. And obviously, John, you've been out there this morning, you've seen the track conditions, it's still pretty cold, and how does that go with, with the tyres and the handling, just for the people at home to get quite a nice representation? How does it feel out there?
It obviously is very cold at the moment. That was a very big, hairy moment for one of the Norrises, but as I was saying, it's very a little bit more different how you drive it. Obviously you have to warm up the tyres more, and at the very beginning of the race, obviously the kart's really sliding and cold, but as the race progresses the times get quicker, and just in general it really changes the groove. And what a great send from the number 43 of Lewis Herbert. It's a great move into the last corner, and it gets himself into 4th place, and as 3 wide into the first corner. Who's going to come out in front? Jensen Sale onto the inside, forces the 53 wide, 3 wide into the Willows. Who's going to come out in front? It's Jensen Sale, and he retakes back 4th place, but this pack shouldn't really be fighting at this stage of the race. They should try and work together and catch up to 3rd, 2nd and 1st, but Rian Townsend in 1st has managed to pull away by over a second so far, but this battle for 4th still rages on, involving Lewis Herbert, Toby Worthley, Jensen Sale and Alex Tolkinsis onto 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock so far. The battle for 4th still rages on, as now Sale has a look behind. Is 53 of Lewis Herbert's going to go for a move? No, he isn't. He's playing it a little bit smart, trying to work with Sale for a couple of laps, and hopefully they'll be able to catch up to the top 3.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting between Sale and Herbert. 2 drivers who have been at the front end of the field long, and it's going to really come down. Of course, they're battling for their own championships. Jensen Sale and Lewis Hobson both up there at the front end of that championship. And the rest of the drivers are going to be flying through. Looks like he gets that move done on Jensen Sale. And Jensen Sale going to try and find the cutback, nearly making contact with each other. Manages to keep it on the road. Brilliant drive from the rest of the field. Edward Munn still under another warning flag. That may have been for a bit of contact. George Wilden on your screens there, having a good battle with one of the Pro Train drivers. That was Leader Hewitt, who is one of our newcomers. He's still having a brilliant driver at the moment. Great to see a lot of new drivers into the championship and into karting as well. That's where you see most of the cadet drivers. That's where people like to start off, and then obviously work into their junior and senior categories. And John, yourself, you were a driver who started off in the cadet racing. How important is it to start off, not that early on, but get a good understanding for a car like the cadet chassis? Because it's a lot easier, and I say a lot more easier to learn about driving style than the cadet car.
Yeah, I would say that. Obviously, when I started go-karting, I was about 9, which in terms of karting is pretty old, but the cadet years are one of the most important years, since it really develops the driver and helps them to understand the kart bits of it, and trying to help them with the setup. And obviously, for example, let's say you're moving up from Honda Cadet to Intermax, which is the current race on there. It's a lot more easier than
a couple of drivers. And I wonder what that driver was stipulating. Maybe
I think he was waving. I hope he was waving.
Oh, he had his phone out. I think he was trying to.
Maybe
someone's probably had him on Snapchat, maybe.
Yeah, but as I was saying, the cadet years are really important for a driver. It helps them understand the components of the kart and really develops the driver and how to improve. But what I was saying with the Honda Cadet to Mini Inter, the difference of moving up to that is a lot more bigger than moving in Intermax to a junior Rotax. So it's very important for drivers' development in a sense.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, when you get into the juniors, you sort of want to be somewhat there with how the car control works, because that's when it starts to get a bit fierce. And like these two are at the moment. George Quinlan on the outside tries to have a little cutback on Jackson Hill at the moment. It's been absolutely flying. The past few months has really progressed as a driver. Got his first podium and first win not long ago. Obviously, he was the last winner out. And it was 2 months ago. 2 months ago since the last time I was here. It felt like it's been an eternity. More like as they come through. But at the front here, Ryan Townsend is going to start this weekend in fine fashion. A lot better how he finished the last one. Takes the checkered flag. Brilliant victory from Ryan Townsend, from George Quinlan, who has a brilliant drive to third place, because Jackson Hilton gets him on the line. 300ths between the two of them, Luke Hubson. And Jensen Sale rounds out your top 5 from Alex Liskis, Toby Watley, Will Eden, Finley Beals, Seki Komatsu from Odious Hole. Evan Melner rounds out your top 12 from George Wilden, Edward Munns, Neil Hewitt, Jake Hansford, Finley Thompson, Alicia Waterhouse and Ellie May. Bumford rounds out your field. 19 drivers in that one in the Mini Inters, and a brilliant way to finish for our final cadet group for the first heats. And we're going to go into our senior Rotax, which is full of our senior drivers. Of course, as I said earlier, if you're rooting for anyone, get on the YouTube chat, let us know who you're rooting for, and tell us something funny, give us some jokes, and we'll try and shout them out. If you want to shout anyone out, let us know. As we finish one of the cadet groups into senior Rotax, and John, we do have to say, senior Rotax might be the strongest field of class we have here this weekend. Of course, we've got KSS, they're very experienced. But when it comes down to fine-tuning, senior Rotax is where it is.
Yeah, I'd probably say the senior Rotax is the most competitive grid. Obviously, it's not as competitive as maybe in future years, but it's still really, really competitive. You've obviously got brilliant drivers in that grid, such as the likes of Dan Moore, Charlie Webb, James Tester, Ethan Martin, Oliver Smith on his senior Rotax debut, and he's doing a pretty good job so far. So I believe this is going to be a very exciting race, and Mount Tannen on this grid is going to be definitely one to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, Joshua Valance who starts from pole position. He is a veteran of the Rotax Racing, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax. James Tester here as well. He'll be starting from second on the grid. From Dannemore and Charlie Webb, who, well, good to see Dannemore here. He had a blowout when he was trying to get up here, so that nearly did end up well for him. Ethan Martin starts from 5th. Now, Ethan Martin has started up his own team, and you'll see one of his drivers there, number 63.
What's his team name called?
Oh, good question. I think it's EM Developments. So definitely have a little watch out for that. Oliver Smith, as I said, in his debut team. Debut drive in the senior Rotax field. From George Robinson, Jake Fisher, Archie Flint, Harvey Quick. From Toby Alvarez, Charlie F. Grave, Adam White, Sam Cook, and Arthur Browners, and the rest of your field will follow along as they go down the start finish line. Will we go racing? Yes, we do. James Tester really come over, putting Josh Valance on the concrete. Charlie Webb trying to go round the outside. Can he get that one done? No, he can't. Nearly to the wall for Joshua Valance, and a spin there for the number 31. That was a bit further down on your field. That was Angelica Kennard as they all head down into the first couple of corners. Ethan Martin pushing his way through. He gets into 4th place past Oliver Smith. Dannemore in 2nd place, but James Tester is your leader.
That was a very, very hairy moment for Charlie Webb. I honestly thought he was going to go in the barrier, but he manages to keep it on the road. But a very unfortunate start for him. But someone who has not had a someone who has a very fortunate start is James Tester, after really squeezing in Joshua Valance all the way to the inside. He managed to take 1st place, and it's been a very good start so far. There's biggest mover on the first lap is Declan Luff, up 6 places from 22nd to 16th. But this man here, James Tester, as you said, a lot of veterans of the sport here, and a veteran here is James Tester. He's been doing it for a very, very long time, and he's having a very good race so far. But Dannemore, he seems to be having the pace at the early stage of this race. He's slowly but surely gaining in on the 27 of James Tester. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens on the upcoming laps. As you see, in 3rd place, Joshua Valance, after having that poor start, is slowly, surely gaining in on the top 2.
Yeah, exciting to see. Of course, James Tester, you were saying about being a veteran, runs through his family as well. His dad was a lot of racing the classic formulas, and James and his dad himself are started up doing a lot of engine testing, engine dynoing. So great to see James not just being a driver himself, doing a lot of mechanicking as well, and a lot of engine work. Dannemore in 2nd place, one of your privateers at the moment. Of course, him and his dad Ian running on the tools. Dan, he's one of the best drivers, I personally say, in the country, pace-wise. Driving, he's an absolute semicolon, and if he had the funds to be with the team and have that extra bit of setup and equipment, there was what could it be for Dannemore? We could have seen him British champion and many more as we come through that Bolden complex. Down the TKM straight into the final couple of corners. Joshua Valance, after they're in 3rd place. Ethan Martin closing in on these top 3.
Yeah, and a little bit more on Dannemore. He's one of the sensations that a bit of a what if, because I'm going to try and push my knowledge as far as it can go. I believe it was, it was either 2021, around that area where he did British champs, and at one point he was in contention to win it. I think he had a bit of misfortune in one of the races that ultimately sadly put him out of it. I believe it's when in the big Minimax days, but he's definitely a huge prodigy, and he's still doing a brilliant job. He's, I think, one of the only big privateers out there, and he's doing an absolutely super job. But the driver behind him, Joshua Valance, recovering after that poor start, is all over the back of Dannemore, and down the inside of Dannemore he goes into turn 1. A brilliant move from the 28. Manages to get his stick with no switchback to worry about, as he now hunts after the 27 of James Tester in the Jack Dex Racing machinery.
That was a brilliant move there from Joshua Valance, and we were talking earlier about tyre pressures and how they can really change a race. Some drivers like to prefer tyres to come on a bit later on in the race. Some drivers like for it to come on straight away. I think Joshua Valance had his tyre pressure set, so they come on a couple of laps into the race, and it seems like it's starting to work because he's starting to close down the rest of the pack. Of course, Joshua Valence, who runs with the privateer but is with the RSR team this weekend under the awning, getting a bit of setup work, and that's what a brilliant thing with RSR is what they do. Anyone can go into their awning and they can help you with setup work and awning space and anything you really need. Joshua Valence, who's there in second place, now chasing down the Jack Dex Racing star, that is James Tester. Of course, James racing with Jack Dex for a couple of years now, has obviously grown a lot with the team and is using that to his to his knowledge. I mean, it's always good to stay on that same chassis for a couple of years, get used to the kart, because you get used to how to drive that kart, and that helps you as a driver to develop your skills. Ethan Martin now there in fourth place, driver who drove for Dan Holland Racing, and obviously, as I said, has started up his own team. Now, obviously, of course, Ethan Martin, speaking to him earlier, he said he had a few friends who sort of wanted to get into karting, and thought, better make the most of that opportunity, get them all into a team, and it means that we can work a bit closer with them all, and obviously go testing and doing bits stuff like that a bit easier to do. But look at Joshua Valence now, as looks like Ethan Martin now into third place, gets past Danamore as he head down the start-finish straight. But Joshua Valence now right on the tail for the lead. James Tasker, and a bit of contact there between the number 24, that's Charlie Webb, and Tobian Alvarez. They head down the start-finish straight. That was off the commentary box. You wouldn't have seen that. We'll be heading through the first couple of quarters now. Joshua Valence then now trying to find a way through. James Tester still leading the way. James Tester is thought about the defensive line. He's had to do that to cover off from Joshua Valence. There is George Robinson on your screens. He's there in fifth place. Joshua Valence now, he's still looking for a move. He's got the cutback move. Would be the lead change as they head down into turn one. They're going to be side by side. Joshua Valence sticks back behind him. James Tester, he's led loads of races here this year, so he knows how to win them. He knows how to defend. But will he be able to hold off Joshua Valence with a couple laps left to go? It's going to be this lap plus an additional lap, maybe another lap if they don't get round in time.
I think it's going to be 3 more laps left as James Tester is in first, and I think he's starting to back the field up a little bit as Oliver Smith in the background there in fifth place, having a good debut. It's down the inside, goes to 28, and the switchback is formed. This is going to be absolutely bad for Joshua Valence. Into turn one we go. They're centimetres away from each other. The Joshua Valence is no longer in the lead as here comes Danamore on Ethan Martin. A brilliant race so far this has been. As you said, the talent on this field is absolutely immaculate, but James Tester is now starting to back them up. He's hoping that they will start to squabble. He's got a small little gap though, so this is pretty good for James Tester. Onto the TKM straight we go. It is James Tester and Joshua Valence going head to head against each other. Oh, they're getting a little bit squirmy through midway through the corner. The last lap begins for heat number 1 for the senior Rotax. Who's going to come out in front as James Tester still remains in first. Switchback for Oliver Smith, gets into fourth. Brilliant switchback from the Cadets driver onto the Yamayutsu straight. James Tester, I think maybe he has won it now. He's got a bit of a gap now to Joshua Valence and Danamore. This has been a great race for James Tester, but the battle of second is still going on between Danamore and Joshua Valence. Into the last corner we go. I believe it's going to be James Tester in the Jack Dex Racing Machinery is going to take heat 1. A brilliant result for Jack Dex as they come in first place. Joshua Valence in second. Although he will be disappointed, he's had a very great race and will come home in second. And rounding out the top 3 for the heat is Danamore in third.
A brilliant drive there from the field, and it really got to the line, and James Tester manages to find a bit of time to carry on pulling away. Joshua Valence finishes in second place, just about held off Danamore and Oliver Smith on his debut race here at Kimbolton in the senior Rotax category. Takes fourth place. Ethan Martin rounding out your top 5 from George Robinson, Charlie Webb, Archie Flint, Tom Pryor, Tobian Alvarez, Jake Fisher, Charlie F. Grave, rounding out your top 12 from Declan Love, Harvey Williams from Harvey Quick, Elliot Rice, Jacko and Drawbridge, and Dan Renton, who made up 12 places. He finished up in 18th. Now, as the senior Rotaxes come to an end, it's time to go to the other side of the senior field to senior X30. Jack Dan will start from pole. Harrison Mackie, who made the switch from Fusion Motorsport over to the Ben Maxim Drive Development team, making a Ben Maxim 1-2. This will be exciting to see how Harrison Mackie goes. One of the leading drivers in Senior X30 this year. Reece Newburn from Hayden Eldridge, from Isaac Marsh, Josh Jones, Oliver Harris, Oliver Peculiar, Aaron Lash, James Reynolds, Max Anderson, Elliot Alessandro, Reese Barber, Jessica Fitchell, and James Waltman, and Bailey Rucker, as the two Ben Maxim karts head through the first few corners. Jack Dan, as we said, he dominated the last round of the championship and took victory in fine fashion. But Harrison Mackie, who joined us a bit earlier this year, really enjoyed his time racing here in the Club Championship before he headed off to the British Kart Championships. But he's back once again, ready to have a bit of fun. It's going to be the two Ben Maxim karts versus the two S8 Racing TB karts there on your screens. The green and black versus the white and blue. Who will take it then? There's only one way to find out. We've got 7 minutes plus a lap, and the revs will start to rise, and we will get racing for the first time asking. Down into turn 1. Harrison Mackie knows what to do in this situation. He's going to try and go around the outside. He gets that move. Will he hold on to it? No, he doesn't, because Jack Dan, he had a look. Never mind, he does hold on to it. Harrison Mackie leads the way then, down into the first couple of corners now. Harrison Mackie so aggressive on the car to get it slowed down.
Looks like he hasn't warmed it up properly.
Tyres.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you there, but it really does look like he's struggling a lot. He made that brilliant move into turn 1, but it just looks like his car hasn't switched on. But it's very important, though, to get into the lead of the race so he's able to warm up the car as efficient as possible. But I'm a little bit surprised. Are you sure he's definitely moved to Ben Maxim Motorsports? I'm just very, very surprised. He's obviously been in Future for a very long time in karting, so if he has or he's just there, it's very surprising indeed. But don't blame him. He's doing a brilliant job so far as he leads the race at the moment. A Maxim 1-2 as it stands, with Harrison Mackie, Junior X30 British Kart Champion, a prestige that many drivers would love to have, but can only be won by one. And it's going to be a very interesting race to say between these two drivers. But the battle for third here, involving Hayden Eldridge, Isaac Marsh, and Olivier Piccolo, which round 3rd, 4th, and 5th, is going to be a very interesting confrontation, if I might say.
It's going to be interesting as they come through. Julio, number 33. Harrison Mackie still leading the way. Jack Dan in 2nd place from Hayden Eldridge, holding on to your top 3. Just feel like Harrison Mackie's got a bit of a gap so far. That will help him out as yellow flags are out at the final corner. That's because Reece Newburn, who was starting up at the front end. Actually, yeah, Reece Newburn, who started from the 2nd row of the grid, out of the race. So that's not going to help his championship out, as he was one of the leading drivers in that championship. So he's got a lot of work to do now for that 2nd heat. Of course, when you finish in that 1st heat is where you start for the 2nd heat. So these drivers are going to be trying to be as consistent as possible. I think Jack Dan is thinking more of the consistent game. Of course, it is very hard to stay behind a champion such as Harrison Mackie. I mean, Harrison Mackie being one of the leading drivers, not just in the UK, but the Europe stage, even the world stage. Really, really up at the front end of the field. On your screens is Isaac Marsh. He's, of course, in that battle with Oliver Peculiar and Josh Jones, which is a bit further behind. But it's nice to see, as I spoke before about it, the track changes, you know, with the new white lines. Really see the number 69 gets a mechanical foul. That's Max Anderson, who will be heading into the pits. But for you, John, as a driver, how nice is it to see the upgrades that obviously the circuit has brought, painted curbs, new white lines? How does it for you as a driver?
Well, when I did the British Kart Championships that was a very tentative moment there for the number 33 of Olivia, but as I was saying, when I was doing the British Kart Championships here in X30, I didn't recognise the track. I'll be honest, the track looked completely different. I thought they changed, like they maybe added something, but no. But I believe it makes a bit of a big difference, since, in my opinion, I think it makes you go a little bit more faster in a sense, but it does change the track, like how you approach the corners a little bit, since obviously when there's like when the white line rubs out, that's roughly where you brake, but since it hasn't rubbed out, it obviously changes the braking points a little bit. So I believe it does create a little bit of a paradox of where you have to brake and whatnot, but it's still very interesting to see.
So the rest of the drivers, there's a bit further down on your field, Elio Alessandro moved over to the TKM Extreme, from TKM Extreme to Senior X30. He has got Jessica Fitch-Hall to battle with as to head down into someone. Jessica Fitch-Hall, one of the rising stars in, of course, a rising woman in motorsport. Great to see so many females getting involved. And she has done a bit of car racing herself, a bit of car testing. Of course, that was all with thanks to Formula Woman, who are more in the car world, giving more opportunities to more females to get themselves into the edge of racing cars. Of course, many professional drivers being found through that. Of course, the Formula Women being led by Gemma Hempworth and her family, who, of course, Gemma races out in GTs out in America, doing a brilliant job, and always great to see them battling up with all of the guys as well. Harrison Mackie still on your screen saying, look how smooth he is with his driving standards. I mean, you know, he's a driver of many talents. He's a driver who's led, as I said, at the front of the British field, at the front of the European field, which you don't find many people like that who can do that. But Harrison Mackie, he of course he loves his karting. Of course, he's going to probably be looking a bit further on in the years to come. Obviously, he's still quite a young lad, so he's got a lot of time in his racing career to go. As the number 23 is under investigation. That was Elio Alessandro. We were speaking good about Elio under investigation, so commentators curse once again. But as we said, Harrison Mackie's been with Fusion Motorsport for a few years now. Obviously learnt the craft through his cadet days, through juniors, of course, into seniors, and then a couple of weeks ago decided to make that switch. Of course, I think it was more of the development role for the team, helping try out some bits for the Ben Maxon team, and also provides coaching opportunities for Harrison Mackie to help out the other drivers in the team. But Harrison Mackie, you know, he's a driver who will definitely make it far in the karting world. Whether it will go into single seaters, whether it will go into car racing, that'll be another question. But you know, you've seen him race well. He's the main man who's leading the way in karting.
Yeah, he's definitely up there, and especially I believe this is his first year in Senior X30, and he's racing lights of Gus Lawrence, Freddie Lloyd, who are definitely well up there in the field, and he's done absolutely super jobs. Like overall in his karting career, he won Kart Masters, he's won about every single title you could possibly imagine. Well, maybe not the world title, but who knows. But I believe a driver who we've barely talked about in this race is Jack Dan in second place, and I'll be very honest here, I thought he would be absolutely dropped by Harrison Mackie, but no, he's catching him, and he's only a second off of him. But obviously it's a bit too late in the race with only about the last lap now, but he's done a brilliant job so far, and he should be very happy with his performance. He's racing with the brilliant lights right now of Harrison Mackie, of course, and Hayden Eldridge, who is a very well established driver. But it is going to be Harrison Mackie who is going to take heat number 1 for Senior X30. Great result for Ben Maxon Motorsport. Get a 1-2 earlier on in the X30 category. Great job by them. But as Harrison Mackie rounds out,
I was like, final couple of corners. Harrison Mackie still leading the way. Jack Dan, he's there in second place, and obviously will take the checkered flag. Harrison Mackie, who a strong victory in the end there. He had a good margin from Jack Dan, and that was something he'll be able to take into the last stages of the weekend. Hayden Eldred, 4-second gap from Jack Dan. So them two Ben Maxton carts look pretty quick at the moment. Isaac Marsh and Oliver Cudia rounds out your top 5 from Josh Jones, Oliver Harris. Aaron Lask from James Reynolds, Eddie Alessandro rounds out your top 10 from Jessica Fitchell. Bailey Brooker, Reese Barber, Jake Wortman, Max Anderson and Reese Newburn were your 3 retirees, and that rounds out the rest of your field. As we said, Harrison Mackie, he's looking pretty strong, isn't he?
Yeah, there's not really a lot you can say about where he went wrong in that performance. Absolutely brilliant job by him, and I believe everyone in Ben Maxton Motorsport will be very happy how he's done so far, and I believe they'll have no complaints whatsoever with that result today in that race. But another big class, an interesting class to watch, is the Junior Rotax Heat 2. It'll be very, very interesting to see who's going to come out in front of this. We've got lots of great drivers on this field. Joshua Smith, on his return back to karting, he was out of the seat for about 6 months, and after Dubai O-Play, and obviously he's came back here to Kim Bolton to obviously try and get back to the top step of the podium, and I believe it'd be very interesting to see who's going to win this, and yeah.
Of course, Joshua Smith, who joined the oh god, I'm losing my voice.
George Whitbrett Racing.
Yep, that's the team who joined not long ago, and obviously providing more coaching and development work for his drivers, and obviously now gets to do a bit more racing as well. Joshua Smith, who will start from second on the grid, because obviously Stanley Williams will start from pole. On your second row then, Callum Sims and George Fountain, Eli Baden, Aidan Fisher, Blake Silver and Sam Aston from Jacob Aston, Hassan Khan, George Cole, Toby Farbin, Daniel Butcher, Oscar Keane, as there seems to be maybe an issue, and is that for Hayden Fisher, who struggles to get going. He was driving starting from 6th, but he looks like he's got himself going, so
ooh, that's a bit cheeky.
Yeah, he's gone through the chicane there, so he's going to try and slot back into position. A bit further down then, Toby Farbin from Dan Butcher, Oscar Keane, Lloyd McVie, Sam Green Gomez from Lucy Gordon, Max Wheatley, S. Kid Hewitt, Miles Beworth, Izzy Wykes, Matthew Soap, Joseph Walton, Noah Moulton, Fletcher Groans, Archie Ray Watson from Lucas Nibbs, Tobias Johns, Jake Exton from Christian Kelv, Georgia Phillips, Archie Bookman, Pure Winslade. Rounds out your field of drivers. So, of course, big grid in Junior Rotax. 51 drivers. So, each driver will compete 2 out of the 3 heats. We have a B final later as well. Will we get going for the first South African? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1 then. Josh Smith tries to move over to the inside. Can't get there because Stanley Williams is there. And watch out for the Zip Kart driver trying to go around the outside as well. And will head on through. Spin there. Ooh. Driver going up in the air. And that was the number 77. That looked like Glory Oscar Keane. Daniel Butcher, who had an issue there on the first corner. That's not the way you want to start your race. But Callum Sims leads the way. And there's a spin there for Sanjay Williams, who manages to keep it going, thanks to Eli Baden, who spun him and then unspun him, which is pretty interesting. Brilliant start by Blake Southern and Hayden Fisher, the 2 JDR karts, who now leads into the final corner, but it's still Josh Smith there in second place. Callum Sims with a massive lead down into turn 1. The gap is already 1.9 seconds. That's going to be hard to close in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a brilliant start though from Callum Sims. He does really need this. Obviously, he's second place in the title. His closest title rival, Blake Southern, in first, is in third position, and he needs to get as many points as possible. As speaking of Blake Southern, he's just overtaken Joshua Smith for second place, so it's good news for Blake. Callum Sims wouldn't really want that. Obviously, he wants to get as many points as possible, but it's been a brilliant start though from Blake Southern, an even better one from Callum Sims, so it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to come out in front of this race.
Yeah, I think over the year, you know, Blake Southern and Hayden Fisher, 2 JDR drivers, both increasing their pace over the year. Joshua Smith, who obviously won the championship here last year. Joshua Smith, who a rising star in the karting scene. Of course, racing Honda Cadets. He started off his career here in Cadets as well. Moved up into Junior Rotax. Obviously was with the Jack's Motorsport team for quite a bit. And was working quite well. So with Project 1, started his career in Project 1. And they head round the final couple of corners. Blake Southern has spent this whole time with Jack Dex Racing. He's got Scott Goldsby on the spanners this weekend. Scott, who of course himself been around karting for many years. I mean, I remember racing Scott when I was about 8 years old, and he of course was a legend. And throughout the years, did a bit of karting with the Jack Dex team. Then moved on to do mechanicking. So there's always a path to go in motorsport. As we said earlier, you don't have to be a racing driver. You can be a mechanic. You can be a commentator. You can be a scrutineer. You can be a marshal. Anything is there, and the opportunities are wide open. And if you want to find out any more, go to Motorsport UK. It's down the inside. Goes Joshua Smith in front of Blake Southern, and I think the game plan here, John, is to work together and close down Callum Sims, who now has a 2.5 second lead.
And it's going to be a big lap here for Joshua Smith after making that overtake. Pace-wise, they're very, very identical across the field. They're all very similar, but it's going to be a very important laps here for Joshua Smith, Blake Southern, Hayden Fisher and Samuel Aston. But it's going to be important though for Smith and this train here, which goes down from 2nd to 6th. So it's going to be very important to see what this next lap will be. Into Kimbolton corner we go, and onto the Hind straight we enter. Let's see the lap time here. He is quicker, but only by a 10th. And at the current stage of this race, they're going to definitely need to go a lot more faster to catch up to second place in the title, Callum Sims.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be a few mistakes probably needed by Callum Sims if the rest of the field goes in. But we've seen Callum over the year. He's definitely not one who makes many mistakes. Obviously, we spoke about a couple months ago, lost that big time in that incident with Teddy Cooper. And he's had his bad luck over the year. And when he's had that consistency, he's really been up at the front end. And of course, Callum Sims doing double duties last times out, doing the X30 racing as well, took victory in that. So I think Callum's he's a driver who can sort of jump in anything and be up on the pace as the two Jack Dex Racing drivers come through. Hayden Fisher, in only his 9th race in Junior Rotax. It's still early days in the Junior Rotax category, and he's looking all right at the time being. Sam Aston there behind as well. He's made up 3 places. Mac Wheatley, who's in 8th, he's made up 10 places so far in the race. One of our rising stars. He's come obviously from the Cadets Racing, did a bit of Intermax, battled out for the championship in that class last year, jumped into Junior Rotax and still learning the craft. Not always the easiest thing to drive are these Junior Rotaxes. Number 18 given a warning flag. That driver who is a bit further down the field, the 18. Callum Sims, who still leads the way. Very consistent, very smooth driver is Callum Sims. Joshua Smith there as well on your field. Blake Southern and Hayden Fisher ran it 3rd, 4th. Aston in your top 5. And still there in 6th place, George Fountain, who we have to say had a brilliant qualifying session. And for you, John, of course, you're in the Junior Rotax race this weekend. Is there any drivers that you've sort of spotted this weekend thinking, hold on, he's a bit quicker than I usually thought he'd be?
I'll probably say Ryan Rapini in that instance. He obviously got pole position by quite some margin, which was pretty impressive by him, and he won by over 3 seconds, and I believe he's been doing a brilliant job so far. I think as it stands, he'll be the one to beat at the moment, but with the quality on this grid, you cannot count anyone out. You can obviously have brilliant drives through the fields. Over the years, you've seen people go from 20th to 1st or 15th to 1st, and you really can't count anyone else. Oh, that was a very close moment there between the 2 Jack Dex racers of Hayden Fisher and Blake Southern. They got very, very close on the brakes, but they managed to keep it clean, which is all fine, I suppose. But I believe at this stage of the race, though, I think Callum Sims has got a pretty decent margin. I think he'll take the win home.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. I think, as I said, Ryan Rapini, who took pole overall in qualifying, he was, a couple of attempts up the road. I know a couple of drivers probably questioning about how it might have happened, but, people develop over time, and that just shows a lot of talent, and he's probably grown and testing and stuff like that, and that's what you need. Karen going, good cut that move there from Blake Sullivan, who goes on the inside, down the inside of his teammate, looking not to go into each other, make contacts. That's the last person you want to hit. But on the final lap of the race here, Callum Sims has taken this race by an absolute storm, who took the lead from the first lap and has just drove off from there. It's been an excellent drive, an excellent way to come back to the championship, and is going to take the second heat win in fine fashion. Blake Sullivan goes defensive. That's not just going to ruin his run, but at the checkered flag is Callum Sims, who takes victory from Joshua Smith and Blake Sullivan, who rounds out your top three. From Hayden Fisher, Sam Aston, George Fountain, as the rest of the drivers can fly through. Wow. Max Wheatley in 7th from Sam Green Gomez. Eli Badden from Stanley Williams. Hasmin Khan from Jacob Aston. Oscar Keane from Laura B. Lucy Wilden, George Cole, Archway Watson. Miles Clement from Esker Hewitt. Noel Moulton, Toby Farbin, Dan Butcher, Izzy White, Fletcher Groan, Tobias Johns, Christian Kevard from Jake Exton, Lucas Nibbs, Hugh Winslade, Archie Butman, and our three retirees were Matthew Soap, Joseph Orton, and George Phillips, who didn't start the race. So a brilliant drive there in the second heat for junior Rotaxes, and of course the intermediate classifications will come out after the third heat. That will set up the grid for the B final and the final. So of course, as one category finishes, another one follows, and we're going back to X30 Racing. It's time for junior X30s, and Callum Sims, as we said, doing double duties, literally had to run out of his kart and jump into the next kart. That is very impressive.
I'm more surprised how quick he's managed to get there. I thought it'd take a couple of minutes. Obviously, he's in Parc Ferme and he has to wait for the gate to be open, but he's done a very impressive job to run from Parc Ferme all the way to his car. But the problem with double duty, though, is the fatigue with it involved. Obviously, these two classes are very different from each other. The tyres, the engine, the power out the corners and on the straights, and obviously, but the advantage is, though, to Callum, he has the track knowledge. He knows where the optimum line is, in a sense, because he obviously won the race, but because he's got more experience on track time at the moment. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he performs, fatigue to playing, but also knowledge of the track.
Yeah, Callum Sims going for the record, which is no one has ever won double duties at a Kimbolton Club round ever.
Oh.
This could be the first time it happens. He tried to do it a couple months ago, didn't work out in his favour, lost out in the junior Rotax race. Won the junior X30 though, so this could be it. Could this be the round where he does the double duties and gets it done? It's going to be a hard task. He looks set in the junior X30 one, but it's going to be about junior Rotax. Of course, Rotax field, a hard grid to battle against, and everyone's so close. And yet again, coming down to the wire. Gridman Sam back in action, getting his green flag ready, and we'll get ready to go shortly. Of course, as you said earlier, brilliant to see motorsport and motorsports in general becoming more inclusive, more diverse, creating opportunities for most people and everyone who looks to get involved as we get going. Callum Sims, of course, starting from pole position, giving the thumbs up to the camera. Max Wright in second place from Jack Baker, Alex Wiley, Zach McDonald, Adam Bourne, John T. Restrick from James Backwith, Louis Barker, Molly Mizzen, Finley Allen, Joseph Berkery, Isaac Chan, and Louis Marshall rounds out your careers. Molly Mizzen, who moved over to the X30 category, spent the most time of this year in the junior Rotax, now having a little taste of junior X30 action, of course with the Pro Chain Racing team, and of course her dad racing in the 177. So great to see a bit of father-daughterhood getting going here at Kimbolton. A nice Senna livery helmet there. That's one of the drivers in third.
45.
That's Jake Baker, who I have to say probably his best qualifying so far. Hasn't been up at the front end this far. Max Wright having a good year so far. Has developed that chassis and that engine very, very well. Developed as a driver as well. Learning more as he goes along. But Callum Sims seems to be the man to watch. Zach McDonald as well. Zach McDonald, who of course in the British Championship as well. He's been improving in that. He's been improving around here as well. One of the BMR karts, one to watch for as well. Will we get going first? South Africa down into turn 1. Yes, we do. Let's see how they get on there. Max Wright on the outside. Callum Sims to the inside, holding that K-plate. Big contact there.
Sims is off.
45. Jack Baker and Callum Sims, who we were talking so good about, is off as well. He's going to have to go from the back of the grid throughout this race. As a lot of bodywork damage for Alex Wiley, who is at the front of the championship. That is exactly not what he wanted. But look who has taken the front of the field. Zach McDonald from Max Wright in second.
That was a very, very tentative but also very interesting start there. Obviously, I believe with cold tyres they struggled into the first corner, but Zach McDonald has had an absolutely storming start at the moment. Went from 5th all the way up to 1st. It's a brilliant start from the fellow F1 Kids Junior commentator. So, yeah, pretty cool. But it's very, very interesting to see, though, that many big names in this race are all the way down in the order. So it's going to be very interesting to see how far up they can recover. But also, for the drivers on the lower end of the field, this could be a great chance to get a great result.
Exactly. I mean, we've got drivers such as, Molly Mizzen, first time in the X30 category, still getting used to the car. And at the moment, running really strong at the moment, in 6th place. There she is on your screens. And a technical flag for Alex Wiley, who had that front bodywork damage from the incident on that first corner. Of course, Molly Mizzen behind Finley Allen, who moves over to the right kart. He, of course, was with Tim Wilson Motorsport, recently made the switch, and obviously is enjoying it so far. There's a 45 on your screens. Jack Baker trying to close in some time. But Zach McDonald still leads the way then. It's Max Wright in 2nd place. Adam Bourne in 3rd from the rest of the field. As they all come filing through. Callum Sims there on your screens, so number 69. Not the 69, now the K-plate. As he won that K-plate a bit further on. Callum Sims wiping the visor. So he must have still got the visor. And of course, we did speak about the rain. The clouds are getting a bit darker. We could have rain shortly. This will definitely change up the racing as they head on through down into turn 1 once again. This is a bit further back. This is one of your novice drivers. That's the 37. That's Joseph Berkery, my apologies. Lou Marshall behind, and John T. Restrick. Obviously, a driver we need to speak about is Louis Barker, who had an amazing race last time out. Obviously, was in the podium spots for most of the race, and then didn't end up being in the end. But I think that was a real big spark point for Louis Barker. A couple of issues. That was a great battling going on there between number 37 and the BMR kart. That's the 5th, the 67 now, John T. Restrick. And they all managed to file their way through. Up at the front note, still Molly Mizzen on the back of Finley Allen, who Finley Allen took pole position here not that long ago, only a round or two ago. That was for the Kim Bolton Festival. So Finley Allen's been improving over the year as well. Molly Mizzen doing an amazing job to get up to front end, and Molly Mizzen, who is looking at getting into the GB4 Championship soon. Obviously seeking out for any sponsor who would like to get involved with an amazing story of a female driver going up the ranks into GB4, into GB3, and hopefully one day into F1 Academy. And we're just seeing out our commentary box. From one side, it is actually starting to rain, and from the other side, it is still pretty dry. So the rain is sort of coming, but only in the final couple of corners. So this is going to be quite interesting, actually. We've got half the track which is not wet yet, but just a bit wet for the drivers to sort of notice on their visor strips, and half the track which is dry. Might be the weirdest conditions we've ever been in. Yeah,
reminds me of a time at PFI when, if you know what that track is, has a very interesting bridge section where that bridge section was completely wet. It was like flooded basically, and the rest of the track was bone dry. It reminds me of that though, but with how much rain there is, I think it'll make minimum difference to the drivers out there on the track. But it'll be interesting to see, though, that once the rain gets down harder, what difference is that going to make to the drivers? And obviously, this driver here, the number 80, Zach McDonald, he's going to be the one that's going to experience the rain first, and he's going to be almost the benchmark for second place of where does he have to brake in the wet weather.
Yeah, number 80 is Zach McDonald. We haven't really spoke much about him in this race because he's just been leading the way and having a whale of a time, but he's improved a lot over the year, it has to be said. Zach, who came into karting not long ago actually, it was only about a year or two ago since he started, but has really developed over the year. Now running as a privateer, which is always great to see. He used to be in the Strawberry Racing team, now pulled away, come back to the privateer, and I always prefer people who do that because they have the time in a team, and some people enjoy it, some people don't. There's some pros and cons to being in a team, but there's also a lot more that comes with being a privateer. You get the more family lifestyle, I think. You get to enjoy a bit more, having nights out with the family and actually enjoying the car a bit more. I think I say that when I was a privateer in karting, really enjoyed having that family effect with with your family, and that's always the best thing to have, especially in a sport like this where the pressure is massive and there's a lot on the line, and parents can get a bit stressed, and I think I know as well, and I think John, that it can happen. We do all get stressed, we all do get a bit annoyed, we can get angry at each other, but it's always good to, in the evenings, grab a beverage and enjoy everyone's time together.
Yeah, obviously parents do get stressed, but sometimes it's because of how well their child is doing and they're winning the race, and obviously they're going to be stressed about that. Everyone would. And obviously it's a great sport though for privateers. It's a sport where privateers can get quite a bit of backing in a sense as well from sponsors, and it's very interesting to see because obviously Zach McDonald was in Strawberry for quite some time now, if I remember the top of my head, about a year and a half I think. And as a privateer, he's doing a very impressive job at the moment. I think he's one of a couple of privateers. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he gets on with the rest of this race as the last lap falls down, and I believe he's going to coast away for this win.
Yeah, he looks pretty set at the moment. I mean, Zach Donald, who you just saw it on the shots there, was being quite sensible with his driving, really smooth, and just holding on to them tyres. Of course, these Comet tyres that run on these X30 karts, not the easiest tyres to look after. So you've really got to, put all your grit in to make sure you drive nice and smooth. Well, watch Zach McDonald here through these last couple of corners. Watch his steering inputs as he head into the final corner. Look at this, nice and smooth, barely any steering inputs as he heads round the final corner and takes the checker flag in the first heat for June X30s. Takes victory from Max Wright in second place. It was Adam Bourne who rounds out your top three from James Beckwith. Finley Allen, Callum Sims recovers to sixth from Molly Mizzen, Jack Baker, Louis Barker from Johnny Restrict, Louis Marshall, Joseph Berkery and Isaac Chang rounds out your field of drivers who finished the race, and Alex Wiley with an unfortunate DNF because of that contact at the start of the race meant that he had a front Nizzoo panel go up, and that was the end of his race. Not always the best way to go out, but that's the unfortunate thing as Isaac Chang comes in to finish. What a race that was. Zach McDonald pretty cleanly drove away, and it looks like when it comes to later stages in the the second heat and the final, it's going to come down to Zach McDonald versus the rest of the grid. John Richardson is heading off, and thank you, John, for your time, and we'll hopefully see you a bit later as the next race gets ready to go. It's the second heat now for our drivers, and the first one's coming up is the cadet group. Now look at your camera, you can see a couple wet spots, which means that it is raining and there might be a wet track coming quite soon. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Sawyer Henderson starting from fourth. Of course, this is a classification from the second heat. So these drivers who obviously finish up at the front. They'll finish where they started. Well, they'll start where they finished. So all the drivers heading out on the circuit, of course. Honda Cadets and the Micromaxes will come off just shortly. James Murphy, of course, had issues. He'll be starting for the back of the grid, but up at the front, it is Arthur Murphy, who obviously took victory in the end. From Keane Delaney, Denner Rowlands from Sawyer Henderson, Mason Becker from Harry Search, Theo Hamilton, Nicholas Short, George Pickett, Harry Parker Ray, Keaton Doherty, George Teese, Preston Howard, Ben Bowers, Alf Saunders, Bradley Sutton, Archie Edgar, Mason O'Connor, and a lot of love for Archie Edgar in the comments. That was from Eileen Sinfield. And as I said, anyone else who wants to shout out any of their friends and drivers, someone's saying good luck to Stavros, who's racing the 177s, but it's time to get racing in Honda Cadets. Will we get racing for the first time? Asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. It's a full start flag, and they're going to go round once again. Obviously, the stewards and the officials weren't very happy with that one, and a couple of spinners. Oh, dearie me, that is exactly what you'd not want to do after a full start. That was the 58, who was a bit further down your field, who had a bit of issues. That was Alistair Saunders, one of our novice drivers. He's going to try and file back into where his starting position was. And the Micromax field, let's have a look at where they are starting. Of course, Isaac Garth took the win, so it'll be Isaac Garth from Noah Wilklow, from Mason Munster, Ollie Brudd, Thomas Landler, Milo Taylor, and Rafe Owen rounds out your field. So Arthur Murphy, who's back on form again, who a couple months ago didn't seem to have the pace like he has today, but he's back where he has been pretty much most of the year. Keane Delaney showing up once again. He's going to be there in second place. Sawyer Henderson got that wet visor on, so he obviously sees the rain maybe coming in this race. As he heads down into turn 1, lights are out, and we're racing. Keane Delaney on the outside. Arthur Murphy trying to brake and trying to turn at the same time. Harry Parker Ray with big spin. That's it. Theo Hamilton. My apologies. And it's all gone tails up. Theo Hamilton has managed to stay safe, but I think that's going to be a mechanical flag to the pits. James Murphy is into the barriers as well. That was not ideal. That, like Theo Hamilton, who went for a spin there, and then the rest of the drivers just piling through, and I think that really messed up the grid. We did lose a couple drivers in that one, and we'll tell you who they are as they come around to finish the first lap. Harry Search with a brilliant start. He's up into 5th place as they head round the final corner to finish the first lap of the race. Sawyer Henderson now chasing down Arthur Murphy, who leads the way into 3rd. Deno Rowlands, Keane Delaney there in 4th place. They come through the first sector, all flat out for these drivers. And you keep the power on, use the slipstream. Sawyer Henderson right on the tail now of Arthur Murphy, and it looked like Sawyer Henderson, who has a mechanical flag. Sawyer Henderson, my apologies. Sawyer Henderson's not the 27 now; he's the K plate. I need to be a bit. I need to pay attention a bit more. 27 was Sawyer Henderson's number. Now he's got the K plate. I do apologise for all the Sawyer Henderson fans there, because he is all right. He is still going, and he's having a good battle here with Arthur Murphy. The number 27, who has the mechanical flag, is Ben Bowers, who is there in 11th place. So he's going to have to head to the pits now. And that is unfortunately the end of his race. Arthur Murphy running a bit wide. That's the opportunity for Sawyer Henderson on the inside. What will Denner Rowlands do? Will he try and look for a move as well? He's got the momentum now. Will he go into Derek's corner? He had a look. But look at Murphy on the inside. He's going to go down the inside of Sawyer Henderson. Gets that move done. That's a well done from Arthur Murphy. Found a bit of space to nip his way through, and he's done so. Sawyer Henderson still there in second place, trying to find a way through. Can he make it? It's going to be a question that will be answered in the next 4.5 minutes. Denner Rowlands there in 3rd place. Is he going to look for 2nd place? I think these two need to work together now. Keane Delaney there in 4th. The main question here will be, will they work together, or will they just battle for themselves? Great to see in the back of this pack here Nicholas York, who has been really developing over the year. now on the back of Mason Becker and Nicholas York, who's in 7th place at the moment. And I've actually done a bit of work with Nicholas York myself at the start of the year, and he's a brilliant kid, really destined to learn more about his driving style, about the car as well, and someone to watch for the near future. And of course, for any of these drivers here in the cadet categories, which, you know, some of the youngest stars we're seeing right now on your screens. If you want to get involved in them, if you're a company or a business who wants to get involved with these drivers, you know, head on to social media. These guys have growing platforms using social media to market any company and their tools. Head over to their social medias, head over to their websites, have a look at these drivers, get their names and get onto them early before they become into a big thing. You could be the start of their journeys. You could be the person that makes that impact, that takes them to the edge. Arthur Murphy, who leads the way, and I think these four have decided to sort of stick together now and not make any moves yet. I think they're all thinking the bigger picture here. No need to battle now when we have, of course, the finals coming up a bit later. Finals are where you're going to make points and trophies. You get double the amount of points in a final as you do in a heat. So, of course, it's important to get the points in early in the heats, but then finals where just, you know, where you can make most of it. Number 27 under investigation now, so obviously still out on circuit, hasn't headed into the pits just yet. That's a bit naughty. He may be getting black flagged soon for that, because that is not what you need to do. You obviously get 3 laps to head into the pits if you get a mechanical flag. After that, it can turn into a black flag if the car is deemed dangerous. But up at your front, look at Deno Rowlands having a little look for second place. Deno, who, as I said, I think most of these drivers here, we're seeing that progression with them over the year. Arthur Murphy getting a bit sideways, it manages to keep it going. Henderson tried to look on the inside, that was going to close, and he manages to slot back in. I think, yeah, these top 4 all progressed over the year, and we've seen that with each and every one of them in their own little way. Rowlands to second place, and just look up a commentary box here. A lovely shining green car has blended into the grass as he did a bit of lawnmowing. Manages to keep it on the circuit. It's all kicking off a bit further behind. The battle's raging from about 10th place downwards, but these top 4 at the front. Oh, the question is, what is Rowlands going to do? He's got the pace for the lead, but will he go for the move now? Will he sit there and wait? 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, and Rowlands thinks that the time is now. Murphy's going to try and move over. He can't do it. Here's going to be Rowlands to the lead. Murphy's going to try and fight back. Sawyer Henderson is going to sit there and wait for an opportunity. Who will Sawyer work with? Will he work with Rowlands, or will he work with Murphy? It's going to be a train of 2 carts, 2 by 2, as they head into Derek's corner. And Murphy still manages to hold on. Henderson looking for an overtake, can't get it done. Rowlands second place. Sawyer in third. Keane Delaney waiting for an opportunity. And a bit further behind is 3 drivers, my apologies. Harry Search is in the middle of Nicholas York and Mason Becker. This pack is really raging on now. 25 seconds left on the clock. Rowlands is going to try and defend it again. Leading the way now, Arthur Murphy in second place. Sawyer in third. And yet again, I do have to say, Nicholas York, his best drive so far. Has never been in the pack for the lead. It's going to be there in just a moment. 2 laps to go in this race. Murphy and Rowlands side by side. Will Murphy try and find a way through on the outside? He's going to have a look. Can't get it done. This is going to really come down to the last lap now. 4 drivers could win this second heat. It's all about the points now. It's all about getting that good result. And Murphy thinks it's time to go now to the inside. Henderson tries to find a way through. Can't get it done. The top 3 now. The 3 drivers who are behind this top 4 now all close in. It's a 7-car battle for the lead. Rowlands is leading the way, but will he be able to hold on for one more lap? Rowlands versus Henderson. And look at Murphy to the inside, gets the move done. Will Rowlands go on the cutback? He's going to try and go round the outside. That's a move that's never going to be easy to do, but he's keeping his nose in. He's having to pull out. Murphy now leads the way on the final lap of the race. He's done it once again like he did in the heat before. This is ever so close. Murphy defending into the last corner. Will Rowlands go for the cutback? Becker's going for the move on Keane Delaney, who will be at the end of the race. It's going to be side-by-side action, and I think Murphy's just about held on to it by the skin of his teeth. Rowlands there in second place, and Sawyer Henderson finishes up in third place. On my timings, actually, Rowlands has taken victory by 200th of a second from Murphy. Outstanding. In the Honda 200s actually came down to the line. Sawyer Henderson there in third, from Mason Becker, Keane Delaney, Harry Search, Nicholas York, and James Murphy up 15 places to 8th. And it was a win in the micros for Rafe Owen. So first heat win for Rafe Owen, who made up 20 places to 10th. From Noah Wicklow, Ollie Brunt in third, Mason Munster there in fourth, and Isaac Garth finishes in your top 5. So that was the end for the Honda Cadets and the Micromaxes, their second heat of the day. Now it's going to come down to the fastest karts in their second heat. Of course, this is the KZs. And it's Darrell Henderson who starts from pole. Luke Sellingham there in second place. Now you see one of the drivers has got their wetsuits on. So obviously they felt like the rain was going to come down a bit harder. And it hasn't. It came for a moment and then it disappeared. Now there is a bit of confusion going on here in the KZ kart on the grid. And the grid marshal trying to do a good job of helping everybody out, but a bit of confusion, and I think it's in a car.
That's really funny. This is actually making my day so much better.
So we'll have to wait and see. Isaac Smith, they're in the middle of the track of the pit lane, and so a bit of confusion going on here, but I think we might be able to go racing shortly. And yes, we are. We're going to get going now. So these drivers will start to pull away and get their karts started up. Of course, Hannah Lang starts from second, who had a brilliant first heat, a brilliant start to her day. And we'll be looking at getting going in just a minute. So drama for Darrell Henderson, who isn't going. Darrell Henderson is not going to. I thought he was not going to be going there. He looked like he was about to get out of the car and storm off, but he managed to get his car back up and running as the rain is starting to come down once again. And it's going to be much harder for these KZ karts in these sort of conditions. Look how slow they're having to tiptoe around the Dan Weldon complex. And they've all managed to carry on going. This is probably the hardest kart to drive slicks in the wet on. You can see the spots on the visor and on the camera as well. These drivers will head round the final corner and they're going to get another lap just to get used to the track conditions. And I think that was a really good safety call from the HKRC team to allow these guys to have another lap to get used to the track conditions, especially on these tyres, because you can see these tyres are really cold and very hard to warm up in these KZ karts, so they need that extra lap just to get that temperature in, because it's also seen as a safety standard, because of course these drivers cannot get the tyres warmed up. As there's a spinner for Kai Springfield, who exited the third corner just off the commentary box and spun the car. And I wonder if that was a mechanical issue or if he actually just spun it on his own. I think he did just spin it on his own, so that is not ideal for Kai Springfield. But he's going to manage to keep himself going. He's going to have another try to get himself back on the road. But really interesting here, seeing how the rain plays around. Lucas Henningham, though. Lucas is very good in both conditions. Look at the rain on the camera. It's really coming down on this part of the circuit, but this part only, which is the interesting thing. Of course, one side of the circuit completely dry, one side completely wet. The grid marshal doing a really good job of putting all these guys in the correct grid positions. Of course, Darren Henson starts on pole. Hannah Lang, James Beecroft, Luke Henningham, Ryan Green, Bradley Calder, George Barker, Kai Springfield, Sylvius Kilmass, Nick Aitken, Nino Picolio, Isaac Smith, Lee Robertson, Rich Smith, Josh Price, who starts from the back of the field, and Lucas Blanford. It's a full start. They've been told to go round once again. And it's a staller for Ryan Green. Ryan Green didn't get himself going, but they're going round once again. And I wonder what this is for. I don't think he's managed to get himself going. Ryan Green has got himself going and will restart. But I think this may be, once again, just to give the guys another lap to get used to these conditions. As well, obviously, with the rain and that last sector. So you saw there, the guys getting the red flag. And that's to tell them that obviously there's something wrong with either the grid positioning or they need another lap. And that they'll get the full start flag. Hopefully, we'll be able to go for the second time of asking. Hannah Lang having one of her best weekends so far this year. Lines up on the front row of the grid with Dower Henderson. A first time to the circuit this year and is doing very well indeed on that intrepid car. James Beecroft there in third. Henningham in fourth place. And all the drivers will be soon watching for the lights. As we have lost a couple drivers. Red flag being shown. We may go round once again. Never mind, we're going to get racing. So, lights are on. It's a changing track surface, and it's lights out, and away we go. Beecroft gets a horrible start, whilst the rest of the field gets underway. Darrell Henderson leads them down into turn one. Luke Henningham trying to go round the outside, and it's now raining all over the circuit. Now, slicks in wet conditions is never easy, but in a KZ car it makes it 10 times as worse. Let's see how they get on then. Darren Henderson leading the way with Hannah Lang in second place, Lucas Henningham in third. That will be the first driver to hit any wet surface, and he'll be the first one to experience it. This is very, very sketchy stuff in this KZ race. This is really the drivers putting everything on the line. 6 minutes to go, and one driver we need to watch out for, of course, is Josh Price, who manages to get the engine swapped, and they're going to try and work their way through the pack. He's already made up a couple places on the first lap, but he's still got plenty more time to go. That's always a good thing with these heats. 7 minutes plus a lap, so they've got plenty of time to make moves. Josh Price is already up to 12th out of your 16 runners. Kai Springfield at the back. I don't think he managed to get a good getaway. Darrell Henderson now leads the way. Hannah Lang in second place as the rest of the pack files through. Third place, Lucas Henningham on that JDR car. See his engine being manufactured from the Czech Republic. So great to see that international twang on these KZ drivers and the KZ karts they've been using. Loads of different manufacturers in this field as well. And I think there's a lot of confusion. I think the marshals have been very confused about the weather, as it's sort of raining at one point, and it stops raining, then it rains again, and then it goes away. So I mean, we know that it's going to probably come down a bit later on at a more harder degree, but it's not always the easiest stuff. I think the drivers either want to know it's wet or want to know it's dry. When you have that sort of tentative feeling between the two, it's always not the easiest thing to not just drive, but to push through mentally. As the rest of the pack comes flying through your screens. This is the lead pack, which, you know what, it's looking alright for the time being. We've still got 4 drivers leading this main pack. Darrell Henderson, Hannah Lang, Luke Sellingham and Isaac Smith. And a bit of racing going on there between Leo Robertson and the number 53. And that was a bit for battle for 7th. And Leo Robertson got past Nino Piccoli on that lap. Isaac Smith, who we spoke about before, of course, TCR UK vice champion, and obviously has done his stuff in touring car racing, as well as Josh Price, who was ex-British touring car driver, but really was fascinated by the work of the KZ car, wanted to get involved and has stayed there ever since. Josh Price, who's just made a move on Nino Piccoli, so that puts him up into 7th place. As the rest of the pack is flying through, and an issue for Lucas Blanford, who is heading down the start-finish straight just off the commentary box. He will be heading to the pits as this battle up at the front. Hannah Lang is there and ready to pounce if anything goes wrong, and there's Lucas Blanford on your screens heading into the pits. Brilliant shots captured by the TNL Sports crew, who do a fantastic job every month to bring you live action. That's Darrell Henderson live on your screens now, still leading the way. Luke Sellingham there in 3rd. And Hannah Lang in the middle of the sandwich. Who will make the move first? Will Ellingham try and go on Hannah Lang? Will Lang try and go for the lead? Will Isaac Smith get involved and try and go for the top 3? We've got just under 3 minutes left. And look at Ellingham. We know Ellingham's made some interesting moves over the years. Some have worked out brilliantly, some haven't. But he's going to have to really bust out one of them moves. Look at Hannah Lang trying to go for the inside. That's going to be ever so close. And making moves round there in a KZ car is never easy to do. And she manages just to hold on. Ellingham's trying to go for 2nd place. Oh, that got ever so close. And what a save by Luke Ellingham, who loses out a pace to Isaac Smith. But that could have gone very, very wrong indeed. As Luke Ellingham nearly loses control at over 100 miles an hour as he head down into Dan Weldon Complex, but he's managed to keep it going. Ellingham drops down to 4th, Isaac Smith into 3rd. This could be Isaac Smith's opening opportunity now to this lead. He has to get past 2nd place first, and that is never easy, especially when your name is Hannah Lang, who has shown some excellent pace over the years. So Hannah Lang there in 2nd place. Darrell Henderson, who, as I said before, hasn't actually raced here this year, but he's still doing a mega job on that Intrepid kart. To the final corner, chucks it in, picks up the power now. Really hard to get right, and as they head down one of the longest straights in British karting, these KZ drivers around this circuit, they get up to some amazing speed, and obviously they have to tune the car for this event. With these long straights, of course, they've got 2 of the longest straights in the country. So you have to try and set up the kart perfectly for them, but also for that final technical sector, which is obviously never easy to get right. And you've got to try and carry as much momentum and speed through as possible. But on the final corner, Darrell Henderson still putting the laps in as they head into turn 1. Turn 1 being a really hard braking zone for these KZ drivers. Of course, as I said, hitting the turn 1 at over 100 mile an hour, and need to slam on them brakes to get the kart slowed down. 30 seconds still left on the clock then here at the Kimbolton circuit for Heat 2 in KZ UK. As we said, the 8th round of the championship, so things are starting to be tied up. Champions will be crowned in the rounds to come. Who will they be? Try and put your comments in now. Who do you think is going to be a champion in one of these classes? Let us know on the live stream. Let us know. So come into the final top of the corners. And down the start finish straight. Of course, we've got the KZs up now, and then the one after that will be the 250 mono, and that's an issue for Isaac Smith, who's pulling off the circuit. In the final lap of the race, the driver who was sat in P3 is out, and yet again, just like he left the championship, it's another mechanical issue for Isaac Smith. Super unfortunate, and he is absolutely left with despair. But as they head round the final corner, Darryl Wilson's making it 2 for 2 here at Kimbolton. Hannah Lang in second place from Lucas Ellingham, who rounds out your top 3. And it was an amazing drive from Joshua Price up to 6th place, up 9 places to 6th. Lee Robinson up another 9 places. He was up to 4th place from James Beecroft, who was sandwiched in the middle. Ryan Green and Bradley Calder from Nino Picilio. George Barker, Kai Springfield, Richard Smith, Sylvius Kumas, Nick Aitken, and Isaac Smith and Lucas Blanford were your 2 retirees at the very, very end. We lost Lucas Blanford halfway through the race, but on the final lap, it was Isaac Smith, and he went out in the worst way possible. As one gearbox race finishes, it's time for the next one. It's the more older karts, the 250 mono. Definitely doesn't say they aren't one of the quickest ones out there. The amount of speed these gearbox karts can get up to is pretty impressive, and great to see the Burrell Art branding showing a lot more in the obviously the KZ karting and the 250 mono. Seems to be a lot of drivers using that chassis. Definitely a chassis. A favourite chassis, or recommended one, and that is Max Snell we're looking at. The number 8, 31, Don Brown will start from pole position. Callum Smith and Dan Brown rounds out your second row from Harry Morris, Kieran Metson, Ryan Lawson from Dan Rawdon, Matt Allnutt from Russ Cornick, Lee Stamp, Tim Woods, Jack Bliss, Sam Harrison, Reese Woods, Jack Rolfe, Martin Smith, Marcus Hudson, Chris Lawson, Aaron Powell, and Matthew Duncan rounds out your field of drivers. So you've got plenty of action coming your way in this race, and then of course you've got TKM Extreme coming over after this one. TKM Extreme will be a question of will Adam Sparrow be able to take a victory? We'll have to find out soon. But in the 250 monos, it was of course that battle between Tim Woods and Jack Bliss for the lead. Them two seems to be the fastest drivers on circuit. Let's get ready to go shortly. We're just gonna get the marshals a signal to say they're all good to go. Green flags are up, and we're heading out onto the circuit. It's going to be Scorpio plate, Jack Bliss, one of the fastest drivers out there at the moment. He's got a lot of work to do from the middle of the pack. It's definitely starting to get a bit colder here at the Kimbolton circuit, and that may come into effect if obviously the kart handling. So you guys have to work the kart up just a tiny bit harder just to get more heat and temperature into these tyres. These drivers getting 2 formation laps. As of course a safety standard, just to make sure they get them tyres switched on and to a working standard, and of course the engines, make sure they can get all warm so they're all ready to go. Lovely smell as well of these 250s. If you are here at the circuit, you'll be smelling them from a mile off, but if you're not here at the circuit, of course, thank you for watching on TNL Sports. And if you want to follow more of the TNL Sports and everything else they cover, feel free to drop a follow, like and subscribe, and don't miss out on any of the action that's still yet to come. Of course, you've got the rest of the rounds here of the Club Championship, but you've got other bits and bobs that the TNL Sports crew cover and provide you brilliant shots like they are right now. So, of course, your 2 drivers at the front of the field, Don Brown, Max Snell, they're going to be the ones leading the way. But with these standing starts, it always comes down to... It all comes down to the starts. The starts can make a big difference and a big impact to your race. So, as you said, number 31, number 8, both on your front row. Now, I'm just having a little look here. The 31, Don Brown, I think he may have overshot the grid. And that could be something to watch for. But we'll let the more important people sort that out. And we'll get going for the second heat in the 250s. Lights are on. 4 lights upon us. Lights out, and away we go. Number 31 doesn't get the best of start, but number 30 crawling as he got going, and that was not the best start as he head into turn 1. All drivers trying to find a way through, but I think one driver spinning there at the very back of the field, and that looked like maybe Aaron Powell who went for a little spin. But at the front, it's that very bright green and yellow kart of Don Brown, number 31, who still leads the way as they head down into the final couple of corners. It looks like may have been a good start for one of the Viral Art drivers now on your screens. That looks like Matt Walnut, who had a great start. Now yellow flags in turn 1, so no overtaking, and that is because obviously the retiree of the 56, my apologies, who is Martin Smith. He hasn't got away, as well as Kieran Metzen, who we lost on that lap as well. He went off at the second to last corner, and you'll see him just being pulled away now on the screens. Matt Allnutt, as we said, he came from doing a bunch of TKM racing, obviously got his own gearbox 250 mono car and now racing it all over the country. He's really enjoying it. A lot different, he says, to his TKM car, but there's always going to be some differences between the single gear and these gearbox cars. These obviously a bit different to your KZs, a bit more brake horsepower and a bit more different bodywork, bigger exhaust as well. I think the KZ is more the... that's a good move there from the number 1 on the inside. That was Lee Stamp on his way to second place. Lee Stamp looks like he's one of the fastest drivers out there. Jack Bliss is actually the fastest driver out there in third place here on the street. But these drivers in second and third look like they might be chasing down the leader here. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock. It's still quite likely it could happen if they keep putting in the laps. As they head down the TKM straight into Kestrel corner. As I said, different driving styles, and you've probably noticed that throughout the day, different driving styles with each type of car. 250 is that O plate. Looking for the British champion. Whether he'll be able to find a way past is another question. But in the 250 Mono Championship, it's looking strong once again for Lee Stamp. Has put a foot wrong all year. He put a foot on the dirt though as he exited the down one complex. That got a bit close, using all of the track that he paid for this in the morning. Matt Allnutt still there in 4th place. And losing a bit of time from these top 2, but obviously different parts. So, different speeds, different handling. And that is actually, you might be able to tell, so you'll see Allnutt closing quite a bit in the corners, but down the straights, these guys tend to pull away quite a bit. Allnutt can brake just a tiny bit later and close in. Around the final couple of corners. The drivers in the top 4, a bit look further back. Aaron Paul is in 9th at the moment. He made up 11 places. As they all head down. And does that maybe a move change for second place? As there is the 56 there, watching his fellow competitors as the lead and the battle for second place starts to rage on. The number 1 versus the O plate, who is going to take it. Look at Bliss on the inside, gets that move done, or does he? Because look at the one blade, got to go around the outside. That's going to be ever so close, and he gets it done. What a drive for the number 1, Lee Stamp, who licked the stamp and sent it round the outside. Very Daniel Ricciardo-esque with the Lee Stamp. He Lee stamped and sent it around the outside of turn 2. That was a brilliant drive, but still loses out to Jack Bliss, who managed to get down the inside. And once again, heading down the start finish straight. And you'll be able to see around you, clouds still get a bit darker. The rain is starting to come back in very small amounts, but still could be a big difference, a big change into the latter stages of the race. As the pack comes flying through. And it's still Jack Bliss there in second place, Lee Stamp in third. Really lost a bit of time now from second place, but he's slowly chasing down the leader here. Here's Jack Bliss. Number 31, Don Brown, under a bit of pressure as we head into the final minute. Don Brown once again versus number 1, number 0, my apologies, of Bliss. And look at Bliss, he's right on his tail now. Number 31, Don Brown's lost a hell of a time on that final lap, and this is the opportunity now for Bliss. Could he take his first heat win of the weekend? It's going to be close. Look how much he closes in on the brakes. He's just there. He's waiting for an opportunity, and it's going to come in the final stages of the race. Into the final corner, he has a look, goes to the outside, tries to cut back on the inside. Bliss versus Brown with 20 seconds left to go. It's a 2-lap dash to the end. Bliss to the inside. Will Brown try and come around the outside? He's going to go for the cutback. Will Brown get it? Yes, he does. Brilliant stuff for the 31. Keeps it going. Bliss now looks to try and go down the inside. It's going to be neck and tail. Will he wait the move? No, he can't. Brown holds off once again. It's Brown versus Bliss to the very end. It's really going to come down now to the final lap. The O-plate versus the 31. It's going to be a cutback move once again from the O-plate. Can he get it done? No, he can't. One more lap to go here in the second heat for the 250 monos. And this is some of the best racing we've seen so far this weekend. The O-plate versus the 31. And it's going to come down to the very end. This is the last spot, the last choice, and that's very late on the brakes. This is the last opportunity for these drivers to get some points that will lead them into the finals. It's really going to come to the final corner. What will Bliss do? Will he try and get the cut back? It's going to be close. He can't do it. Don Brown takes victory in the second heat, and he is ecstatic with that result. Here's the O-plate and the 1 plate with Matt Allnut in fourth, as the rest of the pack comes flying through. What a drive in the 250 monos, as the rest of the pack, you can see all different karts, and that was definitely one for the ages. That was all the way to the very end. They went. Number 34 finally through. Just having an issue with my time system. Now we've got some timings. It was Don Brown who took victory from Jack Bliss. Lee Stamp, Matt Allnut, Harry Morris, Aaron Powell made up 14 places to 6th. Jack Bliss made up 11 to 2nd. From Jack Rolfe, Matt Snell, Tim Woods, and there's a couple of drivers congratulating each other. That's always great to see. That was your driver who won the race in the yellow suit. Taking a breath there. That definitely was a workout between the two. But look at that, friendship at the very end, despite battling for the win. Bit further down, past your top 10, Reese Woods finished 10th from Marcus Hudson, Ryan Lawson, Sam Harrison, Dan Rawdon, Russ Cornick, Chris Lawson, Callum Smith and Dan Brown rounds out your 18 runners from Matthew Duncan, Kieran Metz and Martin Smith, who were your retirees. Now we're just going to take a second for our next race to head out, which will be TKM Extreme. And this obviously is going to be the race. Who will take it? Will it be Adam Sparrow who will try again for victory? Or will it be Spencer Lane? We'll find out in just a moment.
Just in case anyone's wondering, according to my rain map, we are going to get it any minute.
Am I comms on? Barely. Am I comms on now?
Yes. I'm never going to lie to you before.
So the flag is about to be raised, and we're about to have the TKM Extreme carts back out on circuit for their second race. Of course, it's earlier. If you're rooting for anyone, put it in the comment section. Let's see who you're cheering on for the rest of this weekend. We've still got plenty of action left to come with, obviously, the second heats and those important finals. So there's a B final for the junior Rotaxes. That'll be one to watch. Only a certain amount of drivers will be able to make it through to the final spots on the A final. But this is TKM Extreme, and it's Spencer Lane who starts from pole. Al Patterson, Luke Jarman, Michael Cornell, Ashley Ruggles, Johan Kelly-Chun, Adam Sparrow from Thomas Shaw, William Bloom, Gareth Haynes, Sean Abbott, Harvey Jones, Charlie Whitehouse, Jake Cox and Jay Douglas rounds out your field of drivers. Will we get going for the first time asking? Yes we do. Down to turn one, Al Patterson on the outside. Will he try and send the late one and try and go round the outside of turn one? No, but he tries to go for the cutback. Spencer Lane runs very wide, and that's going to lose him out big time. Look how many spots he's lost already. Ashley Ruggles into third place. What a start he's had. As they head down into Derek's corner, Adam Sparrow is in a spin. Adam Sparrow loses control of the car on cold tyres, and look at the rest of the pack trying to find their way through. As Luke Jarman takes the lead of the race. Al Patterson there in second place from Ashley Ruggles, and the rest of the pack all in one come back round into the final corner. They go to finish the first lap of the race, but Adam Sparrow losing it at Derek's corner. That is not often we see that. And he's going to have Harvey Jones have a little battle with. As he head down into turn one, Al Patterson, Ashley Ruggles yet again from Michael Cornell. And then it's Gareth Haynes from Spencer Lane who dropped all the way down to 6th. Thomas Shaw, Adam Sparrow, Harvey Jones, Johan Kelly-Chun. Rounding out your top 10 for William Bloom, Jake Cox, Charlie Whitehouse, Sean Abbott, Jay Douglas rounding out your field. Al Patterson, I think he's just waiting for an opportunity now, finding a way through. He's got 5.5 minutes to do so, so he's got plenty of time. He's just got to wait for a mistake, and this is his time now. On the inside goes Al Patterson. He gets that move done. The overtaking opportunity at the last corner is used quite a lot. With its simplicity of getting past the driver. All you need to do is send a late one on the inside, the last corner, keep that momentum up, keep it down the start finish straight, and that is your move sorted. The 26th of Jake Cox, even a warning flag for contact. Al Patterson into the lead of the race. We didn't see that coming, and that was pretty much out of the blue, but he's managed to keep it going. Al Patterson leads the way from Luke Jarman in second place. From Ashley Ruggles, Michael Cornell in fourth place. See around the final corner to finish yet another lap of the Kim Bolton circuit. 4.5 minutes still left to go. We've still got plenty of time for these drivers to sort themselves out. And of course, the final race is the last opportunity for drivers to score vital points for them finals. The higher you can get yourself in the heats, the higher position you'll have in the final. And that is where starting places will matter. it may not also matter, you know, anything can happen. It can all be ruined in just one lap. That's how harsh motorsport can be. But these drivers, especially on a TKM tyre, very hard compound these maxes. So they're going to have to work twice as hard to get some temperature into them tyres. Al Patterson though still leads the way. He's really working the car, and I think that's why he's driving off just like he's doing now. He's really good at being aggressive on the car, getting that tyre temperature straight away. Of course, some drivers try to do that with the tyre pressures, try and get them as high as possible, so they come in quite early. Like Cornell getting the head down into the final couple of corners. Still a brilliant drive from Cornell. As they head down, start finish straight once again. And Alan Sparrow down the screens, battling with Spencer Lane now. These two who, of course, were battling for the lead in the first heat. Now times have changed. Now battling for 5th place. Luke Jarman there in 2nd place, with Cornell rounding out your top 3. Ruggles losing just a bit of time. He's still there in 4th place, but just off the pack of these 3. Okay, around the final corner. All these drivers have been really consistent so far, and the times are not changing whatsoever. Cornell looking for 2nd place. Will that be a strong move? Yes, it is. Cornell, who is on one of the oldest chassis in TKM Racing this weekend. He's on a kart from nearly over a decade ago. So very impressive, and just shows you don't need all the newest equipment to still race. You can get an engine, you can find whatever chassis you want to use, and you can just get racing. That's what he's done. And a big promotion as well for TKM for making the engines and everything so balance performance so tight that these drivers, no matter what chassis they're using, they can still be close to each other. Al Patterson working the car still with a minute and a half left on the clock. Luke Jarman, who spent his time away racing cars this year in the ST150 Championship. That's with the Fiesta Mark 6s. Looking good so far in that championship. He's been in the mid-pack, sort of learning the craft still. Not always easy to race a car, especially when you're trying to switch back between the kart and the car. But Luke, who's still a big fan of the karting, has obviously come back to carry on his legacy. And battle's going on a bit further behind. Ash Ruggles losing out to Adam Sparrow. Will Spencer Lane look at a move on Ruggles? He goes for the cutback in turn 2 and gets that move done. That was just off your commentary box there, but you'll be able to see just now as they head through. Alan Sparrow up into 4th and Lane into 5th. Now look at Cornell here. Cornell is really close in now on Al Patterson. This could be a move for the lead of the race coming up shortly. 30 seconds left on the clock, so we're going to get 2 more laps of racing after this one. And it's going to be a neck and tail to the very end, just like we had in the last one. Look at Cornell on the inside. Patterson did not cover off enough, and Cornell has found his way through on the inside. How will Patterson respond? Will he try and go for another move? He's going to be tapping the back bumper. Cornell thinks it's better off to defend. That was a smart decision from Cornell to cover off from Patterson. Patterson still in 2nd place as they head round. And Luke Jarman waiting there just for an opportunity. Waiting to see what these guys do. Will they battle each other, or will they slot in these positions and wait for the final where the trophies matter, the points matter? So one last lap to go. Al Patterson, he had a look to go for the dummy move there, but couldn't get it done. He was waiting for an opportunity. Cornell sticking to that inside line, will not move whatsoever. as they head down, and Cornell sitting on that white line once again. There's just no way for Al Patterson to get by. It's got to be a really sneaky move if he wants any opportunity, as they head down into the Dan Weldon complex for the final time in the second heat for TKM Extremes. But who will take it at the flag? It's going to be one of these two. It's going to be Michael Cornell, or it might be Al Patterson. Patterson's going to try and get the cutback move. He's got the momentum. Will he be able to pull alongside? No, he won't. Cornell takes victory here in the second heat for TKM Extreme with Patterson alongside him. It's going to be Luke Jarman from Adam Sparrow, who closed in big time on that last lap for Spencer Lane. Ashley Ruggles from Gareth Haynes, Thomas Shaw, Johan Calichurn, Arthur Jones from William Bloom, Sean Abbott, Charlie Whitehouse, Jake Cox and Jay Douglas rounds out your finishers. All 19 finished. 15, my apologies. And what a race that was. Yet again, another battle to the very end, and it's going to be an exciting final coming up a bit later on today. With one senior race, we head to another one. This is the Rotax 177s, and it's got Clee, who will be starting from that third row, who we need to keep an eye out on. Ollie Goodyear starts from pole position, Liam Ferguson alongside him from Josh Bass and Nathan Chafer. Chafer starting third with the free plate on. Ben Hitch from Scott Clee, Scott Smith and Adrian Dubois from Verona, Sam Yaxley, Alex Jones from Elliot Kennedy, David German, apologies, Daniel Walker, Mark Taylor, Stavros from Dan Wright, Jake Biggerstaff, Colin Walker, Bill Bauer, Chris Emerson, Jack Taylor, Jake Bradfield, Richard Bull and Gary Bumford rounds it out. Midfielder drivers, they've got John Davis as well, Mark Cushley, Jordan Tolley, Johnny Kent, Rob Church, Tim Mizzen, Lyndon Newitt and Jonathan Roughton, who rounds out your whole field of drivers. So yet again, strong grid for the 177s, and it's got a lot of drivers who could take victory. It's going to be about how Ollie Goodyear manages this start. Will he be able to pull away from the front? We'll wait and find out. It's going to be hard to do it against Liam Ferguson, who's the main man on form here in 177, who will get to the first corner first as he head down the start-finish straight into turn one. Ferguson and Josh Bass having a great weekend so far. He's going to try to go to the outside, half spinner there, and it's all getting caught up. One of the Gillards getting caught up. That was the 72, who was Chris Emerson, who didn't get the best of starts there, as a bunch of drivers dropped back to the back of the pack. But at the front, it's Ollie Goodyear from Nathan Chafer in second. Goodyear there. He was obviously took the win last time out, trying to take that momentum into the second heat. Chafer in second, from Ferguson in third, Ben Hitch, Josh Bass, and that's a late one from Liam Ferguson. Tried to go down the inside, couldn't get that one done, but then thought better and thought, right, okay, in that case I've got to defend my position and try again a bit later. Liam Ferguson got a whole train of carts behind him, all the way down to around 13th, 14th position. So it's still all to play for in the early stages of this race. Ollie Goodyear now leading the way. As we said before, Lathan Chafer, both drivers running under the same team. Chafer using the CRG car, Goodyear on the OTK but running under his certificate. Ollie Goodyear on the OTK, Ben Hitch, contact there, Scott Clee heading off, and as well as that, contact was made with Josh Bass as well. That's going to drop him down the field, and was very confused with another driver that went off. That was Newitt. He was a bit further down the field, saw him cutting the centre of the grass. So must have had some big issue go on there, but he's managed to get the kart stopped. He's out of the race as well. Scott Clee managed to get going, but he's dropped a bit further back. He's going to have a bit more work to do. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock. Dave Chafer in second place. Ollie Goodyear and Liam Ferguson both up at the front of the championship, as well as that man on your screens in the orange helmet. That's Adriel Ungwa, who's having a superb debut season in the 177 category. Scott Smith, who's been in the 177s as well as senior Rotax, he's had a brilliant drive so far this season. Ben Hitch, who got caught up in Scott Cleese incidents, he's dropped down to 6th, but he isn't done just yet. Sam Yaxley's there behind him in that green and white Tony kart. So we've still got plenty of drivers who all have the pace. I mean, the fast car around circuit is the man in 3rd place, Liam Ferguson. That battle for 4th going on now. Scott Smith really trying to look for a move on Angel Ungwa as they head down on the complex. Ungwa, so with that precision racing team who offer the karting to cars pathway, a lot of drivers and teams doing that now, open up more opportunities for drivers to excel their skills into the bigger world. Ferguson has a look for 2nd place, couldn't get that one done. They'll go around once again, the number 3 versus the 166. Into the braking zone of Derek's. Chafer throwing the car around, which is what you want to do in these cold conditions. You really want to chuck that car around. Get through into Derek's and look like Nathan Chafer. He's starting to struggle a little bit. Ferguson's going to use that as an opportunity to find a way by. Will never be easy though, but he's going to try and turn one. Chafer thinks better of it. He sits back. He's going to wait for another moment. Think more about the final situation. Look after them tyres, so you're in better use for later on today. As yet again the clouds start to get darker, and yet again can only mean one thing. It means there can be some rain coming up shortly. It was due to come in around 3 o'clock. It's 2:30 at the moment, so we're going to get something in the next couple of races, and that'll be on a much wider scale. Chafer, who we've seen him have big ups and downs throughout the year, has taken heat wins, has taken final victories as well at this circuit, but has either just struggled with setup or getting into a bit of a tangle with other drivers. Really have to put him on the back foot, but he's been working hard to try and close in his lost ground, and it seems to be working at the time being, because he's sitting there in 3rd, got a brilliant gap to the big guys behind. Turn 1, through turn 2, through turn 3, on to the units straight, through the Derek's corner. Hard corner to get right, hard complex. You've really got to throw the car in and hold on to the car, hold on to all the G-force should be pulling through the corners. And everything that comes with it. 50 seconds left on the clock then, and I think the leader, being Ollie Goodyear, has extended his gap even more. He's already up to near 2 seconds, bang on 2 seconds in this race. His gap to 2nd place, so he's really putting the lap times in. Consistent driver out there. He's 300ths faster than the driver in 2nd place, over 2 tenths faster than the rest of the field. Very, very impressive. Scott Cleese managed to bring himself back up to 11th place, but he'll be absolutely devastated with the way that race went. Jonathan Roughton, the driver who's made a big moves, up 16 places, up into 17th at the moment. Obviously the driver who started from 33rd on the grid. Jack Taylor up 3 places, he's in 19th. So the board has shown 0. We'll get this lap and another lap left of racing. Scott Smith there on your screens. Has Ben Hitch for company right in front of him. He's been closing in the last couple laps. Could it be a overtaking opportunity? Josh Bass also having a good race. He's having a good weekend so far. There's a couple Drivers making some moves so back. We've had 2 retirees so far in this race. Jake Bradfield, Lyndon Newitt. So great to see. Not many drivers having to excurge from the race. But the second heat in 177s is near coming to a close. It's still Scott Smith, Ben Hitch on your screens, and this is the battle for 5th place. That's for the edge of the top 5. Now closing into some back markers, but that won't care much to Ollie Goodyear, who I think has got the perfect margin. There is Tim Minson on your screens, and hopefully he should be able to get out of the way for Ollie Goodyear as the rain starts to fall in small amounts once again. Ollie Goodyear gets past and takes the checkered flag. It's 2 out of 2 for Ollie Goodyear, and now he's just got that final to do. Liam Ferguson finishes up in 2nd place from Chafer, Ungwa, Ben Hitch from Scott Smith, Josh Bash from Sam Yaxley, from Scott Clee, Will Milner, Elliot Kennedy, Daniel Walker from Alex Jones, Steve Ross and David German, from Dan Wright, Jack Biggerstaff, Jack Taylor, Mike Taylor, Colin Walker, Bill Bower, Jordan Tolley, Gary Bumford, Richard Bull, Chris Emerson, Jonathan Rolton. We lost on that final lap at the final corner. A couple more retirees with, of course, Jake Bradfield and Lyndon Newitt. So, that's one heat race comes to an end. Of course, we have got the 3 heats in Junior Rotax, so they'll be the ones out next. And this is the final opportunity for some of these drivers to get some final points for their final grid position. And of course, for any drivers who have retirement, this will be major because they'll have to start in that B final. Of course, you've got to watch out for getting any disqualifications or anything like that. If they do get caught, if they do get disqualified, if they get a DNF, that will really mess up the point situation from. And of course, the B final, where only 6 drivers can make it through to the A. It's going to all come down to that final race with the Junior Rotaxes. Josh Smith, I think it's going to be it's going to be between Ryan Rapini and Josh Smith. One of these 2 will take victory. Who will it be though? And it might not be. We always keep playing the old guessing game, but it can always change. So the Junior Rotaxes about to set off. So, as you said, it was Ryan Rapini who took pole position. He'll be starting from 1st on the grid. Josh Smith and Teddy Cooper. And we'll try and get an entry list up for you, but time system's just playing up, so please bear with. We'll try and pick out who we can. We have one of the Zipcart drivers started on the 2nd row as well.
Sorry, mate.
And Logan Artshaw, who really showed up in that 1st heat, he'll be starting from 5th. Hayden Fisher, John Richardson from Sam Aston, Nathan Edwards, Connor Large in there. And here we go, we've got a bit of a grid here now. George Fountain is your driver who starts from 4th. And some drivers to watch out for a bit further down. Drivers such as, Jack Corser, Josh Phillips, Tobias Jones, Ollie Hutchins.
What about the road?
Loads of drivers have a good opportunity of taking victory here. Let's see if we get going for the first time asking. Yes, we do. Down into turn 1, Joshua Smith trying to find a way around the outside. Well, who will be later on the brakes? Is everyone going off? It's really coming down the rain. And it's a couple of spinners. One of Dave Edwards racing carts is off. Zach Sidney's off as well. Looks like Archie Butman might have been off as well, but we'll get a better notice of that when they come round to finish the first lap of the race. Big issues for one of the EM development carts, it looks like, and that looked like might have been Matthew. So we'll have to wait and see when they come round to finish first lap. But look how much these drivers are struggling through these final couple of corners. There is John Richardson on your screens sat there in 4th place. Your leader is still Ryan Rapini as he heads down to turn 1. Logan Hartshaw now in 2nd place. Cooper into 3rd. John Richardson now looking for 3rd place. He gets that move done. And Nathan Edwards trying to go for a move as well. Cooper back on the inside of Richardson. But that's not what they need to do at the time being. They need to start putting in the teamwork and closing into the rest of this field. Drivers are really struggling to get some temperature into these tyres. They look like they're more driving wet lines than anything as they head into the first couple of corners. Of course, with the wet weather, the slippery surface flags are now going out, so the rain is starting to come down just that tiny bit more, and this is now going to be slicks in wet conditions. Look at the rain now, it is coming down. Nathan Edwards makes the move on corner large, and here we are. This is the hardest braking zone of the circuit. How will they play as they head down into turn 1? They're all going to try and go to the outside lines. Some guys will try and go to the curb. There'll still be a bit of grip left on the circuit from all the dry running, but that's soon going to be swashed away with the rest of the pack all filing through together, as there's a bit of rear bodywork damage to one of them Dave Edwards racing karts. But at the front, still Rapini leading the way in the slick and wet conditions. Logan Hartshaw there in 2nd place from Teddy Cooper. Connor Large there in 4th place. And Nathan Edwards rounding out your top 5. But the rain hasn't come down that much yet. It's still pretty dry from the time being. The slippery surface flags are out to stipulate to the drivers that it will be starting to get a bit wet. Oh, look at that move from Connor Large. He had that time for perfection. But look at Cooper on the inside, mounts the curve to get the kart rotated. Zach Signey under investigation for a incursion on track. John Richardson going side by side with Nathan Edwards. This is a real opportunity for some of these drivers to show what they are capable of in wet conditions. Some drivers really finding good use of this situation. Some not finding the best. The track is still pretty damp, but it's more in the fine line between dry and wet. Some sections are dry, some sections are wet. As we head into turn 1, the cameras on the lens still say it's wet, but the commentary box looking outside, it still doesn't look like much has happened weather-wise. I know it's definitely going to come down a bit later, but at the moment, this is just the starting moments. So they head down into Kestrel Corner. This really puts all the drivers on the edge of their seat. They've really got to watch the grip levels, and that's an amazing move from John Richardson, who got down the inside of Connor Large. Now Josh Smith wants the same bit of action, overtaking one of the back markers now. That is the leader of Ryan Rapini, and that driver who's been having issues at the start of the race was Christian Kelov. He was the one who got involved in that incident at turn 1, and he's been given the blue flags now, so he should be moving out of the way. The fastest driver out on circuit is Archie Ray Watson, can we just say, who is currently in 22nd place and is doing a superb job so far. Now, I'm just looking here. Where is Ryan Rapini? We have lost Ryan Rapini. Oh, never mind. He's at the front of the field. He's that far in front of everyone. There he is on your screens that you can't actually see him in a camera shot anymore. Amazing stuff from Ryan Rapini, who has been showing his true pace as Toblerone goes through on Hayden Fisher. Otherwise known as Toby Farvin, but more known to his name as Toblerone. As the driver took in a bit of an excursion there through the chicane at Derek's, but let's keep back on circuit. The rest of the pack was flying through. This is a good result for John Richardson if he can try and find a way past Teddy Cooper, as this will be one of his first podiums of the year. Richardson stipulating to Teddy Cooper, saying go, 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 and throws a dummy on him. Cooper back to the inside, squeezes John Richardson wide to say no, 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 you are not getting this as easy as you think. Richardson trying to go round the outside. He's going to try and get that move done, but that's never going to work in the day of the year. And he manages to hold on just about to his original position Josh Smith and Connor Large now want to take the most of that whilst they can. Richardson now thinking it's better off to just to defend, hold off from these guys. Smith to the inside, finds a way through. Richardson trying to hold on to the outside, can't get the move done. He's now got Connor Large for company. 49 under investigation. That's a bit further down the field in your mid-pack. 49 being Nathan Edwards, who is there in 9th place. Now he's into the pits on the timing screens, and I can't see him out there at the moment. So issues for Nathan Edwards, and has brought himself into retirement. So that will be something to talk about for the results and the standings for the final. He will and may have to start from the B final. Not the most ideal situation for Nathan Edwards. The clouds are still getting a bit darker here at the Kimbolton Circuit. Rain slowly creeping in, waiting for the perfect opportunity to spout. But Joshua Smith is looking now at an opportunity for the final spot on the podium. But at the front, what a weekend so far for Ryan Rapini, who will now be heading on to the final lap of the race. And he's got one more lap of the circuit tour. Let's follow him for a lap then. On the brakes into So Corner. Nice and gentle with the steering input, especially in these wet conditions. Through the willow sections, through the left. As they head down the Mitsubishi straight into Derek's corner. Open up the corner. Nice on the brakes, hit the first curb. Close to the second curb. Carry that speed through. Blue flag being shown for the driver in front as he heads into the Dan Weldon complex. 3 curbs to get close to. Let the car run out wide. Cut back in. Keep that power on. Use the extra curb to get the wheel spinning. On the brakes for Kestrel corner. Nice and carefully through. On the brakes for the final corner. Nice and gentle. Keeping momentum up. And that is how you take victory here in Junior Rotax for the third and final heat of the day. Logan Hartshaw in second place from Joshua Smith, Teddy Cooper, John Richardson from Hayden Fisher, Connor Large, Sam Aston, Toby Farthing, Mars Burton from Alex Shepherd, George Fountain, Maximilian Braskoff, Sam Green Gomez, Hayden Adams, Noah Moulton, Oscar Keane, Hasmain Khan, Benjamin Lawn, and Max Wheatley rounds out your top 20. Zach Sidney there looking a bit annoyed as the rest of our drivers file through. The last driver crossing the line being the driver of Matt Oliver Hutchins, who had a bit of troubles in that last race. Now the big question here is going to be, what have the drivers chosen tyre wise? Is it going to be a wet race? Is it going to be dry? The 27 there saying yes, it's going to be wet. Some drivers will have a watch and see when they head throughout the race. There might be some drivers on them slick tyres, might be some on the wets, as you've seen on the front row of your grid. This is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, yep, the rain came down just a tiny bit, but not enough to cause much stir. Of course, drivers still struggling with the tyres, but it's now going to come down.
Ooh, my shot is very gloomy, doesn't it?
To the end, Ryan Townsend, who we've spoke about so far. He has been on charge at times this year, and at the moment looking alright. Took victory earlier in Heat 1, and he's going to try and do the same in this one. Jax Hilton from George Quinlan, Lewis Hudson, Jensen Sale from Alex Niskis, Stu Wortley, Willeden, Matsu, Hall, Edward Munns, Leader Witt from Jack Hansford, Evan Miller, Finley Beals, George Wilden, Finley Thompson, Alicia Waterhouse, Eddie May Bumford rounds out the rest of your field. Now, we're going to have a little bit of a guessing game. George Quinlan spun it on slick tyres. Now, that might say something about the next races. The slick tyres might be a bit harder to drive in these conditions. The wet tyres being the better option. Now, we're just going to have a bit of a look. George Quinlan gets back into his position. And it's hard to tell. Oh, no, that is not what you want to do. Jackson Hilton will have to start from the back of the grid because he tried to slot into his starting position in that first spot and spun it. He's managed to get back into the lead, but that could have been very, very bad for Jackson Hilton. So let's try and have a little look here. It looks like Quinlan is on slick tyres. It looks like Jackson Hilton is on wet tyres. This is going to be interesting. How will they all get on down into turn 1? Will it be slicks? Will it be wets? As they head into turn 1, Quinlan on the brakes. He gets that kart stopped. It looks all fine to me. Heading through turns 2 and 3. What will be the fastest tyre? It will say for the first couple laps, I say the wet tyre. And then it might dry up into that slick tyre. George Quinlan sitting there in third place. Jen Sale on a good start. Got Ryan Townsend up at the front though. He leads the way as they head down into Kestra Corner for the first time of asking. First lap nearly completed for these drivers. And Ryan Townsend still takes the lead. Jen Sale there in second place. But it looks like third place. George Quinlan, he's getting some temperature in them tyres. He is going to be one to watch out for when it comes to the latter stages of this race. Don't come out just yet. It's going to be a tight one up at the front field. Looking to move for the lead. Jensen Sell on the inside of Ryan Townsend. That was a superb move. Who got into the lead nice and cleanly. That's exactly what we want to see. Ryan Townsend running a different sticker kit this weekend. You usually see him using that SIP kart livery, but he's decided to use a different livery this weekend. George Quinlan there in third, or is he? Because Louis Upson on the inside to third place, 27, gets a warning flag, and that is Jackson Hilton, the man who started from pole, getting a warning flag. So obviously something that the stewards didn't like about his driving. As they head into Eric's corner, that's going to be very close. Look at the back of your screens there. George Quinlan versus Jackson Hilton, and Jax Hilton trying to bring back a bit of a recovery drive here. But still really interesting to see the pace difference between the wets and the slicks. Pretty similar. You don't see this very often. You either have one or the other. But at the moment, still looking pretty good. As they done to turn 1. So you'll see there on your screens, Townsend on slicks. And it looks like as well, Jensen Sale on slicks. So it looks like the slick tyres now coming into effect. And they are the tyres that seem to be the right call. Jackson Hilton still holding on though. I'd say it's much easier to be on a wet tyre on a slick track than it is to be battling with wet tyres on a slick tyre on a wet track. We'll head down the start finish straight. Ryan Townsend leading the way. Jensen Sale there in second place, with Herberson in third. And a few drivers to watch out for a bit further back in the mid-pack. Finley Beals made up 6th place. He's up to 9th, so he's nipped into the top 10. Fastest driver out there, of course, Ryan Townsend up at the front, but all drivers really close. I mean, every driver in the top 10 is in the 44-second margin, so only top 6 tenths covering the times, which is very impressive on a track like this, where it's half slick, half wet. Which is so hard for these drivers, these young drivers, aged from 10 to 12 to try and work out the best tyre to use for this condition, because some would say wet, some would say dry, but never ever easy. Green Townsend running wide, that did not help him out, and I wonder if the rain is starting to come down a little bit more, because Green Townsend making a big mistake, and he definitely does not make mistakes as easy as that. As he head down turn 1, Jensen Sale now leads the way, that new freshly painted helmet, which does look very nice indeed. Now Herbertson starting to use the curbs, and I think that the rain is coming down a bit more. You can see the drivers taking different lines, and I mean it's very hard to notice this because out of the commentary box you're going to get it on the windows, and there is no drops of rain on the windows, but look at the way these drivers are having to drive. It is absolutely downpour out there on circuit, and these drivers having to really tiptoe around the track now. Slippery service flags are going back out onto the circuit with a minute and a half left on the clock, and it's going to be now who put on them wet tyres, because they will start to come in the next lap or so. Drivers being notified, and a problem for Seki Komatsu, the 27. He went off the circuit, but he's managed to keep it going. But up at the front, it's still Jensen Sale who leads the way. Herbertson in third, and in fourth, as they all fly through, it's still George Quinlan. But these drivers really have to change the driving style. You saw there Jensen Sale using the outside line. That's where all the rubber is, where they've been lying down all weekend long. So obviously when it's dry and when they're going through the corners, rubber kicks off the tyres and lands on the edge of the track. That then creates grip for these wet conditions, and on these slick tyres you want to drive over them to sort of pick it up and regrain your tyre to hopefully carry on going and find some extra grip. So the science behind some of this racing is impeccable. You don't realise it until you get into the nitty-gritty bits of it. And these drivers are having to really use every bit of knowledge they have as the 27 go round once again. That was Komatsu, who is struggling out there in them wet conditions. But really good to see with these cadet drivers. Barely anyone has gone on for a spin. All of these drivers keeping on the black stuff, which is always great to see. 1 lap left to go here, and we're going to watch. Let's watch what Jensen Sale does on this final lap. So you'll see him brake in the middle of the track. He's going to go to the edge of the circuit using that white line. The white line has grip as well. Goes to the outside of turn 2, uses the curve at turn 3 to keep it tight, keep the momentum going. He heads down into Derek's corner. He's going to brake in the middle of the track again. He'll stick to the middle of the track to use that first curve. He's then going to hop over the second curve to keep it tight. Keep it over to the right-hand side to carry the speed through the left. Now onto the brakes, down into down 1 and corner, sticking to the right-hand side, where that grip is. You saw them tarmac bits. That's what he's trying to pick up as he heads down into Kestrel corner. Brakes in the middle of the track, turns in, sticks to the outside line, picks up the power again, and he's going to do it for one more corner now on the outside, cut back in, and it's a victory for Jensen Sale in fine fashion in slicks in wet conditions. That was perfect from Rian Townsend, who finishes up in second place. Herbertson in third from George Quinlan, and a brilliant drive. Now, who was that? Was he on wet tyres? Was that Edward Munns, who made up 6 places to 5th, who absolutely excelled in those wet conditions? His first top 5 of the season. Edward Munns, an amazing drive up to the top 5. Jackson Hilton from Finley Bills, Toby Wortley, Will Eden from Evan Meller, Odis Hole from Alex Niskis, Leo Hewitt, Seki Komatsu, Finley Thompson, Jake Hansford, George Wilden, Ellie Mae Bumford, and Alicia Waterhouse. Rounds out your field of drivers, but the best thing to see there is all the drivers finished the race. There is Alicia on your screens heading back in. Oh, that did not go well. And she has understeered straight into that barrier. That is not ideal when we're talking all good about her. And Great Wonder Mechanics is helping her out and pushing her back. There we go. She manages to get back into Parc Ferme. But now this is going to be really tasty for the rest of the day now. One of our final heat races coming up now. And it's Senior Rotax. As we said, there is Ethan Martin on your screens, the driver for EM Developments. We're just looking in on him now, the number 55. All concentrated. He's got his mechanic with him as well. That's his brother. And so James Tester starts from the pole spot once again. Joshua Valance from Oliver Smith, who essentially won the first heat for his first time in the Senior Rotax category here at Kimbolton. Spinners on the first lap, Arthur Brownless and Michael Morgan just in your back a shot there, making contact at turn 3, and that is not how you want to start your race. These drivers are going to be tiptoeing around. It's going to be interesting to see here who has selected to go and stay on them slick tyres, who is still on the wet tyres, as a couple drivers having a couple issues going into the Dan Weldon complex. This is going to be really tight stuff. Ethan Martin starts on 4th, George Robinson and Charlie Webb from Archie Flint, Dana Moore, Toby Alvarez from Jake Fisher, Declan Love, Harvey Williams, Harvey Quick, Tom Pryor, Dan Renton, Michael Morgan, Charlie F. Grave, Alf Brownless, Adam White, Tyler Green, Elliot Rice, Alex Gerges, Sam Cook, Daniel Kevod, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Angelica Kennard, Finley George, Charles Sutton, Luke Collins, Noosh Savalayas, Ryan Sayers. Rounds out your field of drivers. This is going to be one hell of an exciting race. Some drivers may be on the slick tyres, some might be on wet. Steckloff is struggling to get going, but we're lights out and away we go. Down into turn 1, Tester on the inside. Valance gets a better line, Webb into a spin, and that is really unfortunate. A couple of drivers getting into contact again, and that was Michael Morgan, who is really not having the best of starts as they head down into Derek's corner for the first time asking. Joshua Valance drops down to 4th place with a brilliant start from Oliver Smith. That's one of the 22 car. That is Archie Flint, who's up into 4th place as they head round to finish the first lap of the race. Drivers all over the circuit, but James Tester seems to be the man on the mission at the moment. He leads the way as he heads down to turn 1. Hard on the brakes, braking the middle of the track as they all have big contact there. Oh, that was never ever going to go well, and that was Toby and Alvarez into the back, and he's joined the track in a really unsafe manner, and he's having to pull off to the side of the circuit. Number 41 under investigation for making contact with Charlie Webb. And look at the rear of that car. That is very bent, but look at Tobian pushing down on the rear bumper, trying to get it back down. But that was never going to happen. He made contact with a driver entering into turn 1, and he just lost control and was in a spin to the very end as a couple of drivers get in contact. Whoa, big synchronized spinning here at Kimbolton. The 54, Michael Morgan, 63 as well, getting involved there. Daniel Kevoid, as they all head into turn 1. Yellow flags in this first corner, so no overtaking allowed. Tom Pryor now having a bit of a battle. Dana Moore losing control. Oh, sideways, bigger moment. Who was that? Who went sideways into turn 1? That looked like Elliot Rice, who managed to keep it going. In fact, no, that was Tyler Green, who made up 9 places so far to 11th, who went full sideways into turn 1. And who's that going off? Joshua Valance. He's into the wall at Dan Weldon. I have never seen someone go off in such fashion. All these drivers are struggling out there. This is exciting stuff in the Senior Rotax Heat 2. Joshua Valance losing control on the entry and straight into the wall. Lead change. Ethan Martin found his way into the lead. Superb. Tester trying to find a way through. Will he go through on the inside of turn 2? No, he can't. The 31, it has a mechanical flag as well. He will be heading to the pits. There's big contact. Brownless in a spin, and all the drivers trying to avoid Alex Gerges nearly going off into the barriers. What is going on in the senior Rotax race? This is amazing stuff. The number 31, as I said, gets a mechanical flag. That's Angenica Kennard. And somehow all of these drivers have still managed to keep it going. Look at Ethan Martin nearly headed off into the barriers. That was very close, nearly touching the grass. A brilliant drive by Jacko and Drawbridge, who has made up 19 places to 6th place. Is he on slick tyres? My apologies, is he on wet tyres? These drivers are on slicks, he's on wets. My goodness me! Jacko and Drawbridge has chosen the wet tyres and is leading the way. Amazing if Martin runs wide, and that's going to help Jacko and Drawbridge. What's the grip difference between Drawbridge and Ethan Martin? As another driver goes off. That's a Jack Dex racing car. Arthur Brownless in the spin at turn 1 as well. Number 12 under investigation. But what's Jacko and Drawbridge here? He's in 2nd place. That green and white car. Look at the grip difference. Round the outside. Takes the lead of the race. Superb. The number 72 could be on for his first win ever in senior Rotax. And what a drive it would be. All the way from near the back of the grid. Number 12, I said under investigation. That was Noose Sava Levers. But from 25th on the grid, Jacko and Drawbridge is leading the race with 2.5 minutes left to go. Jack on them wet tyres, the rest of the field on slicks. Absolutely superb. Through turn 2, you can see the grip difference. We'll watch Jacko and Drawbridge, and then we'll cut back to them slick runners. Jacko and Drawbridge has 63 going round again. He is not having a fun time out there, but this might be the race of the year so far. What a race we're having here in senior Rotax when it's all going up. This is the grip difference. You've just seen Jacko and Drawbridge. Look at these guys, full lock on the steering wheel, braking really early. Look at Ethan Martin having to use all the way around the side. That's going to be the big contact with each other. James Tester and Ethan Martin. James Tester having a little look, just make sure he didn't get any damage there as they made contact. Tom Pryor having a good race so far. He's made up a fair few places, up 8 positions. King of the slicks is Thomas Pryor, but look at Jacko and Drawbridge. We'll cut back to him now. Look at the grip difference. He has so much more grip than the rest of the drivers, and Battenberg flag has been called. The Battenberg flags have been called, and that's for a safety reason. That is to help these drivers out. They have called the Battenberg flag, and that will slow down the drivers and put everyone back into a more safer position. Super unfortunate for Jacko and Drawbridge, who found a lot of time, but on these sort of conditions, on a wet track, on these slick tyres, it's more like driving on ice in Antarctica. It is a completely different ball game, and because of that, the officials have decided it's a better decision to slow down the field. And I think that was a pretty good call on behalf of the HKRC team. So let's have a look at the field then. Ethan Martin, now what is Ethan Martin doing? Is he trying to make a move? I think he was. Now the checker flag has been called early. So, Jacko and Drawbridge from 25th on the grid takes the checker flag and is victorious here in the second heat for senior Rotax. And I will have never seen a move like that before. Jacko and Drawbridge, who was the only driver on slick tyres. On wet tyres, my apologies. The rest of the drivers on slicks. The only driver on wets. And he drove through with Ethan Martin there in second place. He was the winner of the slicks. From James Tester, Thomas Pryor, Archie Flint, Oliver Smith, Dana Moore, Joshua Valance, George Robinson, Charlie F. Grave. Ran out your top 10 from Adam White, Dan Renton, Tardy Green, Elliot Rice, Alexander Gerges, from Charlie Webb, Harvey Williams, Arthur Brownless, Deck Luft, Jake Fisher, Noosh Sava Leathers, Luke Collins, Charles Sutton, Michael Morgan, Daniel Kevov from Finney George, and your retirees were Angelica Kennard, Toby Alvarez, who's there on your screens, Harvey Quick, and Sam Cook, who didn't start the race. And that is a frustrated Toby and Alvarez as the field. Now, that is the 250s who are set to go out next. Now, they're going to have been given a bit of time now to get those wet tyres on. So we're going to take a minute here to catch your breath. I'm definitely going to have to try and catch mine. And we will join you back in just a moment. As you can see, some perfect shots here from the TNL Sports crew of these drivers changing onto wet tyres as it now turns into a wet day here at Kimbolton.
No, fucking shit, there's no boom.
So, fine fashion, it's time to get ready for 250s in just a couple minutes time. Lee Stamp starting from second place with a big grin on his face. I think someone's excited to get some wet racing going. He's going to be absolutely soaked without a wetsuit. That's someone who has decided that a wetsuit is the better option. That is Sam Harrison, who'll be starting from pole as the O plate. And look at that livery, number 48. Look at that helmet, a brilliant design. See the old Seb Vettel BMW / Red Bull livery. And it's a very cool design indeed. A Red Bull liveried car. As the rest of the field, and he's showing the 4. I wonder who he's showing 4 to, but he's showing 4 to someone. There is Matt Allnut on your screens. He has decided that the wetsuit isn't for him. And number 36, number 34 has just managed to get them slick tyres on, and he'll be able to take the race. So, real confusion here in the Kimbolton circuit. Drivers just getting. Now, as I didn't realise I was going to bring a new car onto the 250 model. That is such a cool way to bring tyres. You don't need a trolley. You just need a mobility scooter. You know what? Someone needs to frame that and get a picture of that, because that is something you'll never ever see again. A mobility scooter on a grid at Kimbolton. Whoever races that car is going to be an absolute domination. That's one of the fastest cars out there, I've heard. So that's something you definitely don't see every day. So as you said, the front row being covered by Sam Harrison, Lee Stamp, with Jack Bliss and Marcus Hudson alongside. Chris Lawson from Dan Rawdon, Matt Allnut, Matthew Duncan, Jack Rolfe, Ryan Lawson, Max Snell, Aaron Powell, Reese Woods, Martin Smith, Kieran Metzen from Dan Brown, Harry Morris, Tim Woods, Don Brown, Ross Connick, and Callum Sims ran out your field of drivers. Of course, in that last one, it was a big battle between Don Brown and Lee Stamp. Jamp Bliss getting involved in there as well. And all these drivers getting ready for action. It's quite nice as well with these random grids, so drivers will have to obviously have a race at the start, at the front of the field, a race at the back of the field, and a race in the mid-pack. So you get a good mix of being around all sorts. And obviously they'll have their finals coming up later today as well, which the finals, now being in wet conditions, will mean that some drivers will start to come through the field just a tiny bit more. Some drivers may fall apart, but there's only one way to find out. You have to stick around, and we will watch and see. The race now begins for the 250 monos after they enter out onto the circuit for their formation lap. They have 2 laps to get themselves associated with the circuit for lining back up on the grid. So you'll see these drivers now taking different lines just to get used to the track conditions. These drivers having to put a bit more steering lock in to get around these corners. Jack Bliss, I think, has the idea of just keep the power on and send it. Look at him flying down this turn 1 as the rain starts to come down just that tiny bit more. And then the cool thing about these light cars as well is they all have a rain light on the back of the car, so just make it a bit easier for the driver, especially at these fast speeds. It's always hard to sort of see where the driver is in poor visibility, so with that rain light, it does mean that everyone can see where they are. So the O plate, Dan Bliss is on your front row. Oh, I got a bit tasty there. Who was that going a bit sideways? That looked like Lee Stamp, who had a bit of a moment there. Nearly sent flying off. But, of course, Sam Harrison, who starts from pole position. Be interesting to see how Sam gets on. Lee Stamp and Jack Bliss are your top 3. And now you'll see the rest of the field slotting themselves in. And of course, a couple of drivers who are quick in that last one. Don Brown, he's one to watch out for, but he's a bit further back. So in wet conditions then, who will rise to the top? It's going to be interesting to see. We've got 7 minutes plus a lap of action. Who will see the flag first? It's going to be interesting. It could be the number 1. It could be the O plate, and I think these two are ones that are going to be on it till the very end. The lights are on. 3, 4 lights upon us, and it's lights out, and away we go. And the O plate, Jack Bliss, has got a mega start, but gets boxed in from the 2 drivers in front. Look at Jack Bliss trying to find a way through, but it won't be enough. Number 1 takes the rest of the pack through into turn 1. Number 1 car being that Lee Stamp. Into the lead of the race goes Lee with a couple of spinners, and that's the 59. The 59 of Sam Harrison, who started from the pole spot, spinning off at turn 3, and that sends him straight to the back of the field. Not what Sam Harrison wanted at the start of the race. Jack Bliss in second place now. He's going to try and chase after Lee Stamp. Both these drivers exceptionally well in this field. 2 of the most experienced drivers in this field, with a solid 3rd place so far for Chris Lordson, who is up 2 places. You can see the number 1 kart there, Lee Stamp, really throwing his body around to get as much grip as possible from the tyre, and you'll see that a lot with most of these drivers. As a spinner, and there's going to be a big moment. Oh, big contact on the Yamitsu straight, and I do hope them drivers are okay. You didn't say that on your commentary, off the commentary box. You didn't see on the cameras. You see the drivers now, and that was a big accident, and I do hope these drivers are okay. We might have to go to Battenberg flags. We are going to Battenberg flags now, so racing will stop for the time being, and these drivers will start to slow down. That was a big accident. That involved the driver of number 8. That was Max Snell. Max Snell lost the rear of the car exiting turn 3, and the driver in the orange helmet there, who's having a bit of a breather, looks like he might be in a bit of pain. He doesn't feel like he's in pain. I think just having a breather. That was Reese Woods. Reese Woods, with no way to avoid the car, went straight into the side of Snell. Both drivers really, really fortunate to walk away all right. And the 56 of Martin Smith also got involved. Look at that, all talking to each other. Brilliant, brilliant sportsmanship from these drivers. Well done to them three. They've managed to walk away all fine. Them karts, on the other hand, might be another question, but glad to see they're all okay. That looked like a big, big incident. And that's the worst case scenario, especially when you spin at a place like the exit of turn 3 on the Yamitsu straight. When he's stuck in the middle of the track, there was no way that every driver was going to avoid him. And super unfortunate, and he's managed to make contact. But all drivers are safe, all drivers are well. And that is a big well done to the safety crew and the marshalling team. The marshalling team, the orange guys, the orange army, who do an amazing job to keep the safety of all these drivers. And we're going back racing here at Kimbolton, just like that. Amazing stuff from the team here at Kimbolton to keep the racing going. The O-plate, Jack Bliss trying to find a way past number 1. They head down the Yamitsu straight, and look at this side-by-side action. That got close there between the 1 and the 0. Lee Sam tried to find a way to hold on to his lead. It wasn't enough. Jack Bliss got the move done in one of the most sketchiest part of the circuit. In wet conditions, over 100 miles an hour into the Dan Weldon corner, and got the move done. Absolutely strong move there. That required a lot more than 2 balls, I do have to say. Go plate. Absolutely sending it. And of course, all these drivers are going to be really careful of that painted curb as they come out of turn 3. Really easy to lit up the rear of the car and put it into spin, especially in these karts where the acceleration off the corners is absolutely immense. 2.5 minutes left on the clock for these drivers. Yo plate still leading the way. As he lost it. He lost it in a straight line, going down into turn 1. That got very, very exciting. Jack Bliss nearly in a spin with Lee Stamp still there in second place, and he's probably going to be watching him thinking, what on earth is this guy doing? As they head down into Dan Weldon corner, and look at the move here for 3rd place. Has to be close between Allnut and Lawson. Allnut gets the move done, and that was a very impressive move by Matt Allnut onto his first podium on the weekend. It would be. He didn't get one in the first heat. It was got quite close. Second heat, my apologies. He got close to it, couldn't get it done. 85 there. Now trying to make some more moves. That is Aaron Powell as he heads down into turn 1. Will he get the move done for 4th place? That's to be close. Number 34. I don't think he saw him coming. And look at this bit more side-side action through turn 2 and 3. There's always action going on here in the wet here at Kimbolton. One of the best overtake opportunities, and a track full of amazing over places to overtake. Anything can happen as the rest of the field comes through the final sector. Look at the techniques from Matt Allnut, who's really taking his time around the circuit. Yo plate, Jack Bliss still leading the way, and he's got a perfect margin from Lee Stamp. As that big contact there between our drivers there on your screens. Don Brown making contact with 24 on the start-finish straight, and somehow has managed to keep it going. But that could have been very, very, very sketchy. As Yo plate, you can see him there. He's having to come off the throttle to change up a gear. Of course, these sort of karts, which have free pedals, of course, they've got the clutch as well. That's it on the brakes. Number 1, the O plate there as well. is the 77 on your screens, who is a bit further down the field. That is Callum Swift, who is hooning his way round. The O-plate Jack Bliss. Look at how he's perfecting these corners. It takes a lot of skill to drive one of these karts around here. He's making it look super, super easy. He's making it look like I could jump in a kart and go, but I would definitely not be able to do that as he heads on to the final lap of the race in pouring wet conditions. Go plate, Jack Bliss chucks it into turn 1, through the willow section, through turn 2 to turn 3. And down the Mitchell Straight. One of the longest circuits for these guys. They'll be reaching over 100 miles an hour as he heads into the braking zone. Now starting to get the brakes. Hold the steering wheel, try and get the car turning in. He gets it done. Points the car out the corner. On the brakes once again, down a couple of gears. Turn it in. Pick up that power now. Power out the corner. Yet again, down the gears on the brakes. Turn it in. Now pick up the gears. Keep that power on. And it's another win for Jack Bliss. He takes victory from Lee Stamp, Matt Allnut from Chris Lawson, Aaron Powell from Dom Brown, who made up 13 places in the end to 6th. Then soon to come will be Tim Woods, who crosses the line in front of Kieran Metzen, from Harry Morris, Marcus Hudson, who will be soon to cross. And that'll be Russ Cornick, who loses a couple of places. Dan Brown gets in front, as well as Dan Rawdon and Ross Cunnick. Ryan Lawson, Sam Harrison, Callum Smith rounds out your field of drivers, and we lost Jack Rolfe, Matthew Duncan, Max Snell, Reese Woods, and Martin Smith as the camera gets a bit of a wipe from the cameraman. And thank you as well to all the cameramen and girls who are doing an amazing job to provide us some amazing action in the this lovely condition, isn't it? Absolute downpour.
Yep.
And for all the camera guys and girls out there, I want to give you a challenge. I want to see what the weirdest thing you can capture on your camera is. Let us see what you guys can find, and let's see what we can point out. We do miss them guys at the last corner who were trying to wave at us and say hi to us. So that's a little bit of fun for the camera guys. Senior X30 coming up next. Hayden Eldridge will be starting from the second row of the grid. He'll start from third, but it's Harrison Mackey who starts from pole. Jack Dan alongside from Isaac Marsh, Oliver Pecudio from Josh Jones, Aaron Lask, James Reynolds, Elio D'Alessandro, Jessica Fitchell from Bailey Brooker, Reese Barber, James Wortman, Max Anderson, and Reese Newburn rounds out your field of drivers. First time these Senior X30 drivers will be experiencing these wet conditions, and as they warm up them tyres, it's going to be, of course, Harrison Mackey, who we've seen before in the wet. Absolute domination when it comes to him in these wet conditions. Will he be able to do the same? Watch out for Reese Newburn at the back of the field as well. On that TB kart, he's has a lot of work to do from the back of the field, as well as Max Anderson, who could be one to watch for as well. Will we get going for the first half asking as we head round the final corner? There's a bit of contact behind in the back of the pack, but they're all racing down into turn 1. Mackey on the brakes nice and early, trying to get the car slowed down, using the curve. Jack Dan trying to find the grip on the outside line. Will he be able to slot in the high enough position? It looks like he's going to get to third place. Mackey now side by side with Hayden Eldridge for the lead of the race. It's going to be side by side contact. Who will take it? It looks like Hayden Eldridge is going to try and go around the outside. Will he get that move done? Oh, that's going to be close. Mackey making contact, and Jack Dan is through. 2 for 1 in the opening lap for the number 62. Jack Dan, Mackey on the inside again. This gives opportunity for Oliver Pecudio. He can have a look for a move, and Josh Jones, who we've seen before, quick and wet conditions. Yellow flag down at the Dan Weldon complex. So we have lost a driver. Mackey on the inside. Hayden Eldridge loses another spot as well. Eldridge gets the better momentum because he's taking that wider line. What will he do into turn 1? Will he go round the outside? Going 3 wide, round the outside goes Eldridge, but he can't get that kart stopped. And he's going to drop back into 4th, maybe 3rd place as he goes round the outside to 3rd. That could have been for the lead. Hayden Eldridge going all balls out. And that was ever so close. Harrison Mackie still there in 2nd place. Look at Jack Dan now starting to pull away once again. Jack Dan, we've seen him in these conditions. He is very quick as well. We're seeing nice characteristics here. Drivers who are quick in the wet, drivers who are quick in the dry. As it looks like Hayden Eldridge. Does he have a nose cone drop? That could be a penalty to add on to the end of the race. Eldridge on the inside of Harrison Mackie. That would be the reason why he's driving so aggressively, because he knows about a potential penalty that could be coming for him. As Jack Dan braking in the middle of the track, he still leads the way. Eldridge really hard on the brakes, maybe a bit too hard on him. He can't slow the kart down. That's the K-plate winner. Into Yamitsu straight. My apologies, he's running the number 11. Jack Dan, the 62 there. Harrison Mackie, the 121. And look at the rest of the pack on your screens. There's a big battle here for 2nd place. This is not going to be an easy one for Harrison Mackie. He needs to really put the laps in now before Eldridge sends a late one and bunches the rest of the pack in. He's going to go on the move for the Kestrel corner. Will he get that move done? Yes, he does. But will Mackie fight it back into the final corner? It's going to be a big guessing game. Will he go for it? Yes, he does. Finds the grip. Gets on the inside, going nearly 3 wide as he exit out of Kim Bolton corner. Josh Jones getting past Marcus Harrison. That's a big move. Look at Mackie on the cutback. Gets that move done to 2nd place once again. And this battle for 2nd place is on in Senior X30. 4 minutes left to go on the clock. Warning flag goes out for Oliver Kulia. Mackie defending now from Eldridge. He's lost the driver who leads away. Jack Dan has absolutely pulled away. Look at Eldridge trying to go round the outside. Look at the grip difference. You see, using that outside line, there's a lot more grip on the outside there is on the inside, but using the curb can really help you out. Look how wide he's going now. I think he got a bit pushed wide there by Harrison Mackie, who saw he was trying to make a move. So you'll see mixed lines here in this type of racing. Some drivers going to the outside line, some drivers taking the inside line and using the curbs to get themselves around the corner. Can be a good thing, can be a bad thing though. Sometimes can cause serious damage to the chassis. With 3 minutes left to go on the clock. You see Mackie here, nice on the brakes. Jump over the first curb, jump over the second curb. That's going to keep him to the right hand side to open up the left-hander. Kick the rear out, just power your way through. After trying to use the curbs again. Mackie keeps a tighter line, but Eldridge keeps the momentum up, keeps the power up instead. And look at Eldridge going in very deep indeed, and has gained a bit of time from that, which is very, very impressive. Hayden Eldridge, definitely one of the late breakers. Very good on them brakes. But struggles to get out of the corner. Battle's going on with one of the Pro Chain drivers, Oliver Harris, who did get shot off by Reese Newburn. Up 11 places so far to 5th place. That could be a tail if he can manage to get to a podium spot. So mixed driving here in the Senior X30 category. We're seeing a big difference in the way these drivers are attacking, defending, racing lines. And Eldridge trying to go on the inside again. He's going to use the curb. He's going to use the momentum. He keeps it on the inside line. Mackie goes on the inside. Will he use the curb? He tries to. But look at Eldridge. He's got the better run. But will he be able to get the momentum? No, he doesn't. Mackie gets the power down first. But Eldridge, look at how hard Harrison Mackie is on the brakes. Eldridge to the outside. Cuts back in. That is from someone who knows this track like the back of their hand. Hayden Eldridge back into 2nd place. The veteran of Kim Bolton, still showing the knowledge he still knows. Showing off against one of the biggest drivers in the European scene, Harrison Mackie. He goes down the complex. He's gone very deep. Did Hayden Eldridge on the grass near on, and he lost out that spot. But yet again, on the cutback, he's going to go to the outside line. Gets that move back on the curb. Chuck it in. He'll be so aggressive in these wet conditions. Got to really throw the car around. It's nothing like you'll see with the dry drivers. You know, you saw it a bit earlier when we were focused on Zach McDonald in June X30, and we're watching how smooth he is with the steering wheel. Look how hard these guys are having to be, and look at Reece Newburn, who has closed in big time to these two who are battling just a bit too much. So Reece Newburn, from 16th on the grid, might have an opportunity here for a podium. Now, if he can get one of them, that'll put him on to top 3. Potentially could be a second place finish. But he has got to get past some great stars, and he'll know Hayden Eldridge quite well. Obviously, they are teammates, so he'll know how he drives. But Mackie, he hasn't driven much with him this year. Mackie's only done one more event here. That's it, on the inside. Mackie tries to go for the move again, and he's going to keep the momentum up. Side-by-side action. This is brilliant racing here in Senior X30. On the inside, but now he's got his company of his teammate, who sends it on the inside, blocks Mackie, says, "You are not coming through," and takes the position. Newburn up its 4th, and spinner there. And that was one of the OTK drivers, and we'll see who that is when they head round to finish this lap. That looked like a scary one for James Workman, it might have been, who had a few issues there. Might have also been Elio D'Alessandro, but at the front still Jack Dan with, guess this, 6.7 second gap. How on earth has he reached that gap? Amazing stuff in this race. Jack Dan, really the wet master, and it's not 6.7 now, it's 7.3 seconds on the final lap of the race. Look at how he's driving in these conditions. Super smooth, and he's going to be one to watch for when it comes to the final race and some battles going on a bit further down the field. But at the front, look at Jack Dan. Look at the way he's throwing this car around the circuit. This is from a man who's been here and has raced here for years, over TKM Racing, over X30 Racing now, and he knows exactly how to drive. Look at the precision on the brakes, barely moving the steering wheel. Round the final corner comes Jack Dan, and yet again, victory in the second heat for Senior X30. And there's a long wait now for the rest of the drivers to come through, with Hayden Eldridge taking back his second place. Newburn in 3rd from Mackie, Oliver Peculio, Josh Jones, Max Anderson, who had a brilliant drive up to 7th place, made up 8 places, from Oliver Harris, Isaac Marsh, Aaron Lask, Elio D'Alessandro, Reese Barber, James Reynolds, James Workman, Bailey Brooker, Jessica Fitchell rounds out your field of drivers. What a drive that was! What a race from the rest of the Senior X30 field. That battle for second, I don't think ever stopped that whole time. The rest of the drivers head into the pits. As one X30 race finishes, it's time to go down to their junior drivers now. X30 juniors in wet conditions. Of course, this will be the first time these drivers experience this condition this weekend. Except for yesterday, there was a bit of rain yesterday, so they have got a bit of setup tweaks that they can use from yesterday. Callum Sims has done a bit of driving in the wet so far, but this is going to be interesting to see what these drivers can do. Max Wright starts from 2nd place, but it's Zach McDonald who starts from pole, and issue for Adam Bourne, who can just about get it going. It's number 54 there. Rest of drivers filing through, and Finley Allen there as well. So Zach McDonald starts from pole position, then Max Wright alongside Adam Bourne, James Backwith from Finley Allen, Callum Sims from Molly Mizzen, Jack Baker, Louis Barker, Louis Marshall, Joseph Berkery, Johnny Restrick, Isaac Chang, and Alex Wiley, who, of course, really up at the front in the championship. He's got a lot of work to do now from the back of the grid. and this will just be losing him more championship points here at Kim Bolton's at McDonald. Will he be able to take another victory that will set him up beautifully for the final race, or will it be Max Wright? We're about to find out in just a moment's time. So as they head round the final corner, revs are about to rise, and we are going to get racing. Will we get racing for the first time asking? Into turn 1, yes we do. Down the start finish straight, here we go. Max Wright on the outside. Who will be the latest to break? It's going to be Max Wright who tries to hold his way around the outside, but it's Zach McDonald who leads the way as all the drivers try and find their way through, bumping and banging. But, oh, a spinner there. Big spinner. Who could that be? And I think that was one of the Birolart drivers. Look at Zach McDonald's lead so far, though. Amazing start from McDonald. He has got Max Wright there in second place. And Jack Baker into third. Jack having a brilliant weekend so far. Alan Bourne up to fourth. Callum Sims rounding out your top 5. Not the best start he would have wanted. But look at the move for second place. Round the outside from the number 45. That was a superb move from Jack Baker as he head down into turn 1. Baker up 6 places in that last lap. And look at that, Alex Wiley in that green and white car. Oh, spinning there, Adam Bourne, and Molly Mizzen gets into contact. Drivers trying to avoid it, but Mizzen was the unlucky customer there. Zach McDonald, however, still having a pretty strong lap. 2 seconds after the first lap. Since when was that a thing? Amazing stuff from Zach McDonald. Jack Baker there in second place. Zach, who we've seen now in both slick and wet conditions, both very quick. As look at the battle here. This is Alex Wiley in that green and white car, battling for third place, and he started in 14th at the start of this race. 10 places in 1 lap, plus his extra one now, is into the top 3. How on earth has he done that? Johnny Restrick as well. He started from second to last. He's up to 7th. So Johnny having a brilliant race out there as well. Just comes to show, when it comes to wet conditions, anything can happen. Driver's pace can change dramatically from the dry to the wet, and sometimes it's for the good, sometimes it's for the bad. Of course, this is the last heat of the day for these drivers, and then we'll be getting into the more important finals, where of course points and trophies will be awarded in soggy wet conditions. Zach McDonald with a big gap so far. Look at Callum Sims getting pressured by one of the BMR cars. That looked like Johnny Restrick in that BMR car. So that's the orange and white car you can see on your screens going around the outside. What a race he's having so far. Who was having a bit of struggles at the first heat. Issues for one the Team Wilson Motorsport class. Louis Barker. Louis really having a good day out there, and not like the weekend he had previously, but he's got a lot of work to do now. But Zach McDonald lapping 7/10 faster than the rest of the field. If that doesn't say anything about who this driver is, then I don't know what will. That is absolutely superb, and if you're looking to support a driver in the years to come, this is the man you want to watch. He's the Sky F1 Kids commentator and a brilliant Junior X30 racer. Callum Sims now is a bit of battle now with, once again, John Restrick. You'll see Callum Sims running a K plate on that car. He, of course, won the Kim Bolton Festival not long ago. The K plate, quite a hard one to win it was for him. He had to drive from last on the grid in a remarkable drive from last to first. Won the plate in fine fashion, as the reason why we give them plates out is so people know who are the real champions. As there's a brilliant battle going on. Finley Allen there, number 14. It doesn't seem like he is where he was with that Tim Wilson Motorsport car. He's struggling a bit more with that right car, but it's still early doors for him, still early days. has got more opportunities for him to close back in. Will he go for the inside on the BMR car of John T. Restrick? He has a look, can't get it done. The 6-7 still hold on behind Callum Sims. So John T, on his first time here to the circuit, yellow flags are out, and that is for a driver who's off at the Dan Molan complex. I think that might be Isaac Chang, who is in a bit of a pickle down at Dan Molan complex. We'll try and see if we can spot who it is, but of course no overtaking now through this sector. Callum Sims still trying to find a way. He's going to have a little look on the inside of Max Wright. There's a bit of contact. Max Wright keeps his foot pinned to the floor, keeps it going as we head down and so on. This is a good battle, and this is a battle for 4th place. Alex Wiley is driven off, and the top 3 seem set for their podium spots. But who is going to take it 4th place here in the second heat for Junior X30s? Kart being dragged away. That doesn't like Isaac Chang kart. That is Zach McDonald on your screens there through the Dan Weldon complex. He is really showing up here at this round. Of course, we saw him earlier this year with George Edgar having a brilliant battle for the lead. So we know he is capable of taking victories and driving well in these wet conditions. But to be as dominant as he is now is very impressive. The second fastest driver out there at the moment is Jack Baker, who I haven't seen much of Jack Baker this year. This is sort of the open eyes for Jack Baker, and well, he has got some potential. He has got a lot of potential, a lot of talent. 37 goes for a spin there. That was Joseph Berkery, and he's going to try and hold on to some more positions. Look at Adam Bourne round the outside. Adam Bourne trying to recover from not the best race so far for him. 10 seconds left on the clock then, plus an additional lap. Will we be able to get one more lap left of racing? It's going to be tight because Zach McDonald is about to cross the line. Is it going to be another lap? He's held back, and it's going to be... No! He's going to have... No, my apologies, it is the last lap. He just nicked it, and he crossed the line just after the 0 lap board. So we have got one more lap left of racing. That got very tight. Max Wright still trying to hold on to that 4th place. Alex Wiley, amazing drive, up 11 positions up to 3rd. Here is Dak McDonald on your screens. Look at the precision of this driver. This is a driver you need to watch out for this year. Zach McDonald could win this championship, and if he could, it would be in a dominant fashion. He has not put a foot wrong all year long. Could this be the year for Zach McDonald as he comes round the final corner, takes victory in the second heat for Junior X30? Jack Baker in second place. Your top 3 round up by Alex Wiley with a very good drive from the back of the grid to 3rd. From Max Wright, Callum Sims, John T. Restrick, Finley Allen, Louis Marshall from Adam Bourne. As the rest of the field files through, James Backwith, Joseph Berkery, Molly Mizzen, Louis Barker, and Isaac Chang. Rounds out your field of drivers. Isaac, the only retiree. And it's going to be a long walk back to the paddock for Isaac Chang, who went off all the way at the bottom at the Dan Weldon complex. And it's people will be surprised how far away that is from the paddock. So he's going to have to put his hiking boots on and go for a little walk. But that was a solid victory for Zach McDonald. Now it's finals time here at Kimbolton. It's round 8 of the Club Championship, and this is going to be an interesting B final for these junior Rotax drivers. There's Isaac Chang on your screens. The B final, for those who don't know how it works, all drivers who couldn't make it into the A final due to the points that are accumulated through the heats, they get put into a B final. these drivers have one more opportunity to get into the A final. The drivers who finish in the top 6 will go through. On the screens is Noah Moulton. He is a driver who will be starting from 2nd on the grid. We're just going to have a little sit here for a moment, and then we're going to get ready for our first final of the weekend. This is a Junior Rotax B final. So, Junior Rotax B final is heading out on the circuit. And for you girl powers out there, it's Izzy Wykes that starts from pole position. It's Noah Moulton who starts alongside. Miles Cleward from Joseph Alton.
Wow.
Tobias Johns from Fletcher Groans. Archie Ray Watson from Jake Exton. Zach Sidney. Lucas Nibbs. Jackson Heath. Nathan Edwards. From my timing screen, doesn't look like he's headed out on circuit, but that might be wrong. Oliver Hutchins from Jack Corser. Josh Phillips. Bua Winslade. Humphrey Hall. Christian Kivov. George Phillips. Archie Butman. Rounds out your field of drivers. Now, the best thing about this B final is we've got drivers who have had pace over the weekend but haven't been able to show it, and vice versa. Drivers who just haven't had the look. This is going to be interesting then. Noah Moulton and Izzy Wykes from your front row. This is a great opportunity to see some new drivers into the championship who are trying to find a way up to the front end. Noah Moulton on the outside, who will make their first. It's a big train. Look at us. 5 wide. Oh, Izzy Wykes clipping the wall. But she's carried on going. Amazing stuff. As all the drivers go through. Oh, no. It's a spin for a couple drivers. And that, their opportunity's done. And look at the rest of the pack. All off the circuit. We lost George Phillips in that one. I think Zach Sidney went off as well. Never mind. He's in 3rd place. Zach Sidney. 3rd place so far. We'll wait for the rest of the drivers as they come round to finish the first lap of the race. But it's one of our novice drivers who is up at the front end of the field, the 114, and that's Tobias Johns, who's having a brilliant race so far. Noah Moulton in 2nd place. Noah, who's been here all season long, not had the best weekend so far, is trying to make up for it. Now he's into the lead of the race. Down into Tel 1, Zach Sidney. This is a brilliant opportunity to show what he can do. Tries to look for 2nd place. Can't get it done. These obviously are drivers who haven't been able to show what they can really do, and they haven't had much camera time. They've been at the back of the pack, but this is a great opportunity to show what they are capable of, because these drivers, just because they're in the B final, doesn't mean they're bad. Just means that they haven't had the look. They haven't had the look on their side, haven't been able to settle that car perfectly. This is the opportunity in wet conditions. The 95, Archie Ray Watson. Archie, who moved over teams recently, over to the Air Kart team. Great to see Archie trying out a new chassis, the Air Kart chassis, and also has a teammate in this race, Jack Corser, 2 of the Air Kart drivers who are looking to obviously get a lot more as they come through. Jack, oh, that's a 26 going a bit wide there. That's not what you want to do. Humphrey Hall. As always, a spinner there. And we're trying to work out who that was. So just like Nathan Edwards didn't get out there for the final, which is a real shame, because I was hoping to see a nice drive from Nathan Edwards, because he had the pace to be at the front end, but has decided to call it early. Miles Cleward has also retired from the race early on. The rest of the field come through, and it's starting to get a bit dark as well. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Noah Moulton still leads the way. Tobias Johns in 2nd place. Zach Sidney there in 3rd from Jake Exton. Josh Phillips rounds out your top 5. Josh, who's up 15 places, all the way up to 5th, from 15th on the grid. We've got Ray Watson just behind him. Jack Corser up 5 places. He's into 9th at the moment. Fletcher Groans just inside the top 10. Now I wonder what's happened to Fletcher Groans, because he has had the pace at times throughout this year, but really hasn't had the look. Has been involved in quite a few instances over the year, And I thought this really was his opportunity to show to the world who he really is, but just not had the look like he's had before. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. This battle for second still raging on. I don't think Zach Sidney's done just yet. Zach Sidney's had a lot of help and support over the year, and that's put him into a really good driver, but is it going to be enough to get on the inside of Tobias Johns? Not yet. Tobias holds on to second place. Zach Sidney, as we said, had a lot of support from the Ben Maxim team. Bit of coaching as well from Daniel Ginchard that really helped him out to excel his driving skills. Dan Ginchard, who was a brilliant driver coach, obviously spends this time. He's racing in GB4 and selected GB3 rounds this year, so a very popular F4 driver as well. He was. As there's a driver who spun just coming out of turn 3, and that looks like Christian Kelv, who's just not had the best day so far, still learning the ropes. As he heads down into turn 1. Kim Bolton circuit, really not an easy track to do in the wet, really hard to get it right. Sydney trying to go for it again. He's going to be bumper to bumper with Tobias Johns, but can't get the momentum down. Tobias Johns is really good at exiting those corners, but Zach Sidney, although braking later, getting on the inside, just can't get that move done. He's going to try again into Derek's corner. He's going to have the outside, but he gets that move done. Sidney now into second place. It's all going to be about now Tobias Johns. Will he be able to fight back? Will he be able to make that move once again? Fourth place now. Look at Jake Exton. He's really close in on these two. This could be something to watch out for. Of course, we need to watch the split, which is obviously the top 6 make it through. So the big battle that's going on is Oliver Hutchins versus Archie Ray Watson. The gap is 6/10 of a second, and we'll try and pick it up on the cameras as we head into the final stages of this race. The number 16, Oliver Hutchins. Number 95, Archie Ray Watson. They are the two drivers we need to watch for, as, of course, the top 6 go into the final. 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go in this race. There is the drivers from 2nd, 3rd and 4th in your screens. Noel Moulton, 4.3 second gap so far. Has absolutely drove off from the rest of the field, and his experience is really coming into play. As I said, Josh Phillips having a good drive so far. He is in the split. He is in. Drivers who are in so far: Noel Moulton, Zach Sidney, Jake Exton, Tobias Johns, Josh Phillips and Oliver Hutchins. They are the 6 drivers who will go into the A final, as there's another spin at turn 3 for Christian Kelv. George Phillips is making moves. There's Jack Corse on your screens. So Jack, who's a newcomer to karting, has done a lot of Midland karting, the outdoor rental karting circuit, and then picked up by Airkart, and Airkart been really helping him out, getting him to grips with this new world, because it can be quite a different world from rental karting. The man we need to watch, though, is George Phillips. Now, George Phillips has made up 12 places from 19th to 7th. Now, we know George had a few issues in the heat races and qualifying. He's had to really work hard. This could be it. Who will make it through? There's a couple of drivers who've just come back onto the circuit after heading off on the first corner. There is Noel Moulton on your screens. Noel Moulton gets past the back marker. So, from what we can see here, if Noel Moulton can hold on for one more lap, that will be him sorted. He'll be all done. That will be him into the A final. Now, I'm just looking here. Actually, I didn't pop this up. Oliver Hutchins. What's happened to Oliver Hutchins? Because Archie Ray Watson's now taking his 6th place. Or Oliver Hutchins will not be in the A final. Noel Moulton takes victory, so he will make it through. Zach Sidney will finish in 2nd in just a moment of time. There he is. He takes that spot. Jake Exton will make it through. Tobias Johns makes it through. Josh Phillips makes it through. And it's side by side. It's going to be so close. Who made it through? It's Archie Ray Watson. Archie Ray Watson will get to the B final, and George Phillips, who a couple of rounds ago took a podium spot, will not be in the A final. Dramatic scenes here at Junior Rotax in the B final. George Phillips will not take the A final. That is a big loss in this championship. So, it was Noah Moulton who took victory from Zach Sidney and Jake Exton. Tobias Johns from Josh Phillips. Archie Watson from George Phillips. Jack Corser, Fletcher Groans from Lucas Nibbs. Humphrey Hall, Oliver Hutchins, Izzy White from Bure Winslade, Joseph Alton, and the rest of the pack. There is Sawyer Henderson on your screens, and you can see engraved to that sticker kit is the K plate. Now, this is one of the first wet finals we've had in a while for these Honda 200s. And obviously this is going to be a good testament to show what these drivers can do. Now, we've known Sawyer Henderson. Last time we were in the wet, so I did struggle quite a bit. He's had a bit of work over time, really worked on his driving skills in the wet conditions, and he's going to be trying again. Who will take victory then? We've got plenty of drivers in action, and I think one driver we really need to work out for is Nicholas York, who's having one of his best weekends so far in racing so far. He has been at the front end of this field, and I think that last heat really showed that he's got potential to be a front runner. So, Dana Rowlands starts from pole position then. Arthur Murphy alongside Sawyer Henderson, your K-plate winner. He will be from third. Mason Becker, Keane Delaney from Harry Search, Nicholas York, Alex Saunders, Theo Hamilton, Keane Doherty, James Murphy, Harry Parker Ray, Bradley Sutton, George Teese, Ben Bowers, Archie Edgar, Zach Squire, Preston Howard, George Pickett. And look at the stream of cars. So Mike Cramaxis. It'll be Isaac McGarth who starts from pole, from Rafe Owen, Noah Willow, Mason Munster, Thomas Laidler, Milo Taylor, and Ollie Brunt will start from last. Watch out for Ollie, because Ollie's really quick in these wet conditions. So, the first A final gets underway for round 8 of the Club Championship. Will we get away first time? I'm asking no. We go round again. Those drivers were not formed up in the tram lines, and we'll go round for one more time. So we're into the later stages of this championship, as we said. So points will be something to care about a bit more than maybe results. Of course, if it comes to them situations where you've got to do that risky move just to get that one more place, you can't do it. There's no point making silly decisions. But the Micromax, we haven't really spoken much about it because they've had a really good, exciting race so far. Of course, Isaac Garth seems to be the man on the move so far. But it's all going to be interesting seeing these wet conditions. Of course, wet driving, a lot different to the slick driving. And, driver off already. We have lost one of our cadet drivers. And I'm trying to work out who that might be. We'll find out after they get away. Deno Rowlands, could this be a victory? Who will it be? We're going to find out in 8 minutes' time. It's lights out and away we go. Down into turn 1. Murphy on the inside. Look at all the drivers fighting the steering wheel. And there's a spinner for the green car. And he tries to get his way back onto the circuit. That looked like Alistair Saunders, who went for a spin. As the Michael Maxis get under away as well. As they head down to turn 1, there is more rain. It is getting heavier as they head into Derek's corner. Becker takes the lead in a surprise fashion. That's it. Nice and careful, these guys. I got ever so close. Rowlands nearly went in 3 wide with Murfitt and Sawyer Henderson. But all these drivers managed to get going round the first lap. And Rowlands has gone into a spin. Rowlands, who was up at the front end of the field, who had the potential of taking victory, into a spin, and he's got a lot of work to do now. He's managed to keep it going, but will be all the way down the field. We'll find out whereabouts he is. As he headed to turn 1. Becker going sideways, kept it going. What a save from Mason Becker, who lost it on the brakes heading into turn 1 and kept it going somehow. But the main loser out of that one was Denner Rowlands, down 13 places to 14th. This is going to be a very interesting one for Rowlands. Can he make that time up? There's only one way to find out. Murfitt, Becker, Henderson, Theo Hamilton's up there to 4th. What a drive Hamilton's had so far this weekend. Harry Search is there in 5th. This is what I mean. Wet Weather Racing brings in so many different characters. We get to see the bright stories of some of these amazing drivers. And Sawyer Henderson goes to the lead. Oh, that's going to be so close. 3 wide as they come out of the final corner. Who will hold on? It's Murphy. Down into turn 1. Harry Parker Ray's in this battle as well. No way. Oh, amazing stuff in this Honda Cadet final. Anyone has a chance of winning this race from about the top 10. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. And who's leading the way? It's only the reigning champion, Theo Hamilton, into the lead of the race. That shows you what a champion it means to be round here in Honda Cadets, because he is driving off at the moment in fine fashion. Henderson there in 2nd place, Murphy 3rd, Becker 4th, and Harry Parker Ray into 5th. Amazing stuff from Harry Parker Ray. As they head into the final corner. And Theo Hamilton starts to pick up the speed once again. Harry Parker Ray on the back of Mason Becker. He was had a look for a move there into turn 1. He's going once again. Watch this, number 44 on your screens. Has a look. Can't get the move done. Sticks behind. Waits for another opportunity. Keen Delaney having a battle there with Denner Rowlands and Nicholas York. Nicholas York getting sideways. Loses out on a place. But Denner Rowlands, we need to watch this kart. Watch that pink car in the back of shot. He has got a bit of work to do. Theo Hamilton's going for a spin. Oh, dearie me. The last thing you want to do is when you're leading with a gap and go for a spin. Oh, dearie me, in the worst fashion possible. Theo Hamilton loses the lead. And now it's Henderson back into the lead like he was 2 months ago. Murphy, 2nd place. Becker in 3rd. What a final race we're having here in Honda Cadets. Theo Hamilton slots in front of Harry Parker Ray as they head down into turn 1. Harry Search moving offline, trying to find a bit of visibility. Harry Parker Ray on the inside of the 94. And that's Keen Doherty, who's having a brilliant race so far. But as they go down into the chicane, Sawyer Henderson now has a bit of a margin. Theo Hamilton back up into 3rd. Becker now his next target. Where will he make the move? We're seeing some brilliant driving here from some of these drivers who we might have seen in the dry conditions in the midfield, now in the wet at the front of the field. Harry Parker Ray. We've seen Keen Doherty, who we haven't seen much at the front end. Theo Hamilton moves up to 2nd place. And we have 3 minutes left to go. What a race we're having so far. We've got some big movers. Of course, Keen Doherty. Bradley Sutton up 6th place. He's into 7th place. That's the highest he's been all weekend long. Of course, some big losers. Denner Rowlands, the big loser so far. He's still got loads of time to make up. He's currently in 11th. Noah Wilco. He is still leading the Micromax. Pretty big margin as well from the rest of the pack. But this is who we need to watch out for. At the front of the field, Theo Hamilton now. Trying to find a way by Sawyer Henderson. But that's never an easy option. Sawyer runs wide. Hamilton goes through. Becker's trying to find a way through as well. That is not what Sawyer wanted to do. It's very easy to make mistakes around this Kimbolton circuit in these wet conditions. But Sawyer, you've not lost it just yet. Keeping the slipstream. Get those lines sorted. Carry the speed through the corners. You can close this up. Theo Hamilton, what a way it would be to end his final day of racing a Honda Cadet car to go out with a victory. As we said earlier, this is his final race in Honda Cadets before he moves up to racing in juniors. And what a career he's had so far in his cadets. Obviously champion from last year. Loads and loads of victories from last year as well. Victories this year in the championship. Theo Hamilton really built up the grid here at Honda Cadets. And of course around other circuits as well. Proved he was a stomping ground. And someone to watch out for. There is all the drivers, all family and parents cheering on for Mason Becker, and that's great to see. Becker family getting involved, throwing their enthusiasm at Becker, showing them, come on, go do this, you can do it, you can do it. Becker can do it, because Becker's been there time and time again with the pace. Battle for seconds still raging on, but look at Theo Hamilton. He's absolutely drove off. It would need to be another mistake for him to lose this lead. Here comes the rest of the drivers down into Kestrel corner. As I said, a bunch of drivers who we haven't seen at the front end of the field still there at the front, and that just shows the difference between wet drivers and tries. That's Mason Becker's parents once again giving the encouragement to Becker, saying go, 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 you can do it, as he head down into turn 1. Arthur Murphy not having the best race so far. He's going to lose out to Keane Doherty on the inside and making contact that nearly put him into a spin, but he's kept it going. They're all piling into each other. The number 53 getting involved as well, that is Bradley Sutton. And it's a brilliant battle going on a bit further down the field. Becker still holding on to second place. Doherty running a bit wide, and that loses him a position. Now, the question is, what has happened to Harry Parker Ray, who was running up in the top 5, now down to 10th? So we've lost Harry Parker Ray. And it seems to be going from bad to worse for Denner Rowlands. He's all the way down in 19th. This is definitely not a race for his championship. Of course, these drivers can drop rounds, and I think this might be a round to drop, because there he is on your screen. He's trying to make some more moves through the field, but he's really having to struggle. There's Ben Bowers. And what a drive from, of course, Noah Wilker as well, who will take victory if you're not on for this final lap. Rafe Owen in second place. Mason Munzer heading on to a podium. But when it all came down to these wet conditions, in his final ever race in Honda Cadets, he's going to take it in fine fashion in soggy wet conditions. Theo Hamilton takes victory in his final race. Mason Becker finishes up in second place, with Sawyer Henderson rounding out your top 3. Bradley Sutton, with his best drive ever, up to 4th. Arthur Murphy rounds out your top 5 from Keane Doherty, Ben Bowers, Harry Search, Alistair Saunders, Harry Parker Ray from Noah Wicklow, who takes victory in the micros. Nicholas York, Keane Delaney, James Murphy, Rafe Owen, who takes second, from Mason Munzer, who took 3rd, Ollie Brunt up to 4th. James Windsor from Denner Rowlands, all the way down in 19th position from George Pickett. Mason O'Connor, Isaac Garth from Harrison Maxwell, Archie Edgar, Reggie Morley, Zach Squire, Thomas Laidler, Preston Howard, and Milo Taylor, who headed into the pits. He was out of the race. What a final there for the Cadets, always providing action in every way possible, and we saw a bunch of drivers coming through the field who we probably haven't seen that much this season. Great to see progression from these drivers over the course of the year, and they're only going to get better and better as time goes on. With one final done, it's time to head over to our next final now. It's time for the big boys. It's KZ Racing, and we're going to get going in just a moment's time. So in soggy conditions, some of the hardest karts to drive heading out on the circuit. It's the KZ UK category, and it's Darrell Henderson who will be starting from pole position, who dominated both heats from Hannah Lang in second place. Luke Senningham and James Beecroft from Joshua Price, who I think is the main man to watch this final. Of course, he's in the top 5, but he's got a lot of time to make. Of course, had a bit of issues in the heats. Got a lot of work to do in this final. Ryan Green from Isaac Smith, who on my timing screens doesn't seem to have made it out of the pit lane. I'm just going to have a little look and a little watch. He has made it out on the pit, so he is out there on circuit. He's the 1, 2, 3. Bradley Calder from George Barker. Kai Springfield from Nina Picolio. Lee Robertson, Sylvius Kilmas, Richie Smith, Lucas Blanford, and Nick Aiken. Rounds out your field of drivers. That's one of the Orange Army looking a bit sodden. And I do hope he has a lovely Monday off so he can recover from this horrible weather. So as the last couple of drivers head round the final few corners, Lucas Enningham. We have to say, Lucas Enningham in the wet, he's a different machine. He is absolutely dominant. But will he be enough to make it a final victory? Now, Hannah Lang has gone straight on, and I think Hannah Lang is entering the pit lane. What has happened to Anna Lang, who was starting on the front row of the grid, will enter in the pit lane? She will not take victory, and it seems like another one of her teammates from the Formula K category also not taking part in this race. Both drivers into the pit lane, and that is it for them. Hannah Lang will not be starting on the front row of the grid. She will not be starting at all in this race. It'll be Darrell Henderson. 4 lights are upon us. We're off and away. It's lights out and away we go here for the final in KZ UK. And Darrell Henderson will hold on to the lead as he heads down to turn 1. He's going to go straight on. And it's going to be between James Beecroft and Josh Price as he head through the first couple of corners. Spinner there to number 53. That was Nina Picolio, who doesn't have the best of starts, but looks at them all as they come down the up. That's Isaac Smith on the grass, but you can't see anything in these conditions as they head down into Dan Weldon for the first time asking. Josh Price straight into the lead of the race. What a start from Josh Price. Beecroft there in second place. Lucas Ellingham going straight on, sent it past Darrell Henderson, but loses out big time as they head down into turn 1. You can see the spray as they head down into turn 1. Poor visibility for these drivers. These guys have really got to work hard to find that upper edge as they head through the first couple of corners. Down the mixture straight and on the brakes, nice and hard, nice and early in these wet conditions. And Ryan Green with a good race. He's into 3rd at the moment, and Isaac Smith, who he's in 4th at the moment, but nearly went off the circuit on that first lap, heading very far off the circuit. As drivers head round the final corner, down the start-finish straight once again, and into turn 1. Josh Price still leading the way. Josh Price, a master of wet conditions in these KZ cars. He's done a few races in the KZ car in these wet conditions. He knows how it's like. He's only going to get a bit sideways when he came out of turn 3 there. You can see that just off the commentary box. And Josh Price, who seems to be on form at the moment. It would take a lot for him not to take this victory home at the end of the day, but anything can happen. As they head round the final corner, down, start finish straight once again. Josh Price from James Beecroft, Ryan Green and Isaac Smith, 2 of the Birrell ART karts in the top 4. Head down the mixture straight once again. Really quick lap round here in these KZ karts, 44-second lap times. even in these wet conditions. Very, very quick indeed. They head down the TKM straight into Kestrel corner, and Ryan Green had a look for second place there. Ryan Green, who had a lot of troubles in qualifying, had to really work through the pack in the heats, now in a position to take second place if he could get past James Beecroft. And what result it'd be for James Beecroft as well, who's there in second place. Josh Price still his way, and he's got a big margin so far. 1.4 seconds, that's all you need in case of karting to get away from the pack. He's got a bit of breathing room now, but the battle for second place is raging on. It's hard to see where James Beecroft is. Ryan Green, he can't see anything at all with the visibility. Nice and hard on the brakes down into Kestrel corner. Into Kim Bolton corner as well. Oh, he had a look for the move there. You saw him pick up the power nice and early, tried to find a way through. Couldn't get it done. Down the start finish straight once again. And nice and hard on the brakes. Down into turn one. Throwing the car in, pick up the speed now as you exit. Nice and careful with picking up that throttle. Try to spin at their rear tyres. Because the second you spin at the rear tyres in one of them, you are going round. It's very brutal, these karts. You have to really be on the edge with them. Ryan Green hopping over the curbs as they head round into the final couple of corners once again. Ryan Green, the man who could break this second place from James Beecroft. 3.5 minutes left to go. Josh Price seems to be the man on form at the moment, sailing away from the rest of the pack as the track just keeps getting wetter and wetter. Darrell Henderson back into play. He's there in fourth at the moment. And apologies, that'll be fifth place. As always, Isaac Smith got a bit sideways. Exiting the corner, that's the opportunity for Darrell Henderson. Would he get that move done for fourth place? Going round the outside, yes he does. That was a strong pass from Darrell Henderson. And now he might even look for a podium spot in the laps to come. Head down the start finish straight once again. Brilliant action here in the KZ UK final where these guys are putting everything on the line. Look at Darrell Henderson. Where has he found this pace? It's been amazing. Not just in the slick conditions, but in the wets as well. Number 6-7 getting a warning flag. That is Lucas Blanford, who is in 10th place at the moment. It's up 6 positions, but has got a lot more work to do to catch up to this front pack. But Darrell Henderson, could this be a move for third place? James Beecroft had lost second place that last time around, so Beecroft on the edge now, maybe losing a podium, which would not be ideal here in this highs. Look on the inside, Darrell Henderson, he found a bit of room, but Beecroft on the cut back, he gets the move done. That was perfection from Beecroft. Knew exactly where to place the car. Knew that if he was going to go on the inside, he's going to get the cut back effect, and took it with full stride. Josh Price there on your screens for just a moment. You can see how much spray is getting kicked, how much darker it's getting here at Kim Bolton. Of course, getting into winter times now, so it does start getting darker just a tiny bit earlier. But the clock keeps ticking down then, and Beecroft back into third place. Darrell Henderson's still got a bit of work to do to get back into that podium spot. 1 minute left on the clock, plus an additional lap, so we're going to get about 3 laps of racing left here at Kim Bolton. James Beecroft is 72 there as they head on the brakes. This would be a first podium in a while for Beecroft, who hasn't had the luck all year. Had a few technical issues that played into a part. Look at Beecroft getting sideways, really tapping his head now, thinking, James, calm down. You really need to just think about what you're doing here. Darrell Henderson, will he go for the move yet? He's got a bit of a margin, just not close enough. And a lot of time lost by Lucas Enningham. Really interested to see what happened with Lucas, because he had the pace at the start of the race and just dropped off throughout the race. And a question of what it could have been for Enningham. That could have been another podium. But as we head on to the final lap of the race, although Henderson managed to get to a podium spot, it would be a big shame seeing the way his heat races went and starting from that pole spot. But in fine fashion, the champion of KZ, Josh Price, who we saw earlier this year, took victory in very dry conditions, and that was with a gap. Came into the wet, thought, you know what, we'll do the same again. And round the final couple of corners for Joshua Price, it's going to be victory in KZ UK in fine fashion. That was a superb drive from the 27. Ryan Green there in second place from James Beecroft. Darrell Henderson will be quite annoyed by that P4 result, but still a good result to end his weekend. I was 5th and 5th from Lucas Enningham, Leo Robinson in 7th, from Kai Springfield, Bradley Calder, and soon it will be Lucas Bamford who rounds out your top 10. Silvius Kumas in 11th, Nino Picolio coming round just shortly to finish it up in 12th. Then it should be Nick Aitken and Richie Smith who rounds out your field of drivers. Of course, we lost the 2 retirees, both being teammates each other for the Formula K. That was Hannah Lang and George Barker. So, unfortunate there for Hannah Lang, who I think had a really good opportunity there. Of course, started on that front row. And going off the results in the heats, had a good opportunity. But that is it for KZ. But we've still got some more gearbox racing left to go. This is the 250 mono, and this is going to be an interesting one. 250 karts, of course, the gearbox karts, but these are more brutal, more your old school style. And they're going to head out on circuit now. Jack Bliss starts from pole position, Lee Stamp alongside Matt Allnut, Tim Woods, Dom Brown from Harry Morris, Aaron Powell from Kieran Metson, Mark Hudson, Chris Lawson, Reese Woods, Sam Harrison, Matt Snell, Ryan Lawson, Matthew Duncan, Callum Smith, Dan Rawdon, Jack Rolfe, Martin Smith, Dan Brown, Ross Cornick rounds out your field of drivers. Now this one's going to be a proper battle for the ages. Of course, these drivers have already done a race in the wet, so this is going to be a bit wetter than the wet they had earlier. I think the man who races to lose is Jack Bliss, who had a brilliant heats so far. Of course, a random grid, so he was having to fight through when he had the opportunity to. Lee Stamp in second place. He's had a great day so far. 31, Dom Brown has been a driver who has stood out. He's been on top form all weekend. But it's now time for the nitty-gritty bits. And it'll be exciting to see how these drivers get on. It's the 250 mono final, and drivers are just getting ready now to form up into their final grid spots. So just like these KZ karts, these karts are a different kettle of fish to drive from not just your Rotaxes, your X30s, but the KZ kart itself. 2 different ways to drive each of these karts. These karts are a bit heavier, so you've got to be a bit more careful with them. You can be a bit more planted with them. But it's going to be a big testament. Who will come out on top? It's going to be the question between the O plate and the 1 plate. The O plate or the British champion. Who will take it? Watch out for Matt Allnut as well. He has a great opportunity. As well as number 3, Tim Woods, who, of course, took victory earlier today. The rest of the drivers forming up. You can smell the burning fuel as they get ready to go. Hands up from the back of the grid. We are set to get racing here in 250 mono. 4 lights are upon us. And there's lights out. And away we go. And the 31 gets a horrendous start. That was Don Brown, who couldn't get off the line. But it's side by side with the O plate and the 1 plate. And the 1 plate, will he make it through? Oh, it's going to drivers have a little spin there. That was the 59. And another driver going off there. But they all managed to keep it going as they head round and down the Yamitsu straight. The O plate now leads the way. Look at the aquaplane. Look at the spray as they head into Dan Weldon. But Jack Bliss still leads the way. Lee Stamp in second place. Matt Allnut rounding out your top 3. It's then Tim Woods and the rest of the pack as they come flying through. Look at Jack Blitz so far. Has a bit of a margin from the British champion, but that could soon change. Of course, rain lights on for all these drivers, and a brilliant safety feature that they added in. One driver goes deep into turn 1, manages to keep it going. I got very close to hitting the wall. But both these drivers up at the front, they've been here. They know what the gist is with the wet driving in these cars. Never easy is the main answer. Jack Bliss, Open champion. So obviously he's a race winner. He knows what it's like to be in these 250 carts. Second place, Lee Stamp. Of course, a championship-driven driver. And look at the move for third place. That got very close. Matt Allnut on the inside of number 3. Tim Woods drops back down to 4th place. That was a proper ballsy move, but he gets the move done. And the rest of the pack is flying through. I think they're going to be catch up to a back marker in a short time. Driver in 5th, Kieran Metzen. He's doing all right for the time being. Sitting there with the pack. Now, Reese Woods was the driver who didn't start the race, and that could be a move for second place. Look at Matt Allnut go. This could be someone to watch out for. Matt Allnut in these wet conditions, absolutely flying. And of course, has that experience of racing the wet in TKM. That might be helping him out at the moment. When it comes to these races, as the driver spins on the start-finish line, that was very close to a horror crash, but manages to keep it going. But this could be Matt Allnut's day, and it'd be through to snatch away, and Jack and the Battenberg flags are out. There is Bamia Darridge at turn 1, and that was because of the driver who went into the wall. So all these drivers slowing down now, and they will go down to a walking pace, especially around the start-finish line. Now you'll just see to your side a shot. Marshall's there, getting the barriers out, back into its original formation. Now the Battenberg really bunches the pack up. This is the moment for Matt Allnut, who showed the pace early on. Can he keep it up, or will it still be that O plate? The Open champion, Jack Bliss, can he still hold on? We'll have to wait and see. The first stage of the race is completed. We're now into the latter stages. 4 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. And if you're only just joining us now, well, where have you been? It's the 250 mono final. Different carts and different machinery, but they're all homologated. So this is going to come down to driver skill. Are we green flag racing? No, we're not. We're going around once again. Nice and gentle. These drivers have to be in these wet conditions. The rain came down an hour or two ago, and there's actually more barrier damage that's gone down at turn 1. So that will only eat up into the rest of the race. Of course, that's another lap they're going to have under Battenberg conditions. A lap of no racing. Now you'll see here, the driver who's leading the way turns into a safety car. All the drivers will line up behind him, and then when he goes at the end of the lap, when there's a green flag, the rest of the pack carry on racing. But I think now Jack Bliss is vulnerable and he knows it. Will he go straight to the defensive line? Or will he think, you know what, I'm going to go full send these next couple of laps. We are back racing here in the 250 mono class, and it's lights out and we're green racing. Down into turn 1, Jack Bliss runs wide, Orla's going to have a look to the inside. Can't get that one done. It's going to be a third place still for the British champion, as there's a couple of spinners has to come round of turn 1. But down the Mitsu straight, here we go. Look at Bliss, look at the spray from the rest of the drivers. Bliss is in the best opportunity because he has no spray in front of him, so he can see where he's going very clearly. As the rest of the pack comes flying through, there's a very loud exhaust out there, and that might be a mechanical issue for one of the drivers. But look at this. Who is this coming for third place? It's that bright yellow car. Is that Dom Brown who's back in action? Yes, it is. He's up into third place. 56 and the number 14 both getting mechanical flag. They will be heading straight into the pit lane, and that is their race done. Still at the front of the field though, still Bliss, but he's got Allnut right on his tail. It might look like they're quite far back, but you really can't be close in these gearbox karts. That's a very loud number 8 kart. That is Sam Snell. Now, Sam has put Max Snell, my apologies. Now, Max obviously got caught up in that accident in the last heat, and great to see that they were all right. But as they come round the final corner, down the start finish straight, minute and a half left on the clock. And look at Bliss taking a more wider line, using the wet line to try and drive round the corner, keeping his momentum up. But look at Walnut. Walnut has to run, but just can't get past. And I think Allnut, is that an issue for Allnut? He has really slowed down, and I think he might be pulling to the side. He's going to pull side. Yes, he is. Oh, dearie me. Matt Allnut is out of this race. Oh no, in fine fashion. He was the only driver who could battle it out against Bliss. Now Bliss has got a big margin in front of him from the driver who's now in second place, the champion once again being Lee Stamp, and into third Dom Brown. Super shame now, and you'll see him putting, there he is on your screens, Allnut out of the race. Super unfortunate. He had such an opportunity to take victory, and what a victory would have been. And big contact into turn 1. He's gone straight on at the barriers. That may be the, trying to work out who that is. That might be the 77 of Callum Smith, but that is not ideal. And a couple of drivers getting the black flag now. Obviously they haven't entered into the pits. That is 56. 56 being Martin Smith, who's going to have to enter into the pits. But at the front it's still Bliss, who now is just going to tiptoe around because he's only got one more lap left to go and has a astonishing 5-second lead, which I have no idea how he's managed to make that, but 5 seconds in a 250 car is very hard to do. They'll head round the final corner and the last lap board is shown. Bliss has only got to hold on for one more lap. Now this first corner is a yellow flag sector, so no overtaking involved. Down the Yamitsu straight then for the final cut time for Jack Bliss. And what a drive he's had so far in wet conditions. Kept the speed up from lights to finish. And Dio Plate is going to become the King of Kimbolton once again. Round the final corner, and it's Jack Bliss who will take victory in fine fashion from a Lee Stamp in second place. Your champion finishes in second place. Dom Brown finished up in third from Kieran Metzone. Aaron Powell from Cliff Lawson, Ryan Lawson, Matthew Duncan and Martin Smith from Tim Woods. Of course, Martin Smith will get that black flag. He'll be disqualified from the race. Tim Woods from Marcus Hudson, Dan Rawdon, Dan Brown, Callum Smith, Harry Morris rounds out your 15 finishers. And we lost Sam Harrison, Ross Cornick, Matt Allnut, Matt Snell, Jack Rolfe and Reese Woods in that race. Very interesting turn one that was. But a great way to end the 250s, who going into it, I didn't think we were going to have that much action, but they really put everything on the line for us. And that is the end of the gearbox racing that we have this weekend. KZ and 250s, and they're still fixing that barrier. And look at that, they've actually gone into the fence. He's hit the barrier, moved the tyres, and into the fence. And that shows the... Is that John Smart? That is one of the marshals who... having a little joke with the cameraman. Great to see Orange Army once again doing what they do best. And well done to all the camera crew as well, who do a brilliant job in these horrible conditions. I feel very guilty because I am sat here in the warm whilst them guys are freezing cold outside. But someone has to talk, I guess. Someone has to commentate. But as one final finishes, time to go again. And this one is going to be interesting. Adam Sparrow's got an issue. Adam is not going for the time being, and he's held the rest of the pack up. No one else can get going. So we're going to have half the pack in this race. And that was a big show. Adam Sparrow's got himself going. So all these drivers will have to start the race, and I think they might throw the full start flag up first time asking if they can't get all these drivers back in position, which is quite unfortunate. So Spencer Lane starts from pole position in this one. Michael Cornell alongside. Here's Luke Jarman from Al Patterson, Adam Sparrow from Ashley Ruggles, Thomas Shaw, William Bloom from Gareth Haynes, Johan Kelly Churn, Sean Abbott, Harvey Jones, Charlie Whitehouse, Jake Cox and Jay Douglas rounds out your row of drivers. Now Spencer Lane, last time we raced in the wet with Spencer Lane, he absolutely drove off and won by about 6 seconds. So if that happens again, then I'll be a bit annoyed because I want some racing. But we've got some new faces here. Not new faces, but regular faces that come back time and time again. Full flag is out, so we're going to go around again. I'm going to be interested to see here what Cornell and Patterson do. Of course, they haven't got a championship to fight for. It's only them against everyone else. Obviously, you've got some drivers who will be a bit quicker in the wet conditions. Some drivers will be a bit quicker in the dry conditions. So it'll be interesting to see how these drivers get on. Of course, Maxi's wet tyres, bit harder to work. You've got to be a bit more aggressive with the car with these tyres. So watch for a lot of sideways action with these drivers. Adam Sparrow, what will he be able to do? And that looks like Ashley Ruggles, who is starting to slow it down. Of course, Ruggles starting down in 5th or 6th. And I mean, trying to work out what he's doing. He went a bit too early. And he's letting some of the other drivers through. So hopefully the pack can be all fouled up. And I think we're all set to go then here in TKM Extremes. Who will take victory then? We're going to find out in the next 8 minutes. And it's lights down, away we go. Down into turn 1, Lane on the inside. Cornell on the outside. Cornell trying to stick around the outside. Sparrow going a bit too deep. He's got a lot more work to do now. From a bit further back on the grid. Spencer Lane leads the way then. And it's Cornell in second place as the rest of the drivers come fighting through. Spray kicking up as he head into Derek's corner. Hard on the brakes. Cornell trying to find a way through. But Spencer Lane, for the time being, leads the way as they head through the second sector into Dan Weldon for the first time. He runs wide. Cornell trying to have a look on the inside. Isn't enough, but he knows there's an opportunity there for in the future. Ashley Ruggles having a good start as well. He's in the pack as well. But Luke Jarman having a look for second place on the outside of Michael Cornell. That's going to switch to the inside. Is it enough to get alongside? Yes, it is. And he's got the move done. Luke Jarman into second place now. And now, this is going to be interesting. Can he close into centre lane? Michael Cornell goes back on the inside and he blocks off Luke Jarman perfectly. Cornell back into second. Jarman being pushed wide for Johan Kali-Churn. Back into third place. Val Patterson trying to find a way through on the outside. That's not going to work in any day of the week. Spencer Lane, though, look at the margin he's got already. This does look like the story that it was 3 or 4 months ago. The last time he raced in the wet here at Kimbolton, when he completely drove away from the rest of the pack, and that's side-to-side contact with Anna Sparrow, who's all over the grass, all over the mud. And he's definitely going to be a bit more sodden after that one. Al Patterson makes his way past. But look at Cornell. Cornell closing in now on Spencer Lane. Could this be the opportunity for Spencer Lane? Of course, we've seen Spencer Lane time and time again up at the front end of the field. But Cornell is right on his tail now. And Lane, goes 2 sideways. Cornell on the inside. It's side-to-side action as they come through into Dan Weldon. That was a big mistake by Spencer Lane. And we don't really see many mistakes from Spencer Lane. That was very interesting. We saw that earlier as well when another driver hit the first curb there at the Derrick's corner and went into half a spin. So that curb obviously a bit slippier than what the drivers were usually expecting. We head down into turn 1 once again. Spencer Lane really hard on the brakes. Cornell switches to the inside. Will he get that move done? He pushes him wide. Cornell versus Lane, and Cornell's got the inside line. He takes the lead of the race. What a move from Cornell. That was a move for the ages, that one. Superb stuff from Cornell. He had on the brakes down into Derrick's corner. Spencer Lane tries to have a look. Can't get it done. Kali-Churn sitting there waiting for an opportunity. Jarman there in 4th. Patterson rounds out your top 5. Michael Cornell now leads the way. Superb stuff from Cornell. Johan Kali-Churn there in 3rd. Jarman there in 4th as well. So we come through. Jarman trying to find a way past Johan Kali-Churn. He can't get the move done. Look at Michael Cornell. He's the fastest man on circuit. And he is already 3 tenths faster than the drivers behind. He's 7 tenths faster than Spencer Lane, which is remarkable in these sort of conditions. As there's an issue for Al Patterson. Al Patterson out of the race. He's had to pull to the side on the Yamitsu straight, and that is his race completed. Oh, it's a shame for Al Patterson, who was running really well so far at the front end of the field. Now goes into retirement. TKM Extreme fighting with loads of action. 3.5 minutes still left to go. We've still got plenty more to come, and plenty more finals to come as well. Stick along and keep watching. On the brakes goes the rest of the field. That's it, nice and hard on the steering wheel to get the kart to grip up and turn in. Thomas Short closing in on Johan Kali-Churn. That'd be the move for 4th place. Thomas, who we haven't spoken much about this weekend, hasn't really been up at the front end of the field, been sat there in the mid-pack, just hasn't found that momentum like he's had in the dry. But also, yet again, all come down to qualifying. Qualifying can really make or break your whole race weekend, especially in fields like this. The rain is still definitely picking up. Watching one of the drivers a bit further down, heading into turn 1, he started out complaining a bit with hitting some of the puddles. But all these drivers are managing perfectly down into the first couple of corners. Thomas Shaw there on your brakes. He's got past Jan Kelly Churn on that last lap. And that sets him up perfectly for 4th place. Of course, for Thomas, this is good championship points, as well as the rest of the field. Spencer Lane, although in 2nd place, he'll be thinking about the championship as well. He'll be thinking, right, okay, this will do me all right, because the points is still quite a huge chunk compared to his oppositions. So Luke Jarman still there in 3rd. Of course, Luke and Spencer have both raced together, not just in karts this year, but on cars as well. Both of them racing in the Fiesta ST150 Championship. And both enjoying their time out there. Great to see that conversion, karts, cars. And looks like Charlie Whitehouse out of the race as well. Charlie, who looked like was out in the early stages of the race. Unfortunate to see him out so early, because we didn't really get to see much of him this weekend. Obviously, this probably will be a weekend of learning for him. And hopefully he can get some issues solved and back in front of the field next time out next month here at Kimbolton. But still at the front, Michael Cornell in that kart that is over a decade old, still leading the way. Now a spinner there, that's Jay Douglas, who had a little spin. He's up in 11th at the moment. He's the final car out on circuit. But he'll come round to start the 2nd to lap race. 2nd to last lap in this race. Luke Jarman still on the defence line as he heads into the braking zone. So that's to help him get the car nice and stopped. Finding a bit of rubber on that inside. Really interesting to see the pace of Alan Sparrow. Of course, Alan retired a few laps ago, but really was struggling throughout the race, and obviously a big issue for him. Hopefully we'll be able to see him back out shortly in the months to come. He always loved his kart race, especially his TKM Racing. So it was such a shame for him to not see him for quite a while. As obviously he has all his car racing. Let's get on to the final lap of the race. Michael Cornell with a big margin. 2.8 seconds as he headed through that last time. And it's a perfection weekend really for Michael Cornell. We have seen him time and time again throughout this year, and he comes back, but doesn't always seems to have the pace like he has today. We saw him in the dry, he was pretty quick, and then in the wet became an absolute legend. And as he comes into the final sector, look at the lines as he comes round the Dan Weldon complex. Now a little look behind, just make sure there's no one there. We have Spencer Lane behind him, but he's about 3 seconds behind. And what a drive for Michael Cornell. It's murder on the dance floor for Michael Cornell, who takes victory here at Kimbolton. Spencer Lane finishes up in 2nd place with Luke Jarman in 4th, because Thomas Shaw takes the final podium spot. What a drive from Thomas Shaw from 7th on the grid up to 3rd. It was Gareth Haynes in 6th from Jake Cox and Sean Abbott, from William Bloom, Harvey Jones and Jay Douglas, who will be soon to cross the line. And your retirees were Charlie Whitehouse, Al Patterson, Adam Sparrow and Ashley Ruggles. So a brilliant drive in the end from the rest of the pack, and you'll see the rest of the drivers pushing their carts back to the pits. What a race that was for TKM Extreme. And now we're going to go into one of the biggest race of the weekend, the final, where all 51 drivers started, but only one will win. There is Blake Southern on your screens. He has the world cut out for him at the moment. He has just 3 carts to overtake. Try and take his 4th final victory of the year. Joshua Smith then starts from pole position. Logan Hartshaw alongside. What a weekend he's having, Mr. Hartshaw. Teddy Cooper from Blake Sewin, from Hayden Fisher, Stanley Williams, John Richardson from Eli Baden, Callum Sims from Sam Aston, Conor Lard, George Fountain, Miles Burton, Hasman Khan, Sam Green Gomez, Ryan Rapini, Alex Shepherd from Toby Farthing, Max Wheatley, Lucy Wilden, Maximilian Braskoff, and George Cole, Hayden Adams, Ulrich V, Benjamin Lawn, Matthew So, Oscar Keane, Eski Hewitt from Jacob Aston, Dan Butcher, Noel Morton, Zach Sidney, Jack Exon and Tobias Johns, who are the drivers who made it into the A final from the B final. This is deja vu for Joshua Smith. The last time he raced in these wet conditions was all the way back in the last round of the championship last year, where he managed to beat Joel Dixon Cohen to the championship. Will we get going for the first time asking? Down into turn one, yes we do. Hard on the brakes. Josh Smith trying to find an inside line. Teddy Cooper trying to find a way through, and he gets to the lead. Teddy Cooper makes it to the lead as the driver gets really close to the barrier. Manages to carry on going. There's Toby Farthing. Hasn't had the better starts. He is crawling down to turn one. His race is pretty much over. Teddy Cooper leads the way then from Joshua Smith in second place. And Blake Sewin in third. Logan Hartshaw drops down to fourth. Eli Baden there in fifth. But Teddy Cooper having the drive at the moment. He leads the way, but still has plenty of time. 8 minutes plus a lap in these finals. So we're going to get about 11, 12 laps of racing here. And look at Josh Smith deciding early to go on the inside, get the move done, gets momentum. Josh Smith leads after lap one as they head down to turn one in the junior Rotax final. Teddy Cooper going to the outside just to open up the corner, just a tiny amount, try and get the speed up as they head through turn 2 and 3. Teddy knows this is not going to be an easy battle. It's never easy to get past a driver like Joshua Smith. He's the champion here from last year. Look at Cooper trying to look for the inside. Couldn't get the move done. Josh Smith, of course, racing with the GW Racing team, had a brilliant campaign last year in the championship. We haven't seen him much this year at the circuit. He's been away doing other stuff. Oh, that's a late move from Teddy Cooper, and that was the Ted special once again. He loves doing that last corner move, and he nearly got it, but just wasn't enough. That was some impressive driving by Teddy Cooper. That was a late move, and nearly managed to get by, but just wasn't enough. Still loads of battling going on throughout the field. Any drivers who made up a lot of places. Noah Morton, who won the B final, he's already up to 16th place. So what drive he's having. And a couple of good drivers from Ryan Peeney. He's up to 9th. And the 43 gets a mechanical flag. That is Miles Burton, who will be heading into the pits. Super unfortunate for Burton, who has had not the best weekend so far. He'll be definitely wishing for better weekends. Yellow flags were out for a second, but now they are back in. Conor Large down the screens, defending off Hayden Fisher, who's struggling in the wet conditions. Max Wheatley there as well. But up the front, Josh Smith, who leads the race. Teddy Cooper still in second place. I think it's going to have to be another late one from Teddy Cooper to try and find a way back past Josh Smith as he head down the TKM straight into the final couple of corners. There's only one move that Teddy knows well, and it's this last corner. He's going to do it again. It's a test special. He gets on the inside, stops the car, but Josh Smith once again gets the cut back. Teddy's plan is to try and send that one move again, defend it, block off Smith, and pull away. But that is never easy with a champion like Smith. And time is ticking. 4 minutes left on the clock. And I've said Josh Smith still leading. Cooper there in second place. Southern into third. Logan Hartshaw's having a great race. He's still there in fourth place, trying to wait and follow Blake Southern, wait for an opportunity to come around. And I think that's the best option he could do for Logan Hartshaw, because if he follows, he's still got the opportunity to make a podium spot, and what a podium it would be for Logan Hartshaw, one of his first podiums of the year. He's hadn't had many this year. I think he's only had the one, and that's a move for set of third place. Logan Hartshaw on the inside gets that move done, and the second we talk about the podium spot, he goes straight to a podium spot. 43 Miles Burton, black flag, so he will be definitely heading to the pits. If not, he'll be disqualified from the race, even the meeting. So 3 minutes left on the clock then, and look at Hartshaw. He's really pulled away from Blake Southern here. Blake really starting to struggle here. Eli Baden, now the next driver, trying to look for a way by. Blake Southern running a tad bit wide. That's going to open opportunity for Blake Southern. As we head down the start-finish straight. Look at the gap again. It's exactly identical to last time between Smith and Cooper. No time gained, no time lost. And I think, looking at Blake Southern's body expressions, I think he's just trying to overdrive the kart. He's pushing way too hard above what the kart can do. He's trying to find that fine line between what you can do as a driver, what the kart can do. Because sometimes you can work it a bit too hard, that just doesn't want to carry on going. For Josh Smith. He has raced Junior Rotax now in the second season. Plenty of time to learn and overcome the challenges of driving a kart like this. Ryan Pini getting into a bit of tangle there. Trying to close in on these two in front. Of course, that's Blake Southern and Eli Baden. Rapini tries to go from the inside to get close with Eli Baden. Can't get that move done. Baden now looking for a move on Blake Southern. 99. We're given a mechanical flag. That's Lucy Wilden, who will be heading straight to the pits in a super unfortunate matter. John Richardson is still there in 8th place, so he's going to be looking for a top 10 finish. Still not a bad way to head out of this weekend, and eyes focused on more points at the end of this championship. And look at that, nearly 3 wide, and look at that, was Ryan Rapini making 2 for 1. Now look at Blake Southern trying to find a way on the inside. He found an inch and went and took it. Eli Baden gets on the cut back, and Rapini drops back down 2 places. The 2 that he made up on that last corner, all lost on that first corner. It can go like that, it can come like that. This battle for fourth, my apologies, is still exciting to see, but the top 3 are all pulled away from each other. Baden on the inside, Southern, contact made, Southern pushing him straight off the road, and that was not ideal. Blake Southern now into 4th, Baden into 5th, and I know there was no intentional needed with that. There was no intentions with that. It was just wet conditions, making contact. There was not much else that could have been done. Baden on the defence line. Greeny going on the inside. It's going to be close. But Baden gets it done. Stanley Williams there in just outside the top 10. His teammate Callum Sims is behind Eli Baden. And Callum not having the best of weekends. Will try once again a bit later this year, do the double. But veteran is back in Joshua Smith as he heads round to start the last lap of the race. Of course, it was the championship victory for Joshua Smith. Then number 100 gets a warning flag. Blake Southern with the warning flag. This is the battle for 4th place. Rapini runs wide, goes for the cutback, tries to get both of them, and I don't know if he's got it or not. That'll be another question for another day. But up at the front, Cooper tried to have a go at Smith. He failed, couldn't get that move done, and that helped Smith out beautifully. It was over 10 months ago Smith took victory and the championship in the wet, and 10 months later he'll head back to victory lane. He takes victory here in Junior Rotax in fine fashion, celebration style. Teddy Cooper in 2nd place, from Hartshaw in 3rd, and Rapini, who will take across the line, is actually going to be Blake Southern to 4th place. Rapini in 5th, and Callum Sims up to 6th before Eli Bannon in 7th. Richardson, Conor Large in 9th. Max Wheatley drops to 11th because Noah Moulton from 31st on the grid rounds out your top 10. 21 places made up for Noah Moulton, and what a drive that was. From Noah Moulton it was Max Wheatley, Matt Wheatley and Stanley Williams. From Sam Aston, Maximilian Braskoff, has Rain Khan, Roy McVeigh, Off Keen, Hayden Fisher. Dan Butcher up 11 places, and Alex Shepherd rounds out your top 20. What a drive in Junior Rotax that was. That was some of our junior stars showing exactly how they are in the wet weather conditions. From the juniors, we head up to the senior ranks, and it's time for the 177s. We'll be back in just a moment. So it's 177 time, and I have got to say, why are people wearing shorts in this condition? I am freezing at the moment, and I've got about 2 layers of jumpers on, and jeans, and thermals. So, I tell you, some of these, some of these mechanics are repping the sports look, trying to keep sporty in all conditions. So, Liam Ferguson starts from 2nd. He's going to be joined by Ollie Goodyear, who starts from pole. Nathan Chafer from 3rd, and Scott Clee from 4th. And we'll run through the rest of the field when it pops up on the timing screen. A nice field of Rotax drivers, 34 for this one. A full grid. And the Rotax carts, Rotax engines really building the entries here at Kimbolton. Of course, 51 junior drivers, 32 seniors, and 34 177s. And great to see the progression and the build of the 177 group. A lot of drivers now moving over to the Rotax category. A lot of drivers seeing more potential in the way it runs, and it's more cost effective than your average X30 seniors. Now, drive visors are on, so you can see right into the eyes of some of these drivers. That is Scott Clee on your screens. You can see how concentrated he is, and we'll have a look a bit later on in the race. You'll be able to see how concentrated. There is Liam Ferguson on your screens. Liam, who has been here at Kimbolton for well over a decade, has so much experience, and we'll see how he gets on. Ollie Goodyear starts from pole position from Liam Ferguson, and Chafer from Scott Clee, Ben Hitch, Scott Smith, Josh Batch, Adrian Dubois, Will Milner from Sam Axley, Elliot Kennedy, Alex Jones, Dan Walker, David German, Stavros from Mark Taylor, Dan Wright, Big Staff, and then Jonathan Roughton from Bilbao, Colin Walker, Chris Emerson, Gary Bumford, Jack Taylor, Jordan Tolley, Richard Ball, Jake Bradfield from John Davis, Max Cushley, Johnny Kent, Rob Church, Tim Mizzen and Lyndon Newitt rounds out your field of drivers. In wet conditions, with a lot of standing water, it's time to get some of our older guys off and away. There's a good mix of drivers. We've got, you know, drivers who are probably in their 20s, 30s out here having doing a bit of racing just for enjoyment. Lights are out, we're off and racing. First time asking down into turn 1. Ian Ferguson, Robin Pamela, that's going to be ever so close. Robin bumpers with Ollie Goodyear, but they've both managed to carry on going. Ben Hitch running a bit wide, and the rest of the pack file through. Everyone is alive after they come through in the first couple of corners. Goodyear mounts the curb. He still leads the way. There's a bit of action going on as he exits turn 3, but all good for the time being. Liam Ferguson into second place, Nathan Chafer into third, Ben Hitch in fourth as well. Ferguson trying to go around the outside, using the traditional wet line to try and find the extra grip, and then he's going to try again here. Taps the back of Ollie Goodyear and tries to go on his side. Matt got close, they rub bumpers, so Ollie Goodyear's going to have some very nice bumpers again. Ferguson hits back and he's off the road. Can he keep it going? Yes, he does. He found into a hell of a load of grip and manages to keep it on the circuit, but Liam Ferguson being a bit too aggressive for what I would say, and tries to find a way around the outside. He's going on the grass again, straight inside of Chafer. Now I don't know what Liam Ferguson's up to, but that didn't look very professional, and Ferguson, I think he needs to just think about what he's doing overtaking wise. Going around the outside, that could work. Chafer pushes him off and shows him the grass, and that's about all for another day. The 165, Liam Ferguson getting the warning flag for contact. Ollie Goodyear still leads the way, but Ferguson, as he headed into turn 1, tried to go around the outside, turning way too early, drove up the side of Ollie Goodyear and lost a lot of braking power. Just about managed to keep it on the black stuff, but it's going to be interesting here. These three, Chafer, a lot more experience than Ollie Goodyear, has to be said. Chafer's definitely been around doing it a lot longer, has more experience in these wet conditions. Ferguson getting the run. What will he try and do? Goes to the outside, goes to the inside. Has to sit back and wait for an opportunity. Ferguson is going to look to the inside in just a moment. No, he doesn't. He's 6 behind. Chafer goes a bit deeper, using the curb, and Ferguson goes round the outside to second place. Ferguson using the traditional wet line to his advantage, and a bit of concrete on the inside going to turn 1. But the 165 manages perfectly in these conditions. 5 minutes left on the clock, still to go. We've still got plenty of action left to go. As that was a little spin from one of the Nathan Chafer carts. I couldn't really see which one that was. We'll probably find out a bit later on, but look at the battle for the lead. Goodyear getting a lot of pressure now from Ferguson, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does. Goodyear tries to hold it round the outside. Ferguson going to get really close and nearly touch bumpers, but it was all clean racing. Liam Ferguson now in second place as they head down into turn 1. Goodyear tries to have a look. Not going to get it done just yet. Liam Ferguson having another go on the grass. He's still on the grass. He's bumping all over the grass. Can't still get on the inside. And the lawnmower specialist here at Kimbolton is not enough to make the move for first. He's going to have to sit back once again and wait for an opportunity. Scott Clee is still there in the top 10, but look at the move for the inside. It's still for the lead. Liam Ferguson makes the move. Goodyear on the cutback. They rub bumpers. They are definitely going to hit at some point. There is no way they can stick off each other's bumpers for a whole race. Number 116 now is under investigation. The 116 being Scott Clee, who up into 7th place now, so something obviously has been noted by the officials. Schaefer now up to 2nd place. Gets past Ollie Goodyear. Ollie Goodyear trying to go, my apologies, Liam Ferguson. Liam Ferguson trying to go to the outside line, pick up the speed, and this is all going to help out Ben Hitch, who's slowly starting to close in. Ben Hitch could have a look for a podium spot on the final corner. And Liam Ferguson, who is the fastest man out there on the circuit, back up to 2nd place. Now we're heading up to some back markers. Now this is going to be make or break for Ollie Goodyear, Liam Ferguson, Nathan Schaefer. This front pack here, all it takes for one back marker to hold him up, and he could be losing out big time. He just needs to get that power down, get past the car ASAP. There they go. Liam Ferguson's being held up. That's not going to help his race. Ollie Goodyear gets through cleanly. Top 3 gets through all right, but they've still got a couple more coming up. 2 minutes left on the clock. That's Tim Midson, who is out this weekend. One of his first weekends in karting is Tim, and I'll pick up the speed again. Ollie Goodyear versus Nathan Schaefer versus Liam Ferguson. And on the inside to turn 1, looks like Liam Ferguson's got the lead. Liam Ferguson takes the lead off Ollie Goodyear. Goodyear lost out big time to the back markers, and that has worked out in his favour. Nathan Schaefer now still in 3rd place. Still has a bit more time to go. 1 minute left on the clock. But look at this. This is proper stuff. This is like endurance racing. The way they have to try and file through the pack. Of course, these drivers are trying to battle as well with the leaders trying to get through as well. Blue flags are being waved. And it looks like Liam Ferguson's alright. He's got through cleanly. So is Ollie Goodyear, but he has lost a bit of time to the man who leads the way. Ollie Goodyear now needs to pick up the pace. But oh, that was a big spin. That happened right in front of Liam Ferguson. He's managed to keep it going. Liam Ferguson, as I said, still leads the way. And he's only got a few more corners to go. Question will be, will he get an extra lap after this, or will this be the last lap? It's going to be close. 5 seconds on the board now. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's 0. He's going to get the last lap board now. One last lap here for Rotax 177s, and it really all came down to the back markers, the drivers who were being blue flagged, and Liam Ferguson took full advantage. Thought, you know what, I'm going to close in, I'm going to send the late one. Ferguson made the move halfway through the race and hasn't looked back since. Liam Ferguson jumping over the curbs. This is what it's all been about. Never mind the heat races. We haven't really seen him up at the front in the heats. This is where it counted. He came here wanting a trophy, and in 2 corners time, it's going to be true once again. A seasoned racer and a veteran is back to the top spot. It's Liam Ferguson who takes victory here at Kimbolton. Ollie Goodyear finished up in 2nd place, and I think he will be quite disappointed with that result, knowing what there could have been on the line. Nathan Schaefer from Ben Hitch, Josh Bass and Scott Smith, Jonathan Roughton from Scott Clee, from Jack Taylor and Will Milner, from Alex Jones, Sam Yaxley from Stavros and Angel Ungwa from David German Bilboa, Dan Wright from Elliot Kennedy, Colin Walker, Mark Taylor, Daniel Walker, Jake Biggerstaff, Chris Emerson, Jake Bradfield, Lyndon Newitt, Mark Cusley, Jordan Tolley, Richard Bull, John Nays Timmerson, and the rest of the field comes flying in. All drivers managed to finish in the end. Your last finisher was Rob Church, and that is the 177s all done. That came down to the wire, and in fine fashion, Liam Ferguson takes the victory. From senior racing down to the cadet races, it is mini inter time. Will this be a 3 out of 3 in race wins for Rian Townsend? Can Lewis Herbson close in? Could it be a second victory for Jackson Hilton? There's only one way to find out. It's the mini inter final, and it looks like this. Rian Townsend takes pole for the final from Lewis Herbson, Jensen Sale, George Quinlan from Jackson Hilton, from Toby Wortley, Alex Deniskis, Will Eden from Seki Komatsu, Finney Bills, and Odyssey Hold, Evan Miller from Leander Hewitt, Jake Hansford, George Wilden, Finley Thompson, Edward Munns from Alicia Waterhouse, and Ella May Bumford rounds out your field of drivers. This is going to be an exciting one, and it's going to come all the way down to the wire between the top, I'll say 5 here. All 5 of these have a good opportunity, but it's really going to come down to the very end as they head round the final corner. And are we going to get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1. Rian Townsend leads the way, and on the brakes using that prestigious K-plate. He's won races here before, but can he do it again? We'll have to wait and see. Jensen Sale now leads the way. Jackson Hilton there in second place with a mega start. Now he's going to try and have a look for the lead nice and early. Can he get it done? Sale runs a bit wide. Has a look, can't get it done. Into the downward and complex we go. Hilton's going to try and stick tight. Can't get that move done. George Quinlan holding on. He's in the top 5. Hilton to the inside for the lead. Misses the curb, and he manages to hold on. Hilton leads the way now from Lewis Herbson, who's there in 3rd place. Side to side battling for the final spot on the podium, but it's a 1v1. Jensen Sale versus Jackson Hilton. Jackson using the curve, trying to get the car turned, but he runs a bit too deep. Sale back into the lead of the race. Brilliant stuff there. You just saw it off your commentary box. You would have saw Jackson Hilton. He missed the curve. He went a bit too deep, and that sent him wide. Sale back to the inside. Now Hilton's going to try and do it all over again. Question is, where has Rian Townsend gone in all of this? He's down to 5th. Not the best start, and not the start he would have wanted, especially saying his pace in the heats. Third place still in the hands of Toby Wortley, who's having a brilliant race so far. Lewis Herbson in 4th. Townsend rounding out your top 5. George Quinlan there in 6th. They head down to finish another lap of the circuit. Hilton still there in 2nd place. Wortley in 3rd. And oh, a spinner there. That was the 89. That was George Wilden, who had a little spin into turn 1. One of the hardest braking zones here on the circuit is turn 1, so very easy to do. And we've seen it time and time again where drivers go a bit too hard or aggressive on the brakes and lock up that rear axle, and they go for a little spin. So Wortley looks to be like the man at the moment because it's closing in on Jackson Hilton. And Jackson in just a moment in time will probably have a little look behind and see he's there. Well, how will he respond is another question. Will he try and just keep putting the laps in, try and chase after Jensen, or will he think more about defending that line? Jackson Hilton now going to the outside line, so he's worked out that the outside line is probably a more grippier line, but we head down into Derek's corner, nice and hard on the brakes, get onto the first curb. Check onto the second curb, keep to the right hand side just to open up the corner for the left. That's it, keep firing that power through. So Wortley going really hard on the steering wheel, backing up the car to get the most out of the car, most out the grip. Jensen Sail running a bit wide, but that is all about the traditional wet line. Very hard to put consistent laps in here around a very soggy Kimbolton circuit. These wet conditions never are easy for putting in consistent times, but most of these drivers seem to be doing exactly that. Of course, the track will be changing every lap in these sort of conditions. Edwin Munns is there. He's having a battle with George Quinlan, and on his inside, oh, spinner there, that was Edward Munns. He was too busy focusing on another kart, didn't see that George Quinlan was there, tapped the back of him, and he went round for a spin. That is not the way he would like to have gone in what was a decent final so far. He was quite up there on the pace. 3.5 minutes still left on the clock. Still plenty of time to see how the rest of these drivers plan their races. Some will try and conserve for a little bit, conserve tyres, and just focus on putting laps. Some will focus more on their overtaking, their battling, see if they can pick off another spot or two. There's only one way to find out. We have 3 minutes left on the clock. We've got plenty of laps left to go. We've got 4 or 5 laps left of racing plus that additional lap. All the drivers hitting the brakes. Heading through turn 2 and 3. George Quinlan there on your screens in that green and blue and white kart. He is in front of Alex Niskis, who's having a brilliant drive this weekend. Really has found the pace, has Alex. He's put himself right up at the front end of the field, has to get ever so close, but manages to stay out of George Quinlan's tracks. Edwin Munns getting a bit sideways there as he exited off the corner. Green Townsend though, there he is on 3rd on your screens. My apologies, not 3rd, 5th on your screens. Obviously he has that K plate. The man who started from pole in the dry seems to be like he was a lot quicker pace wise, but as they head down into Derek's corner, it just seemed like the wet tyres on the wet track hasn't done him any good, and has been struggling quite a bit. But he's on the back now of Lewis Herbertson, so this could be a move for 4th place, as it definitely starts to get a lot colder, and that will only make the track less grippier and less quick. Obviously these drivers will know that. They will take that into consideration with their driving skills. And they'll head down and start finish straight once again. Not much action going on in the final just as yet. Obviously quite hard to stick in the train tracks of each driver, and you know, being that 1 or 2 tenth margin that you usually need in the dry to make a move on the inside. Now with this wet weather race, you can be a couple of car lengths back and send that late move. So it is a different type of racing that we're, to be honest, haven't been used to much this year. Of course, with the way the weather been the past few months, as Green Townsend has a look on the inside, that's making it close between Hubberson. But the change in the weather, the way it's been so far, would say that, you know, we've had barely any wet racing, and all these drivers are having to learn as there's a blue flag out for the 28, who is a bit further down the field. That is Ella May Bumford, who is one of our female drivers. Great to see some more female drivers out in action this weekend. Of course, Ella, and a bit further back, 93 going for a spin, and joins right in front of second Komatsu, and that was a bit further down the field. That was Alex Taniskis, who was actually in 7th place. So Alex, who was having a good final so far, losing out big time, dropping down the field, and as you said again, in Stowe corner, which is never ever an easy spot to get right. Back to the front of the field then, and Jensen Sale has to hold on for one more lap, but has to keep putting that pace in because Jackson Hilton is right on his tail and has been for the past 8 minutes. It's been the 1v1 all along. Jensen Sale versus Jackson Hilton. We've seen Jackson Hilton's pace in the wet and in the dry. In the wet, absolutely flying, but his pace in the wet couldn't match Jensen Sale as they head into Derek's corner. Jensen Sale, obviously, just like the Junior Rotax, same time last year, over 10 months ago, he had to battle his way with Max Wheatley for the championship Mini Inter. Of course, back as a champion, and all these months later, back in the wet conditions. We'll come around the final corner to take victory here in Mini Inter. Jensen Sale back on top in fine fashion. He throws both hands in the air and celebrates in style. Jackson Hilton with another really consistent results. These results are exactly what he needs for the championship. He finished up in 2nd place from Toby Wortley, Lewis Hudson, Ryan Townsend, George Quinlan from Finley Bills, Will Eden, Odious Hole, Alex Iskis, Komatsu from Edmund, George Wilden, Jake Hansford from Lena Hewitt, Alicia Waterhouse from Finley Thompson, Ella May Bumford, and it was Evan Miller who was the only driver who didn't start the race. That's the end of our cadet classes here this weekend, and what action it brought. The Honda, the Mini Inters, the Micromaxes all brought exceptional talent, and well done to all of those. That's some of our younger stars completed. Now we're going into our more experienced, and what a final it's about to be, as the cameraman still does great work to wipe that visor. It's the Senior Rotax final here at Kimbolton, and this is how they line up. James Tester will start from pole position, from Joshua Avalance and Oliver Smith on his debut weekend in Senior Rotax starts from 3rd. Dana Moore in 4th, Archie Flint and George Robinson. From Charlie Webb, Thomas Pryor, Charlie F. Gray from Jake Fisher, Adam White from Harvey Williams, Ethan Martin from Jacko and Drawbridge, Toby Alvarez from Arthur Brownless, Declan Luff from Elliot Rice, Dan Renton, Michael Morgan from Harvey Quick, Tyler Green, Alex Gergis, Noosh Sava Levers, Lucas Collins from Sam Cook, Charles Sutton, Daniel Kievov, Angelica Kennard, Finley George, and Ryan Sayers rounds out your field of drivers. I mean, so far, that main talking point has to be that second heat. Jacko and Drawbridge, the only driver who went out on wet tyres from last on the back of the pack all the way to the front. That was an exceptional drive, and it'll be exciting to see how he does with all the other drivers on wet tyres in the middle of the pack. Up at the front though, the two drivers who have been there all along, Josh Valance, James Tester. Will we get racing for the first time, asking? And yes, we do, but Josh Valance had a horrendous start. He did not get going at the start there. James Tester, his side was a lot quicker. So this pack's going to get really bunched up after the first couple of laps. Archie Flint having to take a bit of avoiding action. And two drivers getting into contact a bit further back behind the rest of the pack. Charlie Webb into lead. Is that Charlie F-Grave into second place? It is! Amazing stuff! Charlie F-Grave, for the first time, might be heading on to a first podium in senior Rotax. How on earth has he made that stick? There he is on your screens, the blue and white car, the 74. What a drive he's had so far, and James Tester on the inside will shove him out wide. He's going to have to drop down to 4th place. It was looking so well for Charlie F-Grave, but he's still there in 4th place. He's still got a bit of time to make up. 2 teammates working together now, George Robinson, James Tester. But look at Charlie Webb up at the front of the field, leads the way with 7 minutes left to go. And he's got plenty of time to build that gap, and in the opening laps, that's what it's going to be all about. Charlie F-Grave still there in 4th place, having the pressure now from Thomas Pryor, from Archie Flint, who's also there in 6th. As we said, George Robinson really quick so far this weekend. James Tester quick in the dry, but boy, he had to do it in the wet. Goes to the inside of his teammate. That's for P2, but this is not going to help in the latter stages. Thomas Pryor to the inside of Charlie F-Grave. F-Grave drops to 5th. Might even be 6th in the moment because Archie Flint is looking for a move. But look at George Robinson, runs very wide. And was that a tactical move? Was that letting James Tester by? Did he see the pace that James Tester had and thought, you know what, let's work together? I think that might have been that team strategy. Let's see if it works out then, because we've got just over 6 minutes. Plus that additional lap. So Charlie Webb into the final couple of corners. We haven't really spoke much about him this weekend. He's been there or thereabouts in the dry conditions. Didn't have the best qualifying, had to work his way through. But when it matters most, in these wet conditions, in the final, and the battle for second place still raging on. George Robinson now leads, with James Tester in 3rd, all helping the hands of Charlie Webb. But really the question is, why aren't they helping each other out? The big talking point, and I think most of us would agree that one of them has to stick behind the other, and they have to push each other along. This is not going to work. If they want to take victory, they have to work together. And when in a race like this, when time is ticking down ever so quickly, every lap does count. Thomas Pryor having a great drive so far, up to 4th place. He made up 4 places on that race, on that start. The big jumper was Charlie F-Grave as Danny Moore goes down the inside of Oliver Smith. That's a bit further down. Joshua Valance is only in 11th place, so he's lost that big time. That battle for 7th place between Danny Moore and Oliver Smith. Charlie F-Grave made up 5 places on that initial lap. Obviously, he has lost 2 along the way, but seems to be alright at the moment. There he is on your screens. Right behind Archie Flint. Nipping into the top 5. And now look at Danny Moore. Danny Moore's already gapped away from Oliver Smith. And is now going to be chasing down Charlie F-Grave on that air kart. He's going to have the air kart of Charlie F-Grave deal with, and then Archie Flint on that Kart Republic chassis. As they head down to turn 1 once again, nice and hard on the brakes. So start to turn in. Out in the curves as they come through the right, through the left, and try to pick up the power. About to spin with the wheels too much on that exit curb. Thomas Pryor still there in 4th place. Now the gap from Charlie Webb to the driver is 2nd, that's George Robinson, 2.5 seconds. James Tester in 3rd, another 2 seconds away from George Robinson, so something must have happened between them two because they have lost time between each other. And more to the inside of Charlie F-Grave, but F-Grave gets that cut back but can't get the momentum down, he will have to sit and wait for another day and another opportunity. As he goes hard on the brakes and back down into turn 1. Ethan Martin having a good battle with Oliver Smith. Oliver Smith has a look to the inside. Will he keep it there? No, he can't. Ethan Martin with the outside line, picking the power and keeps momentum up and keeps getting around the outside. And that puts him into a strong position in P8. Started from 13th on the grid. As the rest of the drivers come flying through down Walden Complex. You can see him having to really run wide to find any extra grip. Now yellow flags are out at the second to last corner. That's because of a driver who's off the circuit. That does look like one of the back markers. So we'll wait and see who that is when they come around once again. I think that might have been Finley George, who is now a lap down, the number 121. Minute half still left on the clock, so we've still got a few laps left of racing. Danamore going to go to the inside of Archie Flint. That was a brilliant move, and that puts him up into the top 5. Now he's going to try and chase after Archie Flint. Well, not Archie Flint, well, he got past Archie Flint. He's going to chase down Thomas Pryor, but that's about if Archie Flint can try and find a way by. We know Archie, he can make strong late moves, and one of them places acts here at the final corner. Will he go in late? No, I think he just thinks better of it. Thinks that, you know, I'm a bit too far back to make that move. That wouldn't be the best idea. They carry on picking up the power, heading down the start-finish rate. Into turn 1 they go. So the drivers hit the brake pedal nice and hard, but then release nice and gently. And there's a battle a bit further back in the mid-pack of the field. Jacko and Drawbridge having a battle with Alexander Gergis. The driver leading that pack is Adam White. Jake Fisher in the middle. He's on that Dan Holland racing kart. Yet again, the question will be, will Charlie Webb cross the line before the timer ticks to 0? I think he might do. Yes, he does. So Charlie Webb crosses the line with 9 seconds left to go. So we're going to have 2 more laps after these drivers complete this one. So Charlie Webb 1.9 seconds now. So the times are starting to come down. Will this be a last minute job from George Robinson? On the times, Charlie Webb is quicker. He's 400ths quicker than George Robinson. But will George Robinson be able to find the time? It's going to be a big mistake from Charlie Webb to lose this lead. James Tester's lost ground to George Robinson. I think that he's just trying to secure his final spot on the podium. Thinks it's much better just to sit back and let his teammate go full swing. It's the final lap of the race now in Senior Rotax. And Charlie Webb, who yet again, this won't be his first time winning in the wet. He has done this time and time again with the Precision Squad in Senior Rotax. This is not a done deal just yet. He's got one more back mark to get by, and that marker's done a brilliant job getting out of the way, letting him by beautifully. So this is really going to come down, final couple of corners. There's no way George Robinson's going to be able to close that gap up. So round the final corner, yet again in wet racing. Only one man comes on top in Senior Rotax, and yet again it's Senior Rotax. It's Charlie Webb, the number 24, who takes victory with a nice slide to congratulate his win. George Robinson in second place from James Tester and Thomas Pryor from Danamore and Archie Flint. Charlie Eckgrave across the line to finish 6th, which was a good result for him. One of his best results of the season so far. Ethan Martin in 7th from Oliver Smith. My apologies, Danamore dropped all the way down to 9th, so I had some issues on that last lap. Elliot Rice rounds out your top 10. From Adam White, Alex Gergis, from Jake Fisher, Jack Owen Drawbridge. Declan Luff, Dan Renton, Michael Morgan from Joshua Valance, Harvey Williams, Arthur Brownless, Charles Sutton, Harvey Quick, Noosh Safa Levers, Daniel Kiruff from Luke Collins, Tyler Green and Angelica Kennard. And your retirees were Finley George, Tobian Alvarez, Samuel Cook and Brian Sayers. That was the 31st race of the weekend, the Senior Rotax A final, and yet again a dominant victory from Charlie Webb. Now we're going to head over to the other side of the senior ladder, and it's time for Senior X30. Now, if it's anything to go like the final heat, this is going to be an easy one for Jack Dan. He was on form in the latter stages of the Senior X30 final when it started to rain. Will he be able to do it in this race? We'll have to find out. It's going to be Jack Dan who starts from pole from Harrison Mackie alongside. It's Hayden Eldridge and Isaac Marsh from Joshua Jones, Reese Newburn, Oliver Harris, Oliver Peculiar, Aaron Lask, James Reynolds, Elio D'Alessandro from Reese Barber, Max Anderson, Jessica Fitchell, James Workman and Bailey Brooker rounds out your field of drivers. Now, the question was in that last heat, if Mackie and Eldridge didn't keep battling, would that have changed the final result? This is going to be the answer. Two of the Ben Maxim carts line up on the front row, but who will take victory in 8 minutes time? We're about to find now. Jack Dan and Harrison Mackie lead us away down into turn one. Mackie on the outside loses out big time to a few of the drivers who were there on the inside, getting absolutely shoved wide. Jack Dan leads the way. Eldridge into second place, and is that one of the Pro Train cars? Is that Marcus? It's Oliver Harris into third place. Yes, it is. Oliver Harris into third, and Joshua Jones into fourth as well as they head into Dan Wellwood Complex for the first time. Jack Dan really going in deep, manages to get that kart stopped, get it turned, get on that power ASAP, and he leads them away after the first lap of the race. Hayden Eldridge in second place. Now he's the man who could make or break the race as he goes for a late one using the curb. But at the moment, Jack Dan still looking strong. But look at Oliver Harris trying to get on the inside of Hayden Eldridge. So not always an easy thing to do, but the pace of this Pro Train kart in the wet is absolutely applicable. He's right on the tail now of Hayden Eldridge. Marcus, who throughout the rest of the weekend and the dry conditions really wasn't up there. Sort of mid-pack, running in the top 10, but not in this position. And Oliver Harris, this could be his time to shine. And this could be a first podium for Oliver Harris if he can hold on for just a few more minutes. There's Harrison Mackie getting involved, trying to get out of the pack, which settles for the top 5. Mackie now in 5th place. His next driver is Joshua Jones. Will he be able to close him down? We'll have to wait and see. Reese Newburn going around the outside, can't get that one done. Aaron Lask stays in front. Aaron Lask having a brilliant race so far. He's with the Tim Wilson Motorsport crew this weekend and seems to be doing all right as the pack files through the Dan Wellwood Complex once again. Hayden Eldridge in second. It's Jack Dan leading the way. Oliver Harris still in third place, hasn't lost any pace. He looks like he won the fastest drivers out on circuit. He is a couple tenths off Hayden Eldridge. Hayden Eldridge and Jack Dan are the only drivers in the 52s out there on circuit. My apologies. Oliver Harris has now nipped into the 52s, so they are the only 3 drivers out there on circuit in the 52s. Jack Dan on a 51.8, so he's 7 tenths faster than the rest of the field, and that is exactly what he needed to pull away from the rest of this pack. This is going to be an exciting one. Looks like Hayden Eldridge is having to try all he can to keep the pace on. But I just don't think it's not going to be enough for Jack Dan's wet specialties. It always seems like Jack Dan is the end centre of driving in the wet round here at Kimbolton. Of course, many big names have done their own wet weather racing around here at Kimbolton. You know, the likes of Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Burton, all these drivers who started off here at Kimbolton and of course led on to big careers in the motorsport ladder. They all come through into Derek's corner, and Aaron Lask right on the back now of Harrison Mackie, trying to find a way through. This is still for the top 5 spots, and Mackie really struggling to pull away from the rest of these drivers. But look at the train as they all come down into Kestrel corner. You'll see them all taking different lines, trying to find which one's best for their spot, and Aaron Lask loses another spot to one of his teammates. Isaac Marsh gets through, as well as Reece Newburn. Newburn now in 6th. He's going to try and chase down Mackie, but it just seems like Mackie's got enough pace to sit there in 5th, but just not enough to close down Joshua Jones, who's there in 4th place. Joshua Jones having a solid final for the time being. He's had a lot of issues this year, and really good to see that when the pace is there, he's been right up at the sharp end of the field. Heading down the TKM straight once again. Of course, Jack Dan, a driver who started off in TKM Racing and then moved over to the X30 categories, as Reece Newburn is under investigation, and I wonder what that could be for. Could it be for contact? Could it be for track limits? We'll let the stewards sort that one out. And of course, as we say, for all of these finals, all these results, they are only provisional when we see them. It will all come down to post-race technical checks and of course any stewards' rooms inquiry. And of course all the official results get posted live on motorsporttiming.uk. You can find all results, not just from this weekend, but from all the weekends from over the years. Jack Dan picking up speed once again, comes out the final corner, down the start-finish straight into turn 1. Again, Reece Newburn getting shown that under investigation flag, so he'll need to watch out for whatever it may have been. Harrison Mackie rounding out to top 5. He's got a big pat behind him. Jack Dan, look at this on your screens then. Hayden Eldridge slowly closing back in now on Jack Dan. Now, we speak about tyre pressures. Was Jack Dan's plan to get away at the start and defend at the end? Because it seems like that's the issue he's going to have to play with. Hayden Eldridge, a 10th faster than Jack Dan. This is going to get exciting. This is going to come down to the final couple of laps. A minute left of racing here on the clock, and Hayden Eldridge is fighting that car as he enters into Stowe corner. As we said, Oliver Harris with brilliant margin. He's not going to be able to catch up to the top 2 here, but he's got enough to hold on to that podium spot. This will be a first podium for Oliver Harris this year in Senior X. But at the front, look at the difference now. Hayden Eldridge is really closing in now on Jack Dan. Now Jack Dan's going to have a look behind. He's going to have seen that he's closing in. What can he do about it? Will he be able to find that space? And it's really not going to help Jack Dan, just to make things worse. He's going to cross the line with 10 seconds left on the clock, so he's going to have another lap to do, and that is not what Jack Dan wanted. Look at pace difference now. Look at the way Hayden Eldridge is driving through these corners into turn 2. He is tussling that car around. And he's only got a lap and a half left to make that move. But this is Hayden Eldridge. We saw him earlier making big moves on Harrison Mackie. He's just got to try and do it to his teammate. This is what it came down to. Jack Dan thought he had it all clear. He was dominant last time out. He's been dominant so far this weekend. But he's got one last lap. That's a very late lunge. And they make contact. Hayden Eldridge through. How on earth did Hayden Eldridge go through from that far back? And Jack Stan is saying no, no, no. That was unfair. But Hayden Eldridge onto the final lap of the race with a huge send to the inside. Now takes the lead of the race in fine fashion. And he's only got to hold on for half a lap now. We spoke about the veterans of Kim Bolton and Hayden Eldridge, who was fighting up at the sharp end of the championship last year. He's leading the championship this year. He is on for an absolute stormer. He couldn't take the heat wins because Jack Dan was dominant. But when it comes down to the checkered flag in the final, it's Hayden Eldridge who takes victory from Jack Dan. Jack will not be pleased, but Hayden is well delighted with that one. A brilliant podium for Oliver Harris, and Josh Jones finishes up in 4th place. Josh Jones giving a round of applause to his dad for a great job on the spanners. Reese Newburn rounds out your top 5 from Isaac Marsh and Aaron Lask. It was Oliver Pecula from Elio D'Alessandro, from Max Anderson, James Reynolds, Harrison Mackie, James Wortman, Jessica Fitchell, Bailey Brooker, and Reese Barber rounds out your field of drivers. Reese Newburn, of course, still under investigation. That's a 71. Heading into the pits. That was a big move from Hayden Eldridge, and he took victory at the very end of the race. That definitely has to be the move of the day. So, the X30 category being finished, it's time for Junior X30 to send us to the end. It's Zach McDonald who starts from pole position with Max Wright alongside Callum Sims. He's tried to do double duties once again. He's trying to set the record, but he wasn't able to get in Rotax. He will have to try again soon, but can he still go out with a Senior X30 victory? Jack Baker will join him alongside. Jack Baker's been on it this weekend. He's been absolutely flying. From Adam Bourne, Alex Wiley, James Beckwith, John T. Restrick, Finley Allen, Molly Mizzen, Louis Barker, Joseph Berkery, Isaac Chang, and Louis Marshall. Round out your field of drivers. Now, going in, obviously, coming off the heats, it's all down to Zach McDonald. This is his race to lose from what I can understand. He obviously took victory in both heats, and it's going to come down to the very, very end. One last race here to celebrate the 8th round of the Club Championship, and it's Zach McDonald versus Max Wright on your front row. Watch out for Callum Sims. He is going to try and bounce back after what was definitely an eventful final heat. In wet conditions though, can Zach McDonald take victory? We're going to wait to find out. It's by going racing. 8 minutes plus a lap as they head down into turn 1. Zach McDonald nicely done on the brakes. Callum Sims thinks right, it's time to go early now. Into second place goes Callum Sims. And, well, I say that, round the outside went Jack Baker. Jack Baker into second place. Sims now having a look to the inside for second. He gets that move back. Baker round the outside, sticks in third place. Baker's going to be the one here to ruin it all. Running on that Bureau ART car, he has got a lot to show for himself. Max Wright, side-by-side action. Look at Baker trying to go round the outside of Callum Sims. He runs a bit wide, and that is not the right way to go round the exit of that corner. Callum Sims runs wide, that loses a bit of time. Baker now alongside him. He's lost the move to Max Wright. And through all of that, it's helped out Zach McDonald, who leads the way as they head down to turn 1 to finish the first lap of the race. Callum Sims on the outside, Jack Baker on the inside. Jack Baker seesawing at the wheel, trying to get that car to slow down. Through the right and through the left here at the Willow section, and heading down into Derrick's corner. Zach McDonald really using the curbs to get round the circuit. Max Wright there in second place. Jack Baker there in third. They will hip hop over the curbs and try and keep the momentum up as they head through down one corner. Jack Baker on a big sliding, he carries it going, and he manages to hold that all together. Jack Baker and Callum Sims there rounds out your top 4. But look at the gap Zach McDonald has already. He's already a 2.7 second gap. That's all he needs at the moment to carry on going. Max Wright there in second place. Jack Baker in third. Callum Sims there in fourth. Oh, spinner there! Jonty Restrick, he was having a brilliant battle for the top 5. Loses the rear of the car at turn 2, and that puts him to the back of the grid. That is a big shame for John T on his first weekend here in X30, who is having an exceptional drive, it has to be said. Really getting to grips with the circuit and the kart, but unfortunately just wasn't enough in the end. Max Wright still there in second place. Now I think he's more thinking about the defence from Jack Baker, trying to hold on to his second place. But Zach McDonald at the moment, the man who can't be stopped. And Will Patrol was trying to stop him, but just can't be stopped. Number 48 there. Still keeping going. That's Louis Marshall, who has been keeping that speed up and keeping momentum up, keeping on, you know, pushing through all the results where, you know, where he hasn't thought about. Obviously, where he's trying to find the pace, he's just been trying to get his head down, trying to get through the pack as best he can. Baker to the inside, Max Wright trying to get around the outside. Max will hold on to it. Baker losing momentum. That's an interesting characteristic about that last corner. You can try and go on the inside, but if you haven't got the momentum to get out the corner, you will lose that place straight away. Look at the move from the 45. He gets to the inside. That was superb. Uses the curb, gets that extra traction. 6 to the inside line. Full send to second place, but it's not going to be over yet. Max Wright on the inside. Baker trying to go around the outside. Can't get it done. Going to go for the cutback move. Keep that speed up as he head into down Welding Complex. If Max Wright runs wide, he's going to try and go to the inside. Look, watch this here. Jack Baker, he doesn't have the momentum now, so he's going to have to sit behind Max Wright for just a moment. We head into the final corner. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. And look at the move for Jack Baker. He had a little look. Just wasn't good enough. As he head down and start finish straight once again. It's going to be a big battle for second place. Look at the battle going on a bit further behind. That's Adam Bourne on the back of Alex Wiley. Bourne goes to the inside. Wiley goes wide. Wiley will come back at him, but keeps to the outside line, keeping that speed up. But that's exactly what Alex Wiley wanted to do. Alex Wiley keeps to the outside line, and that is good enough for him. Now look at Jack Baker trying to go round the outside. No, it's not going to work. Really trying to use every tool in the book here to get past Max Wright. But Max Wright also knows every book. And oh, that's Jack Baker running a tad bit wide. Now would have lost him a bit of time. We're heading to the final corner. Picks up the power once again. There is Zach McDonald on your screens. We haven't really spoken much about him all weekend long because he's just been sat at the front end of the field, driving to perfection. Unless a big mistake is thrown by Zach McDonald, it'll be an easy one to the end. He's obviously got 2 minutes left plus that additional lap, but he's just got to keep putting in the times. Jack McDonald, the only driver in the 52 seconds. He's lapping
Very clear.
half a second faster than his rivals, which is unbelievable and pretty much unheard of in these sort of conditions in this kart round this circuit. You're half a second faster than all the drivers out there. Something pretty impressive, and that's why, if you are a driver, if you are someone who wants to look at getting involved with a driver, you need to look at Zach McDonald, who is one of the rising stars of the future. Number 45, Jack Baker and Max Wright, both trying to get one on top of each other. Baker tries to look to the inside, throws to the outside. Will that be enough to get the momentum through Derek's corner? It's not going to be enough. We're seeing a lot of the same things happening here, the same trend going on with the sort of lines that Jack Baker's trying to find and the ways that Max Wright is going. Jack really needs to just try and learn what Max is doing and go to the inside. I got close there, but yet again he did that the laps before. Max needs to see, or Jack needs to see where Max goes wide, the way he's not very quick off on the exit of the corners. This is his best opportunity on the inside at turn 2. He gets that move done, now he's just got to try and cover off as they head into Derek's corner. Jack Baker has been looking to find an overtake, and he's got it done, but he doesn't defend. Why did Jack Baker not defend going into that corner? That's really messed with his line, but he's managed to get back through on the outside. On the cut back, Max Wright there in 3rd place. This battle for 2nd is really being thrown to the very end of the race. And the very end of the weekend as well. I got side-by-side action between Max Wright. But unfortunate news for Zach McDonald. He went through the start-finish line with 1 second to go. So he's going to have to do another lap before the final lap of the race. So that means these guys have 2 more laps of racing. And Jack Baker and Max Wright are still going to go at it. This is the battle fell down for 6th place. Alex Wiley and Callum Sims. Look, he's not even in the top 10 at the moment. He is really struggling in this condition. Of course, it might be the first time he's driven in the wet this weekend in that X30 car. Something new to learn, but look at this. Zach McDonald. What a drive so far from the number 80. And he's just got to hold on for 1 more lap. And if he does anything silly, then that is really on him. This is his race to lose, everyone's race to gain. There'll be last minute overtaking opportunities using this last lap. But Zach McDonald's got no one to worry about for this final lap. Look at the different lines he's using. And of course, these lines were different lines to what the other drivers were using. That's why he's so far ahead. The gap is 8.3 seconds. Are you kidding me? What a drive we're seeing here. Zach McDonald. Remember the name, Zach McDonald. Because in the years down the line, we could be seeing man a bit further up the motorsport ladder. But for now, round the final corner comes Zach McDonald once again in the wet, takes victory here at Kimbolton in fine fashion, a privateer team, and he's taken victory with a long slide to Parc Ferme. Jack Baker finishes up in 2nd place on his debut weekend in Junior X30, and it was Max Wright who rounded out your top 3. Alan Bourne finishes up in 4th from the rest of the pack as they come flying through. Finley Allen rounds out your top 5 from Alex Wiley, from James Beckwith, Louis Barker, Callum Sims all the way down in 9th from Louis Marshall. He rounds out your top 10. Monty Mizzen and John Restrick from Joseph Berkery, and Isaac Chan, who will be your final driver to finish up the final race of the weekend. What an exciting weekend we've had so far here at Kimbolton. The camera people don't need to worry about waving their cameras and wiping the cameras anymore, because that is the final race done here at Kimbolton. And what a weekend we've had for the 8th round of the Club Championship. There's been some highlights that have stuck throughout the day. Of course, I think that main one has to be Senior Rotax, with one driver going out on on wet tyres. Jacko and Drawbridge straight to the front of the pack, making up 25 spots. But for now, it's time to head into the final round of the championship. We've got 3 rounds left. It's going to come down to the wire. You better be there, because I'll definitely be there. And we'll see you next month. It's been myself, Charlie. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.